On today's episode of Let's Like FGO, we are here to let you know we are skipping the floor. We are going straight to the basement, straight to hell. Because we are here to talk to you about the final review of Lostbelt 5 Part 2 Olympus. But also, it was Anime Japan last weekend, so also there's like pages, piles of JP news as well. Collabs, welfares, all kinds of things. And we are here to talk to you about that on Let's Like FGO. Hello. I am your lore keeper, Omega. With me, as always, not so much a gatekeeper, but more of a gate crasher. It's Lucky.
Everyone, I hope you're enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka a very silly place. And while we here at Studio Omega like to bring you the latest FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for the JP and EA version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should prepare to join us on the floor.
Yeah, so I will once again double down on the spoiler warning.
Spoiler.
We will have a full-blown spoiler segment. It'll happen. We're going to walk you through it. We've got our notes once again segmented by section. Yeah. So whenever you need to pull the eject lever, you can do that. But you don't have to worry. It's going to be a little bit before we get there. As you may have guessed, as I said, a lot of stuff going on. No fooling, but we're here.
We're fooling.
Speaking of definitely not fools, I would like to remind you this episode brought to you by our patrons like Adam Harp, Micah Comics, Akazime, Arctic Titan, Plexus G, Carlos Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, 23, and the Crow. If you like what we do, want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. It really helps us out. And also, I'm going to talk to you at the end about polls and stuff. Stay tuned.
Polls?
Yeah, I've got theory crafting. I need to drive that patron number up. Also, you two be quiet. We definitely have things. We have the sound. Anyway, how y'all doing? How y'all doing, chat? I'm gonna even need to do pop-out chat later so I can follow along with our notes and also chat. But hi, we're here. We're streaming. If you don't know why we're live streaming, in case you weren't paying attention last week, it's because this episode is going to be hecking long. It's going to be longerino. And so, because of that, we're going to live stream it so I don't die trying to make this video production. Alternatively, so you
Super
don't
suck!
don't have to wait like two freaking days or whatever. Yeah, Lucky is live streaming UFGO. I don't know what the sound situation is, but hopefully we are avoiding being murdered by Sony music.
We just gotta remember to avoid the collab. The collab music. What the collab?
Yes, if they were in an anime, don't. Ooh, yellow. But alright, we're here, we're going, and I guess we should probably run through our usual regular scheduled business.
Mm-hmm.
And normally this is where I say it's time to check in with everybody's favorite Kohai. But I'm not even going to bother running my sound cue. We're just going to jump straight into the pro tip, because the people at home won't even hear it.
Nope.
So, this is, however, still Wake the Fuck Up Senpai Regular for pro tips. This one is very simple. In case you didn't check already, April's items are giant rings, homunculus babies, and bullet.
Bullet. Much like you are. You are all bullet.
So enjoy those while they last if you need them. So that'll be great. And with that, we might as well go ahead and move on as well. I'm going to go do pop-out chat so I can have you guys on a different monitor, and I can also follow the show notes because they are voluminous today. So we're going to move on to Records to the Throne, our regular achievement topic. So, first of all, I slapped a Bond Grail on Mordred. She's still my, go-to AoE saber, and I discussed this earlier with people, but Grailed Servants are OP. So, I decided to go for it. That's free Saint Courts in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And also, okay, guys, follow me on this one. I did weekly ticket. I did monthly tickets. On the last monthly ticket, I got Dioscuri. So that's where we're at right now. I see a lot of you talking about wanteds and stuff. It's good on you. So, yeah, that's where we are. We got a Dioscuri. That's still not a Canis. There's still none of those. So we're not done yet. I have not yet bought more Saint Courts. So we're still sitting on that. Patreon had a slowdown in payment processing a little bit, so that's only getting cleaned up. So I don't think we'll be rolling on air. But if you want to start sending me your energy now, you can click the little button that I'm pretty sure has a $sign on it. and we can begin charging up for Canis. Because I still got like a week left to roll. But I don't like to just blindly empty my bank. I'm ready to start filling it. But yeah, that's me.
That's it. Well, I've completely ruined it at this point, as I totally spaced on that. But I did buy another $80 pack, and then I gathered up all my rage, all my hate, and all my despair. And on the second 10 spin, I was able to score MP2 Canis. I got them both in the same roll, and I was all like, this is how it should be.
We'll see.
We'll see.
But alright, we don't have any evil right now.
Nope.
Nothing's really gone weird. So, we're here. Yeah, people talking about wanted is good. Oh, thank you so much, Ferris. Pink super. That's Australian money. But no evil this week. We kept everything on task. And soon my new Dioscuri will be amplified by a certain new foxy lady, because that SSR ticket's coming. Oh, you guys.
You guys are the best.
Great way to start off April's bank statements.
Super appreciate all of you.
Yeah. You know, this is occasionally why we turn out for the big guns with the streams and stuff. But yeah, well, I mean, we could argue that just being emotionally devastated after Olympus is evil enough, but we're going to talk about that. So
we have many.
Let us
many
move
pages.
on and ask you, did you finish your master missions? If you want to do that this week, you're going to need to defeat 3 good servants, 3 evil servants, defeat 30 enemies, not servants or bosses, get 3 skill gem or statue drops, complete 5 quests, and complete 10 quests. I am fairly certain if you started Olympus late enough, you can get all of these in Olympus. If not, hey, guess what? Fuyuki XF has good and evil in it, so you can just get on Mr. Bones' Wild Ride really quick, and you'll be fine. I think that'll do you for literally everything except guaranteeing the skill or statue drops, and you can just do dailies for that. But also, you will be able to do that in Olympus. So do story, and if all else fails, do Fuyuki really fast. You'll be all right. Super easy. Also, by the way, speaking of one, I want to say huge shout out to y'all. I'm so glad because it's very long. It's like the history and lore segment on Romulus Queerness is like 20 minutes by itself. Thank you so much for the huge turnout. It was #1 with a bullet for a long time, and that was after last week was the frickin', 3.5, 4 hour monster of our first impressions of Olympus. So shout out to y'all as well. Big turnout. Big thumbs up. But with that, I think we can go ahead and scooch along to our Skelegrams, which will be lengthy.
I bet, yeah.
Because obviously, NA is rolling out a few things, but also, like I said, Anime Japan happened as well. So JP basically, I think, gave us their roadmap for the entire month of April. Like, I think there's a little bit of gap time in there, but it's pretty clean. So let's get started. I will start at the top. NA, Olympus Pickup Summon 2. Started, say, the 30th. Goes until the 13th. It's Romulus Equal Queerness.
Yep.
Also, we know what's happening next for us. I believe this will also probably coincide with the million of download event, but it's currently standalone. Just a little heads up that we're going to get have it be interludes and rank ups from the 3rd till the 12th. So if you got any interludes or rank ups to catch up on, or you need that sweet free Saint Quartz, check it out. Now we move to things that JP is immediately doing. First of all, we have a spring aid campaign.
Ahoy!
So the spring aid campaign is going from the 30th of this month to the 30th of next month, because it's supposed to bring in new people. So your starting friends list is now larger. You get 3 more friends when you start. Quarter AP main quest through part 1 all the way till the 30th of April. Double start dash campaign rewards. So if you are haven't checked out FGO and for some reason you see this video like on our channel or whatever, you should, if you want to try, or if you are listening to us and you've never tried JP and you want to do that, now's a good time. There's some limited time missions which I believe are open for everybody for quartz and tickets and stuff. Require you to get like friends, follows, clear story. As is usual, I believe these are all retroactive, so you should be able to go ahead and get them now. Clear them out. Also, Advanced Quest number 3 came out, now with Teef.
Teef.
Yes, Teef CE is enabled. I don't know how much it's relevant right now, but I sure remember early FGO and being absolutely schnackered for Dragon Fangs.
That was the thing, yes.
So, yeah, it's a big deal. Next up in our big boy blobby campaigns, it's Road to 7 Lostbelt 2 campaign. So, it seems like we're going to do these once a month.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least one a month. We'll see. So, interludes for the Guts or Damarang servants are unlocked ahead of time. Same thing they did with Lostbelt 1, so you can go ahead and do those. It is, at least during this period, until the 6th quarter AP through Lostbelt 2. So, the quarter AP on part 1 goes until the 30th, but the quarter AP on to Lostbelt 2 ends the 6th. And half AP free quest first clear. Too bad I've already used that, but okay. Half AP on rank ups and interludes for the Lostbelt 2 gang. Double EXP and double suck chant for the Lostbelt 2 gang. Double friend points. Double bond when used in LB2 free quests as well. It's crazy.
Crazy pains.
All kinds of fun stuff. So, Bryn's Trial Quest and Sigurd's Summer Costume are in the RP shop. If you have cleared Lostbelt 2, they are free. And if you have paid a rare prism for these already, you get it back. But they are 1 RP each, I believe. So, yeah, no, this is pretty cool. This is an interesting way to handle this, right? Like, making them free if you've passed a certain point in story.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Sigurd gets a rank up. His Mana Burst / Guts now has 1 less turn cooldown, thank God. It was like 9 turn by default. Awful on a NP steroid. And also, the bonus is now 3 times 3 turns. So, thank you as well. Chance. But yeah, it's now 3/3, which because it's on his only defensive skill. Well, okay, you could argue that his Gift of Wisdom gives debuff immune, but like his primary defensive skill is his Guts. So the fact that you can now pop his Guts and also still get your NP steroid is good. I know I've been using Sigurd a decent amount because he is my big boy single target saber. So yeah, pretty good. We've also got 3 Recollection quests, which also come in super Recollection quest mode. So,
am I only at ×1 speed?
Yeah, I think so.
I am. I was wondering about that for a second.
Also, I'm wondering to myself, I'm suspicious. Does Nero has her own NP theme? Does that count? Will they get mad at us? It's an extra first, so probably not. But
I'm probably saying not because we got hit on the Ryogo Shiki theme, which was very specifically done by Kajiura.
Yeah.
So,
who is a topic on YouTube you can look up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we got new Recollection quests, super and normal. The quests include the Too Many Valks one, where you fight lots of Valkyries, Sigurd, and Search for Fenrir. So the big ones. And there are split banners for all of them. Yeah, Shiki theme's a bad one.
Bad news bearers.
That's one of them official ones. You should also probably avoid any use of Prisma character as well.
Probably, yeah.
Prisma lamps, yeah. But split banners for Scotty, Sigurd, Napoleon, Citonai, and Bryn, with Valkyrie and the CE up on all banners, so just dumping you with banners. People were like, they're not going to do another Scotty raid up, and I'm like, I don't think you understand how this works. Everybody gets a raid up. Also, JP has launched their April Fool's app as well in JP. Fate Pixel Wars looks kind of like an Advanced Wars parody, which is very funny. But log in for 10 Saint Courts and JP for that. Also, they have a 20-day returning player login streak function, login for 7 days, to get a total of 30 Saint Courts as well as Apple's FPN tickets. And this is interesting, assuming the wiki is quoted correctly on this. So the way this works is, if you break your streak, it starts counting again. There's no duplicate rewards, but because the period is 20 days, you can hypothetically miss a day, start over, and still get your week's worth of rewards. So if that is a quality of life improvement we do for a couple of these things, that would be nice. So you don't You don't reset to where you were if you break your login streak, but it will start counting again, so you don't lose everything. That's nice.
All right, I need to unleash the sitting man here real quick.
Sitting. Speaking of April Fools, NA got its own. We have Heap of Servants. As Gudako takes over our site. Log into FGO between the first and the second, so now basically, log in. Go now. You get Tensei. Also, there's a fun little stacking minigame. See how many servants you can stack. I have tried it. It is funny. But also, those games give me anxiety. So I have not tried very hard.
Yeah.
We also have some previews of some more upcoming events. JP announced as well they're having an event called Sea Monster Crisis. That will be the 6th of April. It requires Lostbelt 2 cleared to participate, but will spoil LB6 content. I can guess why. You'll see when we get to the bonus servants. It is going to be a brand new event. There is an unannounced welfare. It was clarified. So there was a mystery 4-star. It will be a welfare. So yay, thumbs up.
Yay.
Yes, this does possibly mean 2 welfares in 1 month, but, you know, they've been slacking, so. We also got our first image for a new SSR Saber called Nakayoshi Saber, very similar to how we codenamed Seishonagon as Kiriki Archer. So this is, internet detectives have determined that these are probably the, I'm gonna say it as Trung. I know that's wrong. It's Vietnamese, because there's a little tail on the U, but I apologize to your language. English has never taught me how to pronounce that U, which is an English letter, with the little tail, so I'm sorry. I can't get any better than that, and I'm not going to try. Trung sisters. 2 ladies named Trung. They have an elephant, they have swords, they do stuff. So that'll be pretty interesting. And we do have at least a preliminary bonus servant list. The bonus servants for this event are Aresh, Melt, Little Da Vinci, Semiramis, Wu, Mash, and Morgan. Which is probably why there are LB6 spoilers. Just a heads up.
Wait a second.
So, the theme here, by the way, appears to be the fact that Melt is literally water. And then also the rest are queens. Not in, like, a metaphorical thing, but, like, literally. Other than, you know, Mash. But Mash is a bonus servant in, like, every event. So yeah, that's going to be pretty interesting. We've already got that sketched out. New welfare, new servant. We'll see how it goes. Going to be some fun times. They've not clarified what the drop bonuses will be. Yes, Semiramis is related to a water god. Or water goddess. Her mother was a mermaid. Also, very interesting, in JP, FGO Arcade Unite campaign announced for the 21st to the 29th. So, starting, I think, on, like, now. Starting now-ish. Probably the 30th or something. Arcade is doing its final Singularity raids until the 21st of April. If Arcade players can achieve 200,000 kills, FGO Mobile gets 10 Saint Quartz. Also, I have in my notes, let me adjust my glasses here, commence Noodle Arms over Beast 6S.
You mean this Beast 6S? Yas! What an Arco, you mad woman.
Yes, commence Noodle Arms. Oh, by the way, this is why we give you a spoiler warning at the top, just in case.
Look at that face. Look at that smile. Look at that damn smile. Ugh.
Noodles. Raise your hands in the air.
Raise your hands in the air. Wave like you just don't care. It's the best.
Well, so people say she stole Tomo's ears. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be wolf ears for reasons. But yeah, no, this whole thing's pretty interesting. So I'm gonna skip a note and spoil something else in the notes, even though it's technically chronologically later. But also at the tail end of the stream, Nissan was up here and he announced that the collab this year will be Learning with Manga. Rejoice, everybody, and especially rejoice because if you are as pissed off about this as Reddit was, please don't say it in my chat. I don't want to hear it. People are just, But yeah, no, collab this year, learning with manga.
Well, honestly, like, I know it's weird, but learning with manga has been going a long fucking time.
Yep. And I brought this up as well. I'm excited because there's literally like 6 more unique servants, with the manga assassin and writer having been like designed and existing for like literal years.
Mm-hmm.
And they just haven't ever made their way over. Unlike Bunyan, who's like was rerun like 3 freaking times. Like they love that event. They love that tie-in. So I don't know. I'm okay with it. It's interesting. There's a lot of different stuff going on. And I want to say, somebody in chat just brought up the thing about arcade. I want to point out, just because arcade's not the official Golden Week collab doesn't mean that this is a little weird. We are doing a big event where you get Saint Courts if arcade doesn't die, I guess, if they don't get pruned or whatever. They don't get turned into a cup and drunk. That's the Beast of Sodom's thing. She wants to turn you into cups and drink you.
Very glad.
By the way, hey, everybody remember how you thought it was weird in Septum that Living Nero could fight like a servant, but nobody ever questions that in Okeanos because we know that Living Drake has a grail? Anyway, listen, we're gonna talk a lot about Mr. Nasu and his long shots. He's throwing shit into the future.
So far.
Yeah.
Well, again,
but yeah.
Like, honestly,
I still think it's very, very weird.
That's a bit weird, but I'm not necessarily upset. Like, I think I've mentioned this before. I'm completely okay with arcade having its own unique things because, you know, you need your own unique things to make you stand apart. Like, I think I'm always just more upset at the fact that I just can't actually get arcade content. I literally had to, you know, spend several $100s and then, you know, pay overseas shipping to get some Tiamat cards. I'm just like, I'm glad I have these, but man, I wish there was a better way.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before. Several other gacha games are announcing, like, you know, full-blown tie-ins. Azure Lane already has one. Granblue has a fighting game, you know, so, like, there's a lot of stuff out there. So I'm always wondering what will be, you know, FGO's next step, right? Because they're a brand that is arguably bigger than some of those and been in this game certainly longer. Going on 7 years, you know.
I will say, though, the Learning with Manga collab was not on my bingo card. I don't think it was on anybody's bingo card.
Correct. I don't think anybody thought that one would be next. Like, everybody was like, because there's a silhouette that looks like Arc, everybody was like, it'll be Tsukihime, even though Nasu says it's not Tsukihime.
Yeah, Nasu has literally
like
said...
Melty Blood or somebody.
Literally
like
said...
Melty Blood or something.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. Did anyone actually confirm whether that Tsukihime movie trilogy was actually April Fool's or legit?
Yeah, was that real? I assume it wasn't because I know that a certain mushroom likes to lie on this day, the day of Foolin'.
I could believe it though. That's the thing. It's like I was really thinking about. I'm like, no, if they've already confirmed the Mahoyoru movie, the fucking Tsukihime movie collab with maybe like new content would be basically like the last major Nasu work to get like a full adaptation. I was like, huh.
Yeah, because there was a Tsukihime anime, despite the fact that Tsukihime fans don't want to acknowledge it exists. Yeah. But it was not a good anime, was the thing. That's why they don't want to talk about it. So, yeah. And obviously it wouldn't have done all the routes. You know, see how long it took them to animate all the routes of Fate. So, yeah. But I'm seeing a couple people in chat saying it an April Fool's. Yeah, that figures.
It figures.
I mean, just because it's an April Fool's now doesn't mean that it won't be real later.
Yeah.
But I assume UFO Table has to work their way through Mahoyoru first. But yeah, here we are.
Here we are.
No, the Saint Courts is just for JP. We'll probably get the equivalent Saint Courts in 2 years. They'll give it to us for like President's Day, or April Fool's, or is there a holiday in April that's American? Easter. When's Easter? Easter Saint Courts. Anyway, yeah, so.
No, clearly they're going to give it to us on Earth Day.
That'd be very funny. But yeah, I just want to say that given the ending of the Arcade Unite campaign, which has like it's a week period where you can log in as well, but is just before the Golden Week collab. I'm still like, Listen, I'm not saying nothing, but people have asked us about our expectations from like FGO and stuff. I'm like, my expectations, I have no expectations. I assume they could do literally anything. Like, Nasu could like go up on a stage, and and reveal he is an actual sentient mushroom. He's been the foreign god the entire time, and he is now going to destroy the world. Or he's a time traveler from the year 20XX, and whoever clears FGO Part 2's story first gets to go to the future to save it or something. And I'd be like, that tracks. What's that? Band of light in the sky? But we do have one more bit of news. The NA has gotten out there. It's our second movie film of FGO, the movie Divine Realm of the Round Table. Camelot Paladin Agatram. It's up for pre-order. The release will be May 7th.
Yes. I'll probably be picking up
a long-ass time.
It's here. It only, honestly, it took less than half the year than the first movie, technically, so...
That's true. I guess I got that a little more on the ball, but it's still, like, very fast. Or not very... It's I don't know. Then again, I'm also bamboozled by the fact that they're fucking telling me that, the next patch of JoJo Part 6 fall, and I'm just like, why have you done this? Okay, Netflix. But, yeah. After a mere 25 minutes, that's all the news.
Oh, that's all the news already? Shit.
Yeah, we kind of powered through it. It's good, important stuff. I mean, we can speculate, but I don't really know at point they're too much. The collab's still a decent ways away. They've just done us a solid and said it will be, what should we call it? Learning with manga. I'm still sussy of the arcade thing, as we say. But yeah, we're doping up there.
I don't know. How much would you expect them to maybe do a bait and switch?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't even know what these people. They could just like, At any moment, I mean, they could even be like, oh, it's not the Golden Week collab, but this Unite campaign. Hey, guess what? They defeated the raids, which means that beast has come to our universe. And I'm like, God damn it! Like, it's just. There's all kinds of things they could do. Like, remember how we had a story event that masqueraded as a collab? And then we had just an event that was not a collab, but was definitely story-related. That was OQ. Like, shit keeps happening, man.
We will see. So...
Yeah, April's wide open.
Yeah. So with that, let us move swiftly on to this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. This is going to be very, very awkward as I try to play a game and read a screen at the same time. I hope you're all ready for this tomfoolery.
Yeah. Do we have any special effects in play this time?
Not this time. I was actually considering it, but I think I'll just try and keep playing FGO. God damn, Red Lightning. God damn. Just unleash. I'm just going to keep trying playing while we go. I hope that pleases everybody. I hope. I super hope.
You did say, though, that we may or may not eat Olympus-based questions, because we're going to talk about that long-ass time after.
Yes. So, with that, let us get started. So this first one comes from Traveler Reflecting Within a Cave of Stars. God damn it. They say, hey, Lucky and Mega, hope that both of you are doing well. I wanted to give a special thank you to Lucky. A while back, I complained about a particular scene from the Beastars animes during one of your streams and belittled it because I didn't think it adapted the source material to my satisfaction. Justifiably, you chastised me and really helped me think about the work that goes into the process of creating and adapting anime. You gave me a lot to chew on and helped me reach a better outlook for appreciating anime and all that goes into making it. So thanks! You've made anime better and more thought-provoking to watch. Have a good stream, ya nuts. Well, Traveler, thank you. I'm going to say thank you for taking the moment to take what I said, chew it up, swallow it, think about it, and come out with something a bit better. One of the things that always bothers me the most about, you know, telling people, you know, things that are contrary to their beliefs or whatnot, that it's just going to stonewall against whatever they say, and they're just going to keep on believing what they believe in. I think it's actually something greater than me telling you something different to what you say, that you actually, you know, changing your mind about that. That's super important and super amazing, and I thank you very, very much for doing it. I think the world would be a lot better place if a lot of people could sit down, look at themselves, and be like, maybe I wasn't right about that. So much.
As Musashi tells you, it's free to consider other people's point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excellent. Now you have the nuke.
I now have nuke. Again, I am eternally working on. Did Maria Antwerp get their animation update?
Yeah.
Huh.
Should have.
Oh, I'm just dumb, so whatever.
That's okay. I forget about it. I didn't realize Jack had gotten her animation update for like 3 months until I used her in the APOC collab, and I'm like, oh, hey! Jack does new things now. Neat.
Neat. So, we're going to move on. This next one comes from member in good standing of the club floor. They say, "Dear Alpha and Misfortune." That's a catchy name. Considering the events near the end of the chapter, I was wondering which storyline sacrifice sent you to the floor the fastest so far. So far, for me, it's a toss-up between Aresh and Babylonia and Melton CCC. Thanks up and keep up the good work. I'm gonna eat this one.
Okay, we're gonna hold it. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna hold that thought.
We're gonna hold that thought.
Put it in my pocket.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta pick a damn sir. Oh, God. Why can't I just fight Berserkers? You know, fuck this. I'm pulling out the Berserker team. Scooby-Doo, you coming with me?
So long as they're not collab Berserkers.
We have Musashi, Tama, Cat, and Fran. We should be fine. So.
Also, yes, plebs, look on You Mighty Works in Despair. Lucky's team of 3 MLBK scopes.
I spend a lot of money. So, we move on. This next one comes from those poor translators. They say, "Hey guys, hope you're well. So I was going to ask how much of this chapter you were spoiled going in, but if we're holding off on Olympus questions, ellipses. So with the other bosses this chapter, were you able to use some tried and true methods, or were you forced to learn some new strategies? For instance, I was personally going to use my 3-star CEs, checking effects, and realized that the Hawaiian short mystic code is a godsend because it was a prevent buff removal skill. If you're also working on Olympus, I wish you good luck, and if you're trying to gotcha again, I wish you mercy. Looking forward to the show." Actually, I would have to say I actually reverted to some old strategies that I haven't done in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I embraced a lot of Jean and Mash just hardcore stalling. Like, there are actually some fights you can turtle in this one, and I have done that.
Oh no, I did too. Actually, I think I have.
And there's some you can't turtle, but for those, I was able to bust out my my #1 hate machine.
Like, I want
Jolter, still good.
No, yeah, no, I used, Space Hate is a powerful thing, I will say.
Yeah. Well, my Space Ishtar is level 100, like 8, 8, 10. And we'll be 10, 10, 10, but I fucking broke me, oh my god. I need to go to QP mines, man, oh my god. That's the reason why I haven't raised my, my whatever. My Dioscuri. I have, you know, the UXPs, but I don't think I'm gonna fucking be, oh my god. Anyway.
No, like, it's been a long time since I actually bring out my, my Mash John and Tamamo never fucking die strat. And I did.
Lucky, do you also do for maximum effect necromancy on Mash?
No, actually I used Before Awakening.
Interesting. By the way, I swear by necromancy Mash. I have I don't know what the percentage on that is, but if you put it on Mash, it's 100%. Works every time. What's that, Mash? I need you to guts again? Insert guts. Thank you.
No, I usually use Before Awakening because it just gives Mash that overwhelm, because it was like 10%, 6%? Because it's basically Black Keys plus Iron Will, you know, have the effect.
Yeah.
And plus, the match, the Aegis buff was powerful. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So, but
hey, they tried.
They tried. I'm still mad about some forced match fights, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
So let us move on.
Well, Mash got a regular, but then you get because trust me, buddy, I have guts to lie.
Oh no, sir! You're by yourself, and I have a Musashi with 2 arts cards. You're done. You're fucking done. Hang on 1 second. I just need to show off how fucking done this man is about to be. This is important to me, real quick.
Listen up.
So, while that happens, let us move on.
Yep.
So this next one comes from Aeneas, the one who will show the others the beautiful roads that lead to Roma. They say, question. Considering what we know about the machine gods and how at least the major Olympians were full ships, do you think that the minor gods such as Thanatos, Hypnos, I don't know how to pronounce this, Onoroi? Oniroi?
Yeah.
Oniroi. Eris, etc. were full ships in their own right, or terminals of the main Olympian gods that were eventually identified as separate gods by human populace and gained their own programs, which led them to identify as those gods. P.S. Farming maths to 10 queeriness is a pain, as I only gotten the first 2 skills to the level 10 after finishing story, clearing the free quest and farming with 10 golden apples. Sincerely, Aeneas, the one who also got an angry lance by accidentally rolling on the wrong banner while sleepy.
Oof.
Oof. Well, at least you got the reminder.
So, my theory, they're terminals.
I don't think
they
terminals.
have very specific. Yeah, they're very specific functions. I don't think they needed to be their own vessels, especially when we're going to talk about all the stuff going on. But that seems to fit what we understand of the minor gods and their functions, and then how they were reabsorbed in the Lost.
Well, actually, no. Now I think about it, yes, because the thing you people like, I've had to explain this a couple times. The machine god things, those aren't Olympian gods. Those are Atlantean gods.
Yes.
The Olympian god thing is after, in proper human history, is after the White Titan attack, and all the ships were destroyed, and they're basically all downgraded to the terminals in the first place. Then they did their cultural drift into Olympian gods.
Yes. And I believe they already had humanoid terminals at that time.
Yes.
With everybody. So yeah, I assume the minor deities would have just been the humanoid terminals.
Yes, I'm pretty sure basically as they got downgraded, so they had to spread out the authorities they had and whatnot. Which
again there's a lot of exposition on this because one, I assume Nasu has wanted to explain this to somebody for literally years, but also two, there's a lot of explaining you have to do in order to get through all this.
Yes.
But okay.
So we shall move on. This next one comes from a master having a nightmare about Mother Harlot teasing me while I scream harder, mommy. This is what we like to call dark erotica. They say, hey, Lucky Omega looks like the new beast popping up everywhere. Given how Harlot's from mature at all appearances, how do you think that she compares to other beasts we've met so far? I like to think she stole some of Koyanchihuaha looks, which is quite funny to think about. Wonder if her mount will make an appearance at some point, since she's merely the writer. Enjoy the rest of Olympus, and see you next week. P.S. Your catalyst worked like a charm, pulled Roma after 2 multis, now to save her Castoria.
Hey.
Well, it should be noted that beasts are crazy.
Yeah.
And they're wild.
Beast 6 is has been known to be split for a long time.
Yes, Beast Nero is S, which most people are assuming for Saddam.
I believe it is canonically stated in some of those info terminals.
This has led some other people thinking that the other one is G for Gamora.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't play arcade.
Well, yeah, we'll see that happens. I don't even know if we're going to meet that one in arcade. That's supposed to be Proto-Earth's thing, is fighting the Beast of Revolution. The other presumed name of true identity of Beast 6. But I think as we can see from this, beasts are not, we'll talk about this later a lot, but beasts are not a universal through line.
Well, actually, that'd be interesting if Saddam was just the rider and the other half was just the beast. I mean, well, the mount, I guess. Maybe that works.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And still no word at all on whomstever would be Beast 5.
Yeah, actually, if I think I remember, Beast 4 has also been split.
I think Beast 4 is mostly an issue of incompleteness.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if there's actually multiple parts. Listen, there's some stuff going on with Tunguska that I don't quite understand, and I will understand later.
Yeah.
Because, hey, guess what? I don't know if this is what somebody was alluding to by those poor translators, but as you guys may know, fan translations are full of misinformation. Whether that's just like partial translations lacking broader context, or just they don't have the ability that the people working at Aniplex USA, who organize our translations, can, call up Lasengle now and just be like, hey, did you mean the line this way or this way? Not that their translations are perfect either, but I believe, like, contextually, factually, they're probably more accurate because, JP has to sign off on them.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's some stuff that was not quite right in what people were saying about Olympus for, like, 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Funny. So, like I said, there's some weirdness with the Tunguska event thing that I'm not sure will get cleared up for a while. But definitely there seems to be some, like, wiggly room in who counts as a beast. Because, like, obviously, Foe, like, stepped out of his path as primate murder. And he says we beat him, but also as we've seen, like, I'm fairly certain, judging by their enmity, that Koyanchihuaha is trying to, like, step into Beast 4's slot. I can say that based on pure speculation of just things we've seen already. Again, the game is not subtle. But there's a lot of, like, wiggle room in beast physics that I don't understand. We'll double back to this later. But okay, I think we can scooch to the new one.
Like I said, I guess some people are so like Koyanchihuaha is complete. I'm just like,
Is she actually? We don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see when we get to
well,
it.
Incomplete, excuse me.
Yeah.
But let's see.
I mean, she certainly a certain beast of taming that was seen in the Lostbelt, more on that later, would be not complete. Probably. I don't know. Again, we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. So we're gonna move on.
I guess is there feature complete versus actual, like, power complete? Because, like, I guess technically Kama and Kiara weren't complete either, but damn, like, in terms of actual difficulty, those guys were fucking hard.
Yeah.
We had to cheat.
So this
That's
next
a great question in chat. If a Koyanchihuaha is complete, why are there two Koyanchihahas? Questions that just don't make any sense to anybody who can't read Moonspeak. Why are there two Koyanchihahas? What's going on here? Don't answer that question in chat, but fine. We're going to move on to whatever's next in the...
We're gonna move on. This next one comes from On the Floor in Emotional Pain. I'm afraid we're gonna get quite a few of these. Hey guys, it's been a while since I sent this submission and came to give out positive vibes for the two of you and hope that the weather has been the well for the two of you.
It's hot.
Also, On the Floor in Emotional Pain, I know you aspire to be a writer. Please be careful of redundant sentences. It sounds weird. So, we shall move on. Thank you very much. This next one comes from Gahulian God. Hang on 1 second while I think about how I'm going to boop some snoots.
I mean, I don't think using a grade is cheating. That's rules as intended. Don't even. Please don't start. We'll be here all day.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that.
Somebody get that screen cap of Kadak in the hood and do the fucking memes. and play the... I don't remember what it's called, but play the piano theme from Kingdom Hearts 2. You know the one. The one with the down notes. Plays whenever Organization 13 doesn't... It might even be called Organization 13. God, Kingdom Hearts music is so good. Anyway.
This one comes from Cahulian God, and they say, something that came to mind last week when considering Mash's original fixed lifespan and the fact that Serious Lights killed the user upon activating, was Team A constantly designed as some sort of suicide squad, especially since only Will Diamond had any idea why and or when they were supposed to use them. Also considering Kadok's thoughts comparing a Serious Light to an overcharged command seal, what do you think would happen if a Serious Light was used as the fuel for the back barrel? Again, this deals with details that can only be really answered post Olympus thoughts. So we shall yeet it.
Though I do want to say, so funnily enough, I read somewhere that I don't think I've ever heard anybody actually pronounce it this way. If anybody's got a sub clip of this, go ahead. But I read that it's supposed to be pronounced Vodame, not Wodaime. I have no idea why anybody would say that, as we know from profiles in Mats 8. Kishtaria Wodaime is canonically British. Yes, I know. So I don't know why you would say it Vodime. But anyway, food for thought.
Food. So, I temporarily lost where we were. It's fucking Phantom. Why the fuck is it fucking Phantom? Fucking Phantom, why are you here? Hang on one second. Fran, poop this man. Also, I've been clicking buttons and not paying attention to my Berserker's health. That was bad. That was very bad of me.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
A little bit, yeah.
Chill.
So, sorry about that. This next one comes from the Tiger King, eating no Saint Corns for revives, but the rolls, man. The rolls. I feel like eating this one just on principle. I think I spent a total of 4 Saint Quartz on this. And I was very explicit about people not telling me that they didn't need, you know, these things. They're paying the debt. Actually, is this the same person? Who said they would roll in the salt and make a sand facial out of my salt?
Eh.
Do you poke the dragon?
Are you vibing?
I don't know, I'm just gonna eat this one. I'm gonna eat this one on principle. How dare.
He threw it on the ground.
I did. This next one comes from the Eternal Storm. No question today. I hope the rest of Olympus went well, and thank you both for your efforts. No, thank you for your efforts. You try very, very hard. I believe this in my heart of hearts. Like, I would really like in my heart of hearts for none of my Berserkers to die on this fucking Phantom mob. This Phantom boss, because that seems very, very embarrassing.
Alas, alack. You gotta heal, you know. Give somebody a little bit of juice.
I mean, Tomacat's gonna be fine.
Also, somebody asked, they thought that Summer Mushishi might get struck. No, I actually, like, double-check that on YouTube, and there's no, like, notes of, like, this theme is this theme belonging to this people. I think if it's on the FGOST, it's okay.
Yeah! Thank you, Summer Musashi. Your cleavage is wholesome. Alright. Where were we? So, this next one comes from everyone complaining about the meter, while I sit here remembering all the times of Kung Fu Grandpa. I don't know why I said panda. I know why I said panda. Don't lie to yourself.
We know why. We know you said Kung Fu Panda.
Made my best servants bleed out of their every orifice. Dear Lucky Omega, I hope you had just as much fun as I did, smacking the 2 Genocide twins with damage in the 6 digits. Recent story notes have led me wondering as to which cryptors I would like to see team up had they survived and went to fix the singularity in Chapter 1. I'm leaning towards Daybit and Kadok, trying to fix Camelot. What about you two? Honestly, I think my favorite pairings would probably be Wodaime and Akuta, and Wodaime and Pepe.
I would love to see more of that Wodaime Kadok action.
Listen,
that was just Kadok's like, no, you can't. I won't allow you. You can't be funny. Cease. And Wodaime's like,
I just want to.
No, I'm gonna make the dad jokes. You can't stop me.
That was pretty good, actually. Oh god, well, Daime, why were you such a dork, and why did I not know until now? God damn it. You don't know what you have until it's gone.
I mean, that's not entirely true, Robin. We'll talk about that later. He's talking about how Demeter is demoralizing because she can make you do negative progress. There's a guy later. There's a guy. Stuff. We'll talk about that. There's a man with a very interesting heal when NP'd condition. Which you can actually, I think, do less damage. Anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff there.
There's a lot of fun stuff, but honestly, like, yeah, Morwo Daime plus Cryptors, I think, is usually the chap. Except Barrow.
Jojo posing through all of Camelot. Yes. I mean, that is, right? If you put Pepe in, this is just a part of Jojo. Got weird spirit powers.
This next one comes from he who one-tried Demeter, but still had to use Revive Eye Commandsville. As many people did. Question: why is Sion can use the Black Barrel replica like a normal gun, while we have to a huge drawback every time we use it? I just finished that story pip, busy with life recently, wishing you guys on upcoming banners this year. Was this typed on a phone?
Possibly.
Next time I do something like this, I will like just put my art tablet like on the side. I will copy all of these into things, and I will red marker the fuck out of some of these. And I will write little notes and draw bunnies everywhere. But, so, the Black Barrel is actually a very interesting Nasu-verse artifact. It actually has come up several times in several Nasu-verse works. Like, I think I mentioned this last time. It was predominantly used, like actually used, in Notes, the post-apocalyptic sci-fi fic that Nasu wrote when he was high on drugs, I'm assuming. Used by the human known as the gun god who shot down a type with it, blah 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 blah. And that, it was just a regular gun. Sion is known to have it because it is also known as one of the 7 Atlas super weapons. One of the, the things that, can destroy the world. But no one can...
Atlas has 7 apocalypses in their basement.
Yeah. But the actual mechanics and underlying principles of the Black Barrel are literally never explained. Like, yeah, I think...
if you listen to Mash say numbers, she just says numbers. Like, she tries to explain what the power output is, but it doesn't really mean anything.
It is just a gun that can basically kill anything.
Yeah, it is a conceptual weapon of natural lifespan, so the longer your lifespan should be, the more damage it should do. Mm. And I do read a note. I'm double-checking the Type Moon Wiki, so take it with a grain of salt. It says that when Sion uses it in Melty Blood, she uses it as a gun. She does not use its original function fully.
So
she does use it in one of her super attacks, but she has to anchor herself to avoid being blown back by the recoil. By the way, Sion is also like a vampire, so I assume that means she has more life energy than we do to shoot it. And even then, she doesn't have to do the same power output as Mash does. Like, that's the thing. We need to give it a lot of juice to our Black Barrel replica to actually have it kill a god. Like, Sion never uses her Black Barrel replica for its maximum power output to actually kill something immortal. So, yeah, I assume it's just because she's not using it to its full purpose, whereas we actually need it to shoot down a god. Like the guy called Gun God uses it. This is all just secretly Nasu's revenge for nobody reading notes.
It could be. Again, I'm still fully convinced that Alko and Toko appearing in everything is him, being mad about his first writing of it. Just forever.
No, what do you mean you don't like these characters? I'm gonna put them in everything. Fuck you. Wouldn't we all?
Wouldn't we all? That is true. Again, this is why we keep yelling localize. Actually, I feel like we're more on the extra ending right now.
Yeah, I mean, also possibly the Extella ending. Just this stuff is happening, guys. What's going on here?
I don't know. Tonigaku.
Also, perhaps this is why Extella and FGO were supposed to come out at the same time. They didn't. But like, I'm wondering if they were supposed to be more corrected.
Oof.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Giles! Prepare to die.
Got a demon man. Got a man demon with. Anyway, where were we? What are we doing?
Man demon, looks like a man, tastes like a demon. So, we are at the next one. This next one comes from Moon is trying to think of a fair alias for April Fools, but is too busy dealing with potential food poisoning. The food was great, though. Was it? Was it, though?
Just from the ground, worth it.
Worth it.
Hashtag.
Question. Hey there, Omega and Lucky. Hope you're doing well. What is the worst case of food poisoning you had after an amazing meal? Like if you knew this would destroy you, but it was too good not to eat it. I mean, I deal with mild food poisoning on a regular basis. My body does not like a lot of food. A lot of times my body just all like, why'd you put this in me? And I was all like, I don't know.
I'm trying to think. Have I ever had outright? I mean, there's been some times I think where where you know, certain meats have come and perhaps not been the best.
Did I tell everyone about how I got food poisoning like post Thanksgiving? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah,
no, I believe you definitely told that story.
Yeah, no, then that's my worst case of food poisoning recently, but like I said, I suffer from upset stomachs, upset stomachs, praying to the porcelain god, and other such forms of worship in that general vicinity on the regular.
Yeah, I don't know if it was food poisoning. I definitely had a literal 24-hour stomach bug. Like, just like I woke up, I couldn't keep anything down, literally couldn't even drink water, or I was puking, or the other end, and just for 24 hours I was just laid the fuck out, and then the next day I was like, oh hey, I'm fine, I can drink water again.
Hydrate or dihydrate! I don't know what I'm yelling. Leave me alone. Anyway, we're gonna move on. Thank you very much. That is the wrong tab, me. Let's keep going over here.
Tabs.
So thank you very much. This next one comes from NP Mama Nobu. Here I come. When is the?
I think it should be this month.
Is it?
Campaign. Yeah, it's April now, Lucky. So yeah, I believe that should be our Guda Guda rerun.
I thought it was later.
That's right. You wanted to do the wanted for that.
I thought it was later this year. I thought it was later this year.
Soon. I think it's April. Remember, everything's still. It's the first half of the year. Lucky, everything's 2 weeks earlier.
I fucking thought it was right before the new one. Shit. I thought it
wasn't. That was everybody was like, oh, they're not doing Guda Guda this year, and then it was Halloween.
Fuck. Oh. Shit. Lucky's going through existential dread right now. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna get through this. So, hello there, B6G and Lucky and you, Omega. How's life been? Hope everything has been alright on your end. With LB5 released, I tried to roll for Canis with a multi and 20 tickets, got Dioscuri instead, and my second copy of K-Scope and first copy of Prisma Cosmos. No Canis though, so is this still Lucky? This is what we like to call wrong luck, my dude. Other than that, I beat LB5.
I'm fairly certain this person congratulated me on my Dioscuri ticket, which was not what I was aiming for, so... Yeah, it's luck.
It's luck. I still have a bronze apple. Oh, is it?
Curse you, tabs. Anyway, Lucky's gonna eat an apple.
I'm gonna eat an apple. I actually did buy some apples. I'm actually trying to eat more fruit.
Nice. It's good. Apples are good for you.
They are good for you. They usually don't.
What kind of apples did you get?
Cosmic Crisp.
Ooh. I believe that's a very new hybrid.
Yes. Listen, I live in Washington. We do fucking apples. It's actually very good. It's very crisp and very sweet it's very crisp and sweet, but the sourness, it still keeps the sourness. They're very nice. They're very nice. They're also pretty. They're a little pricey though.
Well, I expect there's probably not that many of them if it's a brand new hybrid.
Yeah. But
anyway, where was we?
MP5 Mamanobu, here I come. Blah 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 blah. Okay, here we go. Other than that, I beat LB5 story and it was amazing, especially past chapter 20. It just kept getting better and better. I mean, as you kept going like lower and lower on the floor, clearly. As for the question, I think I'll go with the generic one since the SSR ticket is probably about to happen next week. Is it?
I believe that would be the download campaign. We don't know if it'll be next week for sure, though. But soon.
Soon. Oh, let me see here. Let's grab Divider Renchu. Let's grab Roma and... Fuck, let's grab Drake. Then there's that.
But yeah, the question is, talk about the ticket.
Oh, sorry.
You guys know what I'm...
What is your target for that one? If you thought about who to pick for your 6th anniversary SSR ticket, that's it for me. Have a nice stream, and can't wait to hear your thoughts on Olympus and Rainbow. All the words lead to Roma. I'm pretty sure you have told everyone this multiple times. You're going to be going for Zatamamo for them.
Yes, despite having all these art servants, I still don't have the permanent Tamamo after 5 years of this game. So yes, that's what I'm going to be doing.
That's what he's going to be doing. I do believe Europa is on that list, and that means I'll probably be picking her.
Yeah, is Europa on this list?
I'm pretty sure.
Sick.
I'm pretty sure she was.
She was good. Yeah, because technically she's the previous calendar.
I have way too many Cs.
Well, we're getting yes in chat. I mean, I've never seen a Tamamo, so. What's the... I believe a lot of people called this the waiver ticket.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I can see that. So, with that, we shall keep moving on. Moving straight on. The next one comes from Thick Boy Orion 1, Odaime 0. I will say that, again, I've been awakened to just the ridiculous amount of damage Orion can do. It's sometimes not fun.
Yes, my Super Orion has been doing so much heavy lift. So much.
I really do need to get him to 10, 10, 10. Like, when everyone was talking...
That's part of why I got him to 666, and that's why I read... Partially why I read the QP. Expensive.
Like, God.
But yeah, no, those damage numbers are dummy thick.
Dummy thick, much like his arms.
Just without any external support, just doing a casual, 200, 300k on a crit. Yeah, it's just perfectly normal.
Perfectly normal. Break bars, fuck those. So, they say, salutations, Mecha Bunny Lucky, and, let me see, Vivlon Omega. I see you're in pain as much as I am after finishing Lostbelt 5. As you guys know from reading Olympus, there were some things brought over, some reactor plays. Knowing this, what idea do you think things will go on planned remaining half of Part 2 in the main story? As of right now, I am in economy mode after buying a car for commuting, so that means I will be spending less on FGO until I'm in a stable position. With that, see you guys later.
I mean, we will probably honestly talk about... We don't have our overall thoughts in our notes because it's still the blow by blow, but there's some thematic things we usually like to do. We'll probably talk about where we're going from here. Nasu has said I think it was Nasu. Definitely somebody in the FGO team has said in comments and interviews that this is meant to be the Lostbelt 5 Part 2 specifically is meant to be the end of the first half of this arc, as basically we move from one sort of story and one way of thinking what our goals are, and then we go to the next, right?
Right.
Now, obviously, I don't know if that meant literally that he was planning on there being 2 more-ish years. It was kind of like that, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll probably do some future thoughts once we can actually discuss all that stuff.
So we'll leave that there. And I'm going to move on. This next one comes from Never Gonna Give You Up, who says, "Good evening, Loki Omega. Well, I'm happy with the
Never gonna give.
Sir. Cease.
There's 71 people watching live, Lucky. I can't not record. Especially when there's still only 32 likes. 72 now, 32 likes.
Clearly, I just need to get a clip of a Rickroll and just be able to just pull it up.
Just play the first couple notes.
I'm happy with the collab. It does bring into question who the Arcuid looking character is. Maybe it's a servant verse. What do you think? Hope you have fun and good luck if you're still on Olympus. We are not. We are done. Like I said, again, this is why I keep telling people who really getting up in arms about their predictions and it's like, don't expect nothing.
Listen, that could just be that, you know, somebody drew somebody like that, right? Like,
right.
Whatchamacallit? Well, you guys are in the past. Don't be talking to me how many likes there are. I'm in the future. The number is changing. Anyway. On the question of that servant, we are... Spoilers, but not spoilers. We're dealing with some Ultimate One stuff that we'll come back to when we get here for this thing. So, like... You know... I'm not gonna say that there's not open endings for, like, some of the things that go on with Arc, right?
She's just gonna show up in South America to bitch slap him. He's like, you go back! Get back!
Like I said, they could do that. I mean, I don't... She was a fucking mainline story character in Extra, like, in one of the routes. She is a boss you have to fight, so I don't think Nasu is averse to those kinds of cameos, right? So...
Oh, that would be the thing. She shows up, but she's not summonable. Oh, I think everyone would literally froth at the mouth.
Well, luckily, if that silhouette is her, at least we know that's not true, because these are supposed to be the new servants for this year.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, it's like... It's still... It could be a thing. Watch. Then the weird thing is she's going to be the Grand Berserker of that guy, David. And then we're going to be like, what the fuck?
That would be some shit!
I mean, she was a berserker in Extra. I know some people like to say, but her view class is funny vamp, and then I tell those people, that's not how this works. Stop it.
I need to unleash Drake. Like I said, again, we can have all these theories up in the air, but I'm not putting chips on any of them.
And then there's also the other thing where, like, even if the story comes out right, we don't know it's true. Like, the only thing I think we can definitively say is, like, who's on banners, right?
Right.
And, like, story updates and things. So that's it. Like, I didn't even know for sure. I had to have it confirmed to me that, like, I just finally gonna get her goddamn skill set fixed in 1.6. I can't. I don't. Please. Why are you gonna make me wait a year? You gotta make me wait a year to punch Barrel in his stupid face, and you gotta make me wait a year to get fucking AoE damage cut. That's all I want. That's all I want, FGO. Just want Max to be able to damage cut. Black Barrel, it does nothing. It does nothing. Anyway. The double taunt was fun. You know when it mattered.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I wrote a point specifically about that.
I feel like they front-loaded the AoE bosses a little bit. That's the problem. Like, if they'd spread it out a little bit more. Anyway. Channel 3.
Yep. So, we shall... Wait a minute. Someone forgot to put a line break in this one.
Yeah, it looks like this is all the alias.
Hey, caster gems. Fuck it, I'll say it. I'll let it slide. I will be magnanimous and benevolent. So this next one comes from Rascal Master, Still Dreams of Bunny Girl Ishtar, now that we have gotten to the end of LB5, which of the Lostbelt stories have stuck with you the most? I mean, Olympus is up there, because, God, I fucking cried.
Yeah, 5 is... I was verklempt at several points. 5 is... Ooh, I think 5, especially because it's got 2 halves, right? 5 altogether is a huge deal. Like, it's really well written and a really big effort. I think 1 still hits pretty good, right? Like,
oh yeah,
that's such a strong opener.
Like 5 is super strong, 1 is super strong, and after that I have to say 3.
I think 3 has really good theming. Like it's very straightforward, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they give you the theme and they run with it and it works.
Yeah.
I feel like 2 has some really good characterization stuff, like Ophelia's relationship with Mash is, well, you know, it's an actual relationship, unlike half the other, like, Kadok doesn't really have any thoughts about Mash because he's such a fucking nerd boy who's just like,
I suck so much. Why are you all so good? Stop being so good and making me look bad. As he, you know,
Kadok noodle noises.
Yes.
Also, I'm going to turn literally invisible. Not even Miyamoto Musashi can track me. Fuck you. Why? Well, yeah, and 3 has, you know, the greatest Lostbelt king. 4 has some really hype moments, but it's also like...
Honestly, I like 4 mostly because some just of the characterization. Like, I love Pepe. God, Pepe.
Yeah, 4 gives you Pepe. It's really good. There's also actually some interesting and funny interaction with Koyanchihuaha. Arjuna Alter, though, is such like a, by design, almost like a non-character. He's like a brick wall for like most of the time until you get to the big payout. But the big DBZ fight at the end is very good. It's just, it's like there are parts of it that are very hard hitting. Fuck you, Arjuna. Yeah, and just fuck you, Dolman, because you fucked it up.
Oh,
but
if
like,
you guys are curious of what I'm using, I actually transferred my my code to BlueStacks, and I'm streaming from BlueStacks. Once I get done with this, I'll have to uninstall FGO on my phone, reinstall it, and then use my transfer code again.
It's slightly complex, but it brings us good footage.
Yeah,
Asclepius and William Tell are pretty cool. Like, there's good characters in 4. I feel like the actual story structure of 4, though, doesn't resonate as much. It's mostly just, like, the characters floundering around trying to figure out how to beat Arjuna Alter, and in the end it's just, well, him and Karna are just going to have a DBZ punch fight. It's really cool, but it's not complex, right?
They even had Hyperbolic Time Chamber involved.
Yes. Literally go to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I love it. Yeah. But 3's got some really good characters and stuff going on. Like, honestly, all the Lost Belts are good. I don't think after, especially compared to some of the rough writing and some of FGO's earlier points, right? I feel like most of the Lost Belts at least hit what they want to go through for, like, thematic writing and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, there's no way Heian-kyo can be bad, because we're going to punch that motherfucker.
Yes, again.
I'm coming for you, boy.
Again, I am super glad that our next 2 big stops and deal with Fuckboy 1 and Fuckboy 2.
Literally, we stopped doing the main plot. We can't even deal with the main plot right now. We're just going to take 2 fucking story detours to punch people who piss us off. I mean, that's not entirely true. I believe Lost Belt 6 is also, like, eating all of the universe or something, or the Earth or whatever, but...
It's like, is half the question...
Also, we get to punch that guy. Fuck him.
Yeah.
I mean, especially... 2, I feel like, is a little bit of a sleeper hit. Like, I know we said right after it came out, we're like, that probably wasn't as strong as Lost Belt 1, because it's not, I don't think. Like, it doesn't have the same beats, but there's still a lot of really important stuff in it. And also, I think, like, especially given what we know now about Odaime, like, seeing... Yeah, we're still in mailbag. Seeing, like, Wodaime from Ophelia's perspective and kind of, like, getting the start to the building of this character arc for him, it's just... Yeah. Well, I think, honestly, all the Lost Belt King are decent characters. Like, I think the only one who's not a character is Arjuna Alter, and that's just, like, I feel like that's almost like a deliberate foiling, right, to actual Arjuna who we've met.
Also, this again, we should note that that whole situation was due to Fuckboy 1 being Fuckboy.
Yes, no. Pepe talked about how his Lostbelt was like cool until Doman was like, "Hey, bro, what if you sped this up? What if you did this faster? You could be more efficient. Let me talk to you about efficiency, bro." Pepe's just like, Doman! That's Pepster keeps notes.
Yeah. He's making a list. He's not even checking it twice. You will just die.
I'm not checking my list either. I got 2 names. Shockingly, only 2. Yes. I think somebody said this best. They were shocked that Kirei Rasputin was not the most asshole character in the room several times.
Honestly, I like the cut of Rasputin's jib. I really do. I'm still mad about the whole hand through chest thing, but other than that, he's been fairly.
Even then, arguably that was. I'm gonna assume that was probably like a direct order. Like the foreign god probably told him to do it that way.
Yeah.
Like the foreign god was probably like, "You must delete Da Vinci," and he was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna do that in the only way I know how." Like, Kirei is a bad person, but it seems like Rasputin Kirei is like very professional.
I wouldn't say he's not maniacal or malicious. Like even Fate Stay Night Kyrie was like, I'm a fucking priest, and I can do all these priestly things, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to be completely fucking evil. I will just like sit back and let my plans come to fruition.
Like Kyrie's thing, like he's an asshole, but usually he's here for the sweet kicks, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, my boy Gilgamesh really wants to open up this Grail thing and see what's up, right? But like, I just want to see what happens, because this Grail's fucking weird, y'all.
Like even when he chased the Shadowborder, it was Shadowborder at that point, on foot and shot at a rocket launcher. He was just getting caught up at, and he was like, "Alright, I'm out, peace."
Yeah, he was just like, "I have been told to retrieve this item. Goodbye. I have been armed with an NFF Services gun. Good day." Like it. I also appreciate that, like, every fucking time Doman, we're just talking about Lostbelt 5 now, but like every time Doman opens his mouth,
he's just like, "Shut up."
Rasputin Kyrie is just like, "Is that Limbo? Is it necessary for you to speak?" And Limbo's like, "Ha ha ha, lol, no. It was a joke." This is going in my cringe compilation. Oh, Kyrie definitely has his own agenda, but I feel like it's observational. We'll talk about that later. There's some interesting stuff he does. He's just here to watch, man. He loves to watch. But okay, we should probably keep moving.
We will keep moving. Here we go. This next one comes from Artoria Stan, who says, "I'll tell you all about it when I see you again, Musashi. Greetings, Lucky and Omega. I hope you're both doing well. I am sending you the good vibes." First, I apologize for ruining your weekend. I was thinking about telling you about a gacha disaster about like Saber Wars 2, where I spent 2,000 state courts on the MSA banner, but I think that might be a bit too depressing.
Hold on a moment. Are you saying the story would be like that story?
I don't know. Anyway,
this is not that story. I'm confused.
I'm a little confused. But your question is up against our LP5 thoughts, and so it shall get yeeted. Away!
Future visions. They asked about what we thought about Wodaime. Hey, guess what? That's probably gonna happen a lot, because we usually make sure to, even apart from our like blow by blow thoughts, actually like talk about the cryptor for this segment in general.
So we move on. Thank you very much. This next one comes from King of Apples, who Mash now has a gun and won't give it back. Please help. Don't worry, she can't shoot it until you put your soul into it. And apparently your soul has been changed?
You've been touched by the black light. Your hands will never be clean again.
Oh, they haven't been clean for a long Long time. But they say, question, haven't ticked off another bug and attained all Grand Servants checklist. I have to ask, are there any sets that y'all are trying to complete? Besides, you know, the waifus.
Well, I had a pretty good track record of the Oops All Grands, but I don't know if that was going to work out.
I'm not completely sold on Roland for Romulus yet. Like, I know he's good and he's cool, but I'm like, God, I got
other opportunities.
I got other opportunities.
Literally, they're doing a campaign right now in JP where they do like Lostbelt flashbacks. He's got to come back.
He's got to come back. So maybe another time. But like I said, I got 2 Koyanskayas and a fucking Summer Common to think about, and Castoria and Summer.
There's a lot of shit happening.
There's a lot of shit happening. Just because I can burn my soul's fire doesn't mean I should. I need to double down. I need to double down on that sometimes. Ugh. Again, I was literally only rolling for Canis this time, and I got the Dioscuri, and I'm just like, But if we're talking about checklists, well, I'm quite a fan of Japanese servants. I guess that would probably be my strongest type that isn't waifus, because I'm a waifu kind of guy. Like, I'm all about that Kama, I'm all about that Tamamo, I'm all about them Sakura faces. Actually, what is it what I said the other day in Let's Talk FGO? I thought it was brilliant. But after they saw me change my user, what was it? Was it here? Was it around here? Ah, yes.
Somewhere. It's when you
here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So I changed my my profile pic and my nickname, and people noticed, and I was like, and I said, and I quote, "Lucky knows what he's about." Line break. Bad decisions based on mostly on how horny on main they are towards bad ladies. I think that should give you an indication.
I'm a hot sauce called Godslayer. Which is very ironic, by the way, because my copy of Ghostwire finally fucking came. I put in a couple hours earlier.
That is true. I do collect bees. If we ever get more bees, I'm just like, I'm there. But again,
I'm 2 for 2 on that one as well right now, actually. Funnily enough.
Yeah. I mean, we only
have 2, but yeah, it's funny how that worked.
Yeah. Like, if I ever get Gates,
I hope for more.
Yeah, no, me same. So where?
But I think we'll cycle back to one of those things maybe coming back.
Yeah. So we shall move on. Thank you very much. This one comes from Hassan of the long asterisk paragraphs, who wonder if they made it on time. Hey, Priest of Tama.
You posted this 13 hours ago. Yes, you did. The show is live. You knew when it was going to start.
This person is just cheeky for cheeky reasons. Cheekiest.
Yes, they also have listen, I'm verbose. Okay, they said sorry for the middle paragraph in the end.
If they're sorry for it, you don't do it.
I'm sorry to skip ahead here, but this person actually has a question, but it's at the bottom. Like, they go through the whole rigmarole of they talk about not doing the thing about that, and then they just go through the thing. But we also just talked about this news. They just get lost in the sauce, y'all. If you were to read all this sauce?
I'm gonna read all this sauce. Don't worry.
Okay.
But they say, hey, Priest of Tamo, Knight of Ishtar. How goes the stuff? Are you, like the rest of us, an emotional wreck? Let us build a monument to the brave sacrifices of Adele. Yeah, because you have to say Adele? And macaroons. Excuse you! I feel like eating you on principle right here. I can't remember his name, but it's not that! I am offended. I am offended so much. I should really just have a bunch of reaction gifs that I can just toggle whenever on my streams. Because right now, I just want to throw the gif up of the cat just, like, throwing its head up, like, how dare. Just right there. That's what needs to happen right now. But, alas, alack. So, they go on to say, since you guys will likely do a full dive on the Olympus, I'll probably ask about something else. Yes, that is very wise. There's been a lot of news thrown at us as of late. The collab, the Vietnamese Pokemon trainers, the April Fools, and of course the... Why is everyone putting Beast in asterisks? This is the second time. Beast 6/S Nero. I would love to have been a simultaneous raid between mobile and arcade to finish off the chapter, but alas, I'll be interested to see how Ria vs. Kala pans out. I remember last year's collab was frowned upon the release, but as a person who used to play JP, I can attest to it being a pretty spectacular event. So many costumes, Anita, Chris, and John being my personal favorites, and I can't complain about Mixup.
Listen, I think Reddit just gets mad at every collab that's not like Tsukihime these days or something.
Oh, it's definitely
like,
that.
I don't know what they want, but like everything that's not like heavy hitting, I don't know.
I don't think a lot of like I don't know. I don't think most people here frowned on it. Not a frown of upsetness, just frowned in confusion mostly.
Yeah, no. We had a big crowd here in the middle of the night watching the actual stream, and it was just like, what the fuck? What happened?
It's like, this ain't bad. It's just, you know, it's not on the bingo card. No one likes being bamboozled, but people, well, our community, which, you know, we rule via dictatorship, you know, seems to be usually pretty chill folks. And when people are not chill, then I don't get chill, and then no one has a good time. Nobody.
Yeah, I think everybody just knows to keep it on a pretty even keel for the most part. Like, so sometimes there's stuff where, like, you just need to vent, but a lot of time it's just like, hey, yo, you just can keep it to a contained level.
Contained. Lucky will destroy you if you bring the negative vibes.
Oh. Nega vibes.
Nega vibes.
That's Lucky's beast power.
Regardless, I'm happy for Lucky since there's a good chance we'll get Peico's bill. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm just having a moment of a person typing and wondering if they're saying that right.
Yeah, grammar, y'all. Perhaps spelling? Spelling might be the right word there.
And it is spelled correctly, by the way. Actually, was there Peico's bill in the Learning with Manga thing? I didn't actually see it.
There's some people who have some theories that I think the archer who has like wolf or some kind of dog ears is supposed to be Peico's bill, but I don't think it's hard and confirmed. Unlike like Assassin and Rider, we are like 99% sure who those are supposed to be. A lot of the others are like, well, actually no, I think the Lancer is also pretty locked in because she's a weird dinosaur lady. Also, I really want. Very Anning. Cool. But yeah, for like the caster mice and the archer who has the dog ears and the saber who is a fetus, I don't think we know anything about them for sure. It's just like all speculation.
There's a fetus saber? What the fuck?
Oh, you didn't know about that? Yeah, no. The saber in Learning with Manga is inside a pregnant lady. Like his mother is just walking around, but the saber clarifies, no, I am the man inside here. I am not yet born. I am Saber. Yes, it's that weird. Rio is a fucking animal.
I really don't read like Learning with Manga on the reg, but fuck. What am I missing?
Yeah, I don't know. That might be some of the stuff we just even haven't got as well, because you know our translation is not always up to date here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying not to spoil us about stuff. And the name that I believe the name that we're fairly certain is I'm gonna assume it's Georges Méliès or Méliès, who is a French filmmaker, very famous. Produced the film The Man in the Moon, which you know. Because their Noble Phantasm is film reels exploding. And also they don't like Edison because, you know, Edison fucking posted reaction videos of their work. No, actually, just... He did what we would call these days, he pirated Méliès films and released them in America under his own label.
Yes, like he did with many, many other things. No big surprise.
Yeah. But if you mention Edison to Learning with Manga writer, they will freak the fuck. But yes, writer's supposed to be that movie director. And like I said, it's basically been like tongue-in-cheek, all but confirmed, like to the point where like they'll say it in the comic, and then they'll be like, "Shh, that's not official yet, but we know. Shut up, quiet, you."
Silence.
You know, that kind of stuff.
This person goes on. Right, on to my question. We finally got there. There's hints of JP getting an Annie 5-esque release of low-rarity servants, ones who have been or will be relevant to the story later, like on a certain shopkeeper during Tesla versus Audi, etc. Who's the shopkeeper in that? I don't actually know.
A character we haven't met yet.
Ah.
But yes, that's a returning NPC.
Which NPCs from the past few events/story chapters would you like to see become 1 to 3 star servants?
Siduri. Or possibly Shiduri.
You have the goodest of vibes and the best wishes for the stream and Ramna's Walls. Hope the both of them go well. But yes, I am like, yeah, no, Siduri.
She's even been a shopkeeper. You can do it.
For other
her NP should be her something to do with the fact that she's like actually also like the goddess who runs a bar or something. No, like seriously, if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, what Siduri actually does is, well, she appears in some versions as like Gilgamesh's assistant. She also owns like the last stop on the road before Gil goes for his quest for immortality, and she tells him shit about life and stuff. She
is the goddess of like some sort of like grain or beer or something. I can't remember what the fuck off the tongue, but no, Siduri should actually be like a low level like divinity of some kind. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Considering I think they used a caster card for her for the Babylonian anime, I think giving her a divinity for a damage plus would not be awful.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where these hints came from, but I'd love to hear them.
Oh yeah.
I think though we can just assume after Annie 5 we can always speculate that they're gonna do more servants. We are doing kind of like a big like emphasis here, like Road to 7. 7's always been kind of an arc number for us, so I don't know if they're gonna do something.
But yeah, Siduri, Agravain.
I mean, another good one.
Yeah.
I believe he had a 3-star border in promo materials for the stage play, so that tracks as well.
Oh. I'm trying to think of out of characters we've already seen here.
I mean, I'd love to lose it, but I don't think they're going to do that one. There's handfuls of NPCs in future Guda Gudas, though they obviously did Nukatsu. But I mean, oh god, I can't ever remember his name. Big daddy boy with his giant sword. That berserker, he could be silver.
Isn't it Katsui Shibata?
Yes, Katsui.
Katsui Shibata. Don't forget Maxwell's Demon.
Yeah, Maxwell's Demon could be fun.
Again, Guda Guda really does have the problem of every time they come out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they literally had to announce that with the last Guda Guda and be like,
oh, I forgot to pump all my fucking damage buffs. I'm dumb. Shit. I was thinking. I only have 2 brain cells and no bones. Okay. Here we go. Go, Da Vinci. Go. So, let me see here. Yeah, so
we did deep cut with Lavinia. That would also be kind of interesting.
That could be interesting.
Give me a 3-star FTP forwarder.
I mean, honestly, I think that is something that probably should happen at some point. Is get lower rarity extra classes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple who are permanent in the story banner, but it's certainly like, given how important it is, it's kind of wacky wild.
Mm-hmm.
Catchy, you know? What are you getting in there?
There's plenty of things, and I think that's enough on that. So let us...
yeah, we've got quite a few of these left, and we've been recording for an hour and a half.
Yeah, so let's keep going. Let's keep going.
We haven't even gotten to the Olympus bits, guys.
We haven't!
Told you.
So, with that, we move on. This next one comes from Agent 418, back operating in RST, Rapid Standard Time. Hey, that's my time. They say, hey, Lou, Lucky Omega, I have found my best catalyst to be the salt born from the burnt-out hopes of others. You animal. P.S. Have a fantastic weekend. You may only have a decent weekend. How dare you?
This person clearly is an agent of the foreign god. They're talking about using the bleached earth as a catalyst. Quickly, dispose of them.
Away.
Come up with a convoluted story chapter for which to punch them.
Actually, yeah, no, that is a 2 for 2. We got weird story chapters.
Also, I so need to find out. I watched the PV for Heian Kyo already. The Japanese one, like fucking that soundtrack they use for that is so fucking good.
Oh yeah, that's Golden by Duel.
Yeah, I gotta dig that up somewhere, the full song, because it's just also that P.
I like that song. It just at one point it breaks into a complete lyrical area, and I'm just like, I'm not about it. The one that that makes me go yas is actually the track they used for Imaginary Scramble. I can't remember the name of that one off the top of my head, but it's so good.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Oh wow, maybe we should go back and watch that PV. I watched a couple the other evening because I was like, oh wait, yes, now we're at the point where they're gonna like oh, it's not on YouTube. Interesting.
It's not? I thought it was. Because that's where I used to listen to it all the time.
But well, it's getting to by. I was like, oh yeah, now I can watch that opening for Lostbelt. Oh, it got taken down. Interesting. It got taken down, but they don't actually have it up. I mean, I double check. I double check if it's up. Like I know the other day because I was looking for it that like there is a Kajira topic, like a YouTube topic for all their songs, so you can find all of it. I listen to, and we call them Heartless, and now I'm just bombarded in my YouTube recommendations with like, hey, you want this OST track for this anime you've never heard of?
Oh, I take it back.
No?
It was it's the Golden Path by Duel, but yeah. But yeah, no, I'm looking at it. No, I can't find it. Did they actually?
Interesting. Are they holding it for something? Like usually the easiest way on YouTube to activate copyright powers is if you have posted your own thing. Like, and then you can just be like, hell, we're not. It's funny because there's other stuff, but like, YouTube recently launched a new copyright feature to like cross-check even our own stuff with other people to see if people are stealing our content, quote unquote.
Huh.
They're not, though. Hold on, let me check what video it is. There's some stream that Lucky did where I assume he was probably, like, quiet during an opening movie or something.
Ah.
And they're like, hey, is this... Oh, yeah, it's when you played Monster Hunter.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, go to the copyright tab in our studio channel and just look at, like, how many videos have, like, allegedly matchups with us.
Wow. Well, I didn't know about that, but I'll see if I can find it somewhere else. Maybe it's somewhere else. I don't know.
Anyway, we gotta keep going.
We gotta keep going. Hang on, I need to pull out more foreigners out of my back pocket here. It's time for Tentacle Gang! Well, I take that back. Cornsort Yang's not really tentacle, but whatever.
That was also a set I had a decent success rate with until Consort Yangish time.
Actually, that is probably a set I'm going to probably keep on, as I'm going to try and keep collecting foreigners, probably. Yes, this is correct, Loth, and then probably for that, I'm going to make your puppet-wielding character probably fall into a nest of tentacles during the Wild Talents game. Your fate is now sealed. Have fun with that.
But do the tentacles die if I touch them? Are they killable?
Yes. Yes.
Box. That's okay. Loth hasn't done any work on his character, so...
Yeah, no.
Right, standard time. What the puppet does. One of these is even a question. It was... I mean, it was a question, but it was more of a technical question that I already answered. So we've got 5 or 6 more.
What the... Okay. That was the next one after this. So hang on. Okay. So the next one comes from Pepe is Love, Pepe is Life. Q. Did you know, after the Second Punic War, Cato the Elder would finish all his speeches to the Senate with, Carthage must be destroyed. I shall do likewise. I hope you're both well, and fuck Barrel.
Barrel de Landa Est. Also, yes.
I concur with this. I should just start writing letters to the government and just end them with "fuck Barrel" and just be all like, "What?"
Also, yes, if you don't know the whole story, yes, famous politician and philosopher Katu the Elder would just, whenever he made a public speech, he would end with Carthago de Landa Est, which has been translated as usually, and so I think Carthage should be destroyed, or Carthage should be destroyed, or furthermore, Carthage should be destroyed. Est being a verb which is basically like will be or should be kind of a thing. That might be relevant later. Put that in your notes. I'm gonna quiz you. Anyway, Lucky, the next one. Assuming that this is actually the next one in the list, but I think it is.
All right, well, fuck it. So Alias, Lucky asked for a challenge before, so Jugemu, Goku no Tsukikire, Kaijira Sugyo no Suigyo Matsu, Uranmatsu, Furaimatsu, Kuneruto Kuneruto Konori, Sumo Tokoro, Yabukura Kojin no Burakoji, Bai Popo, Bai Pono Shuregan, Shuregan no Gurinande, Gurinando no Pon Pokopino, Pon Popokano, Chukomo Kimen and Chosuke, aka Russell Daniel, Paul Blake. Excuse me, hang on. Russell Daniel, Paul Blake, Joseph Allen, Eric, Fred, Orson, Trevor, Richard, Charleston, Christopher, Benedict Garfield, Polyurethane, Nicholas, Robert, Theodore, Skeet, Michael, Alvin, Carter, Bryce, Jeffrey, Marigold, Peter, Ethan, Aaron, Papa, Willie, Nathaniel, Orville, Chuck, Sippy, Slappy, Zippy, Zangil, Angel Eyes. Good luck.
This, by the way, does not fit twice over in our YouTube channel. I cannot even post this so you could read what the fuck this is. It's like 500 characters. Also, yes, thank you for your super chat, Barrel. Just Barrel, fuck Barrel.
Fuck Barrel. This is something.
Things have happened.
Things have happened. I think that will... Hang on, let me go check my summoning circle. Did anything pop out? No? Everything's fine. Okay. So that was something. About to say, hello, challenger of name Lucky and observer of Torment Omega. Just wanted to see if Lucky would step up to the challenge and sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. For the torment I might have imposed. This wasn't a torment. This was confusion. Since the two of you have seemed to have just finished this Lostbelt recently, my only question is to you, if you had to rank the current cryptos by their stories, which order would you place them at the moment? I hope you have a lovely weekend, and I can't wait to see how this Lostbelt will kick my butt. I mean, ranking their story, like, how, I would have to say. Because we...
Yeah, because, like, also I would say, I don't think we can even do that, because several of them are not finished. They still exist.
Like, Pepe, like, we know some things about Pepe, but we mostly know about his present their present circumstances and character. And while they are, you know, the bestest person, I really don't know much about them. I just like them because they're great. It's like the same thing with Kadok. Like, Kadok's story is something that is, like, mostly explained in present tense. You get very little about him. He's just like, oh, he's just from a shit mage family, so now he's trying to super prove himself. And so most of what we see of him is trying to prove himself, which makes him a cocky little, you know, self-effacing.
Also, funnily enough,
asshole.
I think it was revealed in Materials 8 when they talked about that is all the crypto profiles. Kadok's mage lineage, they specialize their style. They specialize in anti-demonic beast mage craft. Hey, guess what there aren't a lot of anymore? They've mostly retreated to the reverse side, so yeah, that's also probably why he's got such a shitty family luck. But it serves him well in the way his Lostbelt is.
So, like, Python has an interesting story, I want to say, but like honestly, it's hard to beat Wodaime. It's really, really hard to beat Wodaime right now. Once you have a lot of the context for it. Wodaime spent a lot of these like first 5 Lostbelts being quiet and mysterious, and then you learn like no, he just wanted to crack dad jokes and hang out with all the kids like everyone else, and you're just like, my heart.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wodaime information we've actually got now, which is interesting. And I'm sure there's more Beryl information, but I'm hopeful it's just more information on how Beryl sucks.
Yeah. And David's gonna be fucking, mysterious David, probably...
We're probably gonna get a huge lore dump in Lostbelt 7 on David, which may or may not matter. We know that he's kind of a cool guy, because he, flirts with the rules they have to come bail Pepe out of a bad situation, but...
See, this is why I know this is why I shouldn't like fucking Rob, because he thinks Beryl's interesting instead of just consigning him to a fucking hedonistic homicidal maniac.
I also can't tell if Robin is fucking with me or not. It's like with Dallas. I don't trust Dallas when he says any. If Dallas speaks to you, he is lying. He is a prince of lies. But yeah, like I said, numbering them is hard when we know that, Robin, you can't post those emotes here. They don't work. They only work on the channel you're in.
I gotta play this fucking game. I'm thinking about shit. Fuck him up, tentacles!
This weird guy. But no, as I was saying, I don't think we can properly do, heavy... Because their stories aren't done, even after, Lostbelt 5... Some characters are still going on. We don't even get to, resolving Beryl yet. David is absolutely opaque. And if you want to go the current, as in the ones who lost what we finished, but even then, I don't even know. Like I said, with Kadok, I don't even know if I can resolve it. Kadok does his Lostbelt, and then very deliberately we take him into custody after he passes the fuck out. And then he goes back out of custody, and then he just kind of fucks around and does his own thing for a while, and then he kind of comes back and as an actual character as opposed to just hanging around. It's really interesting. I also wonder if technically Python's story is complete, because obviously we've got summer upcoming, and we're gonna see how that works. But in story, in canonical story spaces that haven't been weird, I don't think regular Yume Ren has come back.
Again, it's one of those...
Even though she is an immortal vampire lady who also might be in the Throne of Heroes, so I don't even fucking know.
Again, that's one of those things I keep wondering about personally. It's all Again, because this is always the weird thing about, Fate Grand Order and the summoning system in general is... It's kind of assumed, but not assumed, that you have basically summoned every servant, because, all of them will just show up in events doing whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, Royal Robin, if you do that, I will just delete that time code. So, haha, you have no power. What was I thinking?
When did I say that, Loth?
I am pretty sure you have said something like that.
I'm absolutely sure, but I'm wondering when. He's got that fucking timed and dated. Was that during the one of the 2 times we played Push the Button before we realized it was too tense? With the fungus, of course, yes. That sounds accurate, yes. I would say that to Dallas. This man is full of lies. Kick him off my ship.
That's right. They have the horse update today.
Oh, unfortunately it's gone.
It's already gone?
Yeah, it was just the one day. It's a shame. I would have probably loved to check it out, but I didn't have time for it. I had to write the fucking thing. There's a lot of people who are lying liars in our... There's a reason why, even though I like Amogus, I don't go to play it very often. Maybe we should take a run time. Though I thought of another game we should community play maybe one weekend when we don't have anybody for tabletop game. I need to get it though. Barrow Trauma.
The what?
The European Ocean Alien Submarine Simulator full of murder. You're the crew of a submarine on Jupiter's moon Europa, and you fight horrible monsters. and do other stuff. But it requires multiple crew positions. You can get AI, but like it seems like it'd be a trip. I'm immediately voting that Lucky is the captain and not me. Lucky gets to steer the boat and yell at other people.
Is it a game where like other players are the monster killing people, or is it like a computer monster?
Yeah, no, it's computer monsters. You can have optional like traders if you want to like spice it up with intrigue.
Nah.
Most people I see play don't bother with that because just trying to get your submarine to survive the crushing depths of the ocean of Europa is hard enough.
I mean, I'm down for that. If I don't have to,
I can throw you some gameplay videos.
Yeah, if I don't have to worry about Robin suddenly backstabbing me.
We'll just set traders to off and we won't bring Robin in.
No, if there's no traders, Robin can play. Listen, if there's an opportunity for Robin to backstab me, I don't want anything to do with it. But other than that, it'd be cool.
I love how you say that, and then I feel like with Robin, it would be like Robin, it's just like Among Us. Robin wouldn't be the traitor, and we just wouldn't trust him, and security would just, like, handcuff him, because that's the thing you can do. And then Dallas, who's like the doctor, injects us all full of husk eggs, which is the thing you can do, and then we're like, wait a minute, what happened? Oh, Dallas betrayed us. Why did we make Dallas the doctor? Anyway.
Okay, this is why I say...
We're in the weeds.
Okay, I do have to say this. If I play the game, only one of these three can play at a time. If you're Dallas, Vesper, or Robin, only one of you can play a game with me at a time. Otherwise, I will fucking murder somebody. Probably one of those three.
Yes, Lucky can only handle so much. My tolerance is a lot better. I yell at people who aren't them mostly in Yu-Gi-Oh, but that's because we have a very different vibe. I yell at Robin more when he's clown shoesing from the peanut gallery at work. He's just shitposting in our Discord at work about the tournament. Than I do at Robin actually in games. Anyway, we're deep in the weeds. We got somewhere to do.
Oh no, yeah, Axe. If I tell you to do something, usually you'll do it and won't back talk me. Usually.
Axe is also not like reasonably unintelligent. He could probably be trusted to like run engineering or something. Yes, I don't really get mad at you, Loth, like for anything you say or do. It's just like I feel like I don't learn anything from this.
Alright, but this next one quick. This next one comes from Dead Men Tell No Tales. They say, you're the best. No, you're the best! We shall move on. This next one comes from Commandant of the Purifying Force, who says, greetings, Flame Chasers, Lucky and Omega. Just want to say hi and send you some good vibes. Wah, 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 wah.
By the way, something very weird has happened. I accidentally hit refresh on the Creator Studio, so now I have the live chat not popped out, but I still have my pop-out window. Weird. It's very weird. I didn't know YouTube could do that.
I'm going to skip this next one because it was a question related to something more under the hood.
Yep,
so it'll be fine.
I already answered it.
Yep. So, this next one comes from Ketz is Best. Good day, Lucky and Mega. First of all, good vibes to the both of you. Wah, 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 wah. Second, I know you hate this type of question, but recently I love how they start, I know you hate this kind of question, and then immediately go into it.
But!
Alright. But recently I've been thinking of what would have happened if the War of Troy had been won by the Trojans and this could have been an Austrian Lostbelt. So what history change do you think would make for an interesting Lostbelt? Sorry if this question was asked before. Last of all, I wish you good luck. I do believe Omega will need it on the next banner. Also, greetings from Argentina. So, thinking of what happens if the Trojans have won the war, I'm pretty sure they would have got smited by Zeus. Zeus have been all like, what the fuck is happening here? Prophecies? Bullshit? Fuck it!
I don't know.
Thunderbolt!
Is Z-Money on their side?
I don't remember.
I don't remember how that worked.
I do. Wasn't there wasn't there a thing where fucking Aphrodite and had to like didn't they have to distract Zeus from noticing the shit or something? I can't remember.
I think that was related to them helping the Greeks out. I don't know.
I can't remember.
It depends. I think the main thing is just that the thing that would probably happen there, like historically, would just be that one, Rome would never happen mythologically because Aeneas would never have to leave. But for Grecian culture, it would mean that there is no Hellenistic culture. We would not, because Greek would never be unified in that way because they would have lost that one. Like everybody would have still been okay, and I'm sure the moment that was like over for real, Odysseus would have been like, "I am going home, goodbye," and like, hopefully his guys wouldn't have been around to fuck it up.
Oh yeah, it was the deception of Zeus. That's what it was. Dios Apate. Basically, Hera made herself super pretty with Aphrodite when seduced Zeus, so Zeus would not notice some shit happening in the war, and the Greeks were able to get the upper hand. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had to look it up real quick.
But other than that,
if we're talking about like interesting historical beats, there's a lot, I guess. And this is alt history, and alt history is fucking, wings on the butterfly kind of thing,
Yeah, it's sticky. I've seen some good ones, and I've seen some weird ones. But like going that far back in history to a point that is barely even history. Like our only accounts of mythologized, even though we can be reasonably certain there was a city probably which was Troya over there. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think the weirdest thing would be actually like, because Aeneas would never have to fucking leave, is that like Rome doesn't get founded, at least not in that way. Maybe the Sabines and the Etruscans and the Latins would be their own culture instead of doing the big Greek roleplay.
The one that comes up to me the most, now forgive me if this sounds weird, but I'm an American kid, and I've grown up on American history. Like, I'm trying to think of what the state of the United States was if we wasn't so hardcore on Manifest Destiny, and we did not pursue such an expansionist ideal. And maybe
like if the territory stayed split, like Spain or Mexico kept parts of the Southwest. Maybe we never bought the Louisiana Purchase from France kind of shit.
Yeah, like that's the kind of thing that's stuck in my head right now. Because unfortunately, like world history, I'm not the best at. I'm really not. There's too many dates and names. I cannot keep it in my head. I really can't. But American history, I'm a little bit more okay with, and things like that come to mind. So, again, I think I would like to see a more American Lost Belt. Which one exactly, though? I don't know.
Anyway, we got 2 left.
We got 2 left.
2 left at 2 hours.
Oh, these are... Oh, interesting. This next one comes from... Oh, they're trying to spell illiterate, but cheekily. Question: I personally like the boss fights and Lostbelt 5x2. I like the meter in both Canis fights. The most defense move and can codes are cool. Personally, I had a comically bad card shuffling for the beast fight, and Zeus was somehow into the constantly skill seeing me at the perfect time for him. Anyway, what have been y'all highlights and low bots for this? Okay, I'm gonna eat this one because again, we will talk about Olympus. I check my invisible watch soon. We move on.
Oh yeah, it's this one. Lucky is bamboozled.
I'm a little bamboozled, and I don't like this one, so I'm eating it. It's gone. Goodbye.
You tried to fool in our comments, fool! Haha, joke's on you. The April Fool is... You didn't.
I do believe the first don't is say, don't try and get cheeky / gimmicky with your subject. I would like to point at that. Just...
Yep. Hold on. I'm going to stop down the audio for a sec.
Oh.
Weird. Had a very weird hiccup, but I think it was just lag on my machine. Okay, we're going. We didn't lose any audio. We're good.
Yay.
The stream obviously is fine. But that's it.
That's it.
Mailbag.
That's mailbag. Actually, let me pop out the chat here myself so I can actually pull up the show notes. Because boy howdy. By the way, guys, our show notes are at a whopping 10 pages.
And the Olympus stuff starts cleanly on page 3.
Yes. So we have 7 pages of notes just for you guys.
We're glad you're here.
Mm-hmm. And Omega's glad this is a stream.
Oh, yeah, no. My CPU is glad it's a stream, too. But all right, let's get in there. So this is it. This is the spoiler. You need to punch your buttons now if you're getting ready to pop out. If you're not done and you haven't caught up to where you were yesterday. Or not yesterday, last year.
That's right. I will say we will be doing this by section, so please follow on until you get to the section that we have left off at.
Yeah. We were in the middle of section 10, Thou Art the Ardor That Corrupts the Stars 3 last time.
Mm-hmm.
The only note I added from that, was at the end, Musashi does do a teleport behind you and nothing personnel kid.
They actually do the sprite with Musashi beside someone. I'm like, they're really upping the production value. Constantly upping that production value.
There's a lot. There's like what, 4 or 5 separate animations?
Oh yeah.
There's quite a few. So that means that we begin properly our notes at Investigate, Encounter, Cherish, Section 11.
So basically, the story here is we get to the swanky apartment, we find Uncle Caligula, we have to go finish the super magical fucking magic circle to get the super magic boy to help us with this problem.
Yes, we need to summon a grand servant to punch a god. That is our plan. So we're just out and about in the middle there. We've been actually, doing some stuff. That's why there's clobbering and stuff, and Musashi teleporting. We've been punching dudes to solve problems. So we decide we have to do the 1-2 combo of huddle and then let's split up, gang. Because we're like, we gotta cover more ground. I put in my notes, Mash is the luckiest girl alive because it is canonical that Musashi grabs her and smooshes her face into her boobs.
Mm-hmm. A powerful move.
And then, of course, always, you gotta remember, never skip leg day. I'm trying to remember. What was the stat Mash said for how far we ran? Was it the equivalent of the 1,000-meter dash or the 1,500 meter?
I think it was the 1,500, but...
Yeah. We run far. We run far, go fast. So, yeah, 1,400. We are become speed. But you go through all this points just so you can get to a question mark class node. This can only go well, y'all. But we run into, Koyanchihuaha out for a walk in the street. She appears to be altering the space we need to go to do the thing.
It's like she was waiting for us.
Yeah. Holmes says something very interesting here. He says that Koyanchihuaha is the most formidable foe he needs to face. I don't know if that meant, like, in the context of, like, right the fuck now, or just, like, in general. It's very interesting, Holmes. Very interesting.
Also, I didn't write this down, but Koyanchihuaha gives Musashi the look and says, now is not your time. This hurts me now.
Koyanchihuaha has some great expression sheets.
Oh, yeah.
So she talks about how she agreed to the NAP with the foreign god. That's the non-aggression pact. Basically, that she reveals she's never been a disciple. She has a mutually contracted arrangement with the foreign disciple to do things.
Mm-hmm. As I like to put it here, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend, just a business associate.
Yeah. And then we go full-blown, she starts firing up her juice.
Well, basically, we call her out on what she is, and she's all like, "Yas, finally."
Well, yeah, that's part of her deal was she couldn't ever come out and say what she was.
Mm-hmm.
But Holmes is like, "J'accuse." And then, what's that? Koyanchihuaha was a beast the whole time? Who could have guessed? You, actually, because Holmes tells you straight up in dialogue, he's pretty sure you have your own ideas about what's going on here.
Oh, yeah. So, I do believe Koyanchihuaha is going even further with the enemy of my enemy is actually my eventual appetizer. I'm not fully convinced that she's trying intentionally letting us off to probably eat us later. Best analogy I can think of is she's slow cooking us and occasionally checking the tenderness.
She does talk about adding to her tail count. Anyway, this whole scene gives me big Okami vibes. Like, you know, turning into a whirlwind of smoke. There's fucking eyes and sound effects. Very weird. It's all dark.
Short skill names with intense red text are very scary.
Kawaii. Why?
It's like fear
anyway,
me, or fear me. I'm just like, oh!
Yes, cherish me. I'm like, what? Huh? Hold on, what's going on? But also, you guys knew it, but like, oh yeah, this is a banger. Which I posited, by the way, also. Then I was like, holy crap, this is dynamic music.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys weren't paying attention to this theme...
the break bars.
I say the name later. But it rotates as you break her bars. So, yeah, it's actually dynamic. It changes as the whole thing. It's pretty vibin'.
Oh, yeah. Like, I wouldn't call it the full leitmotif, but as I was listening, I was definitely catching snatches of Tomomo's themes in the progression. And you put this note later because I didn't actually know this, but apparently it's part
I looked it up.
Yeah. Apparently it is part of Tomomo's leitmotif because it's under a remix of all 4 previous Lostbelt map themes, befitting the title 9 Drive Koyanchihuaha's Lostbelt Travelogue.
Yeah.
I think I heard
so specifically it's a segment of part of Tomomo's leitmotif, you know, which you guys have heard because it's her NP theme. And then it's got the you would probably recognize them. It's got the you know, the 4 previous Lostbelt themes. It starts with the Anastasia piano, then it does kind of a synth remix of my favorite one of the Lostbelt 2's map themes, the more Ragnarok-y one, where it's normally like Gregorian chanting. Then you get like the sweeping Chinese instruments for Lostbelt 3, and then it goes back to kind of the more Despairy bits. Hypothetically, we might get this year. So, actually, no, it probably wouldn't be until next year, technically. The next OST 4, ends at Heian-kyo, so... it's... we're still a bit of a ways out. There's a lot of music in there. It goes from, I think, Lostbelt 4 to Lostbelt 5.5. Plus some of it. But yeah, no, this is a really interesting piece of music that's very good. Very, very, very masterful use of a lot of this stuff. Shout out to the composer. But yeah, so in terms of, once again, team comp, I would like to let everybody know, remember, trust no one, not even yourself. Because Tomomos are one of the few servants who are not hominid today, and thus do not take extra damage from the Beast of Treasury. I still remember I had a pain with this fight. I had to do it a little bit of work there because of the terror effect she does. Having your whole team randomly stunned really sucks. Like, obviously you can cleanse, but, you know, you can't cleanse if you're stunned. It's not how that works. So if you don't have your cleanses ready, you can completely get schwacked. So at least one time my whole row was just, like, stun locked, and I was like, well, time to die.
Time to die. Like, for me, I ended up using the quartz on this fight, not because it was too hard, but rather because I was only a turn or 2 away from victory, and I really didn't want to start over.
Yeah, there were a couple of fights I did revives on similarly. I was like, I could probably run this again, but I'm already like 20 turns in, and I want to read more. I don't know if I want to do this again.
Yeah. I did like this fight a lot better, as the piece of taming like actually has openings and opportunities to exploit, and didn't just almost hard counter everything you threw at her. Like, that was my
this one's, like, honestly very wide open. Like, obviously there's you need to worry about the class thing. It's very narrow right now. Spoilers, the Lostbelt full of the fairy people actually gives you a shitload of servants that are good for this fight, funnily enough. But you have to worry about the class advantage, but they're berserker bosses, so it's not like you're not used to that anyway, right?
Right.
So, I I think the way with her like bars and skills work, it's a lot more loosey-goosey and easier to work on. Demeter is still like, she's like clockwork. She does the same things over and over again. And so if you're not prepared for dealing with those things, you will die.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually work out there. And I had to continue my joke, for posterity. Or posterior. Head empty. No thoughts. Only asked. Miyamoto Musashi. Specifically talking about how Koyanchihuaha, exposed her rear point for her to attack with swords. But yeah, so, we boop her snoot, and then Holmes is like, well, are you satisfied? And she's like, yeah, we're cool.
She says we were not too strong, but not too weak. Again, very, very choice wording.
Yeah, I assume the not too strong part was just we didn't kick her ass, but also we didn't fold immediately, so we should be like, okay, you can move on, because I don't actually give a shit about how this... Bye! You can have your thing. Whee! Sky out. Smoke bomb. And then we get to the big boy one here. Section 12. Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars 4. I mean, we could talk a little bit more, but I feel like both of us have been like, Koyan Sky is a beast. She's a beast. She's definitely a beast.
She's always been a beast.
Yeah, we've been. We were already thinking that, given her relationship with Foe and the other things. But in Lostbelt 3, when we're like, your spirit origin is huge, I'm like, okay, I know she ain't a grand, so that's beast. Those are the only people you talk about with giant spirit origin. And I like at least that the game script acknowledges that, right?
Right.
All right, thou art the art of the corrupt stars 4. We're back on track. Section 12. Now, I want to say here, I think the FGO team did an oopsie here. So, they talk about Aphrodite Urania. They call her the muse of astronomy. That is not true. Urania, the muse of astrology, is a different goddess. She's one of the muses, but she has different... Like, the muses are still daughters of Zeus. That's a different parentage, though. Like, there's a whole system. The epithet Aphrodite Urania refers to Aphrodite as the platonic ideal or heavenly love. Love for soul or aesthetics. Not, the common earthly love or lust. Their descriptions of Aphrodite Pandemos are pretty spot on. But usually they use this epithet, Aphrodite Urania, to specifically talk about the Aphrodite that is born from Uranus and the sea foam. And so that's usually the backstory for Aphrodite Urania, whereas the muses are the daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, like I said. I mean, it is syncretism, but it's dumb syncretism because that's not how the muses work. I think that's just they saw, Urania, they must be the same. That is absolutely not correct. There's like 4 gods with Araya, or Area, as in war, with an epithet. So, the muse of astronomy is a separate goddess. That does not make sense in the form there, but okay, whatever. They did it. What's up with you guys? But
oh no, they just took out my my Fran, and that upsets me.
You get booped. So yeah, it's just that those aren't supposed to be the same. Anyway, more animation scenes.
Oh, here comes the mind
noises.
fucking.
Yep. Yeah. So we get revealed what Aphrodite's Alethea form is supposed to do. It's a command and control and E-War platform. She's capable of directing individual life forms and attacking enemy information networks, i.e. brains, etc.
Attacking with beauty.
Yeah.
What is beauty but an attack on the brain?
Well, specifically, the way she phrased it is, if beauty and love are value, therefore I control value, therefore I control you. Because if you do not understand the value of things, you don't exist, or whatever.
It's very metaphysical. I can't think of the term off the time.
Metaphysical?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. It's an abstract, but she is the goddess of love and beauty, so that makes sense why it is an abstract thing.
Yes.
We also get a nerdy science fiction reference here. She talks about, the glittering beyond the Tannhauser mirror world and stuff. So Tannhauser is a very obscure medieval poet. Like, people barely know about his poetry. he is connected to an urban legend / folklore motif of Venusberg, the underground city of Venus, very popular medieval theme. And there is a Wagner opera about him. So that's funny that they name dropped him. But also, they talk about the Tannhäuser Mirror World, i.e. a Tannhäuser Gate. So that probably means that Aphrodite's line here is a deliberate reference to Blade Runner. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Go and watch the Tears in the Rain speech. It's very great. But yeah, so basically she's talking about how we're small, how we still didn't even, we've barely begun to walk on 2 feet, even though we've been here for 10,000 years. She shoots our mind beams at us, but, Caligula is very insistent. Nope! You especially, Mash, you cannot kneel! And I was like, did we just have a Leonidas flashback in the year of our Lord, 2022?
I mean, that was a great pep talk. It was top percent.
Yeah, no, I like the continuity. It's not always we actually go back for the part 1 touchstone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Aphrodite's given us full brain beams. I didn't really write a note about it because the fight wasn't really that crazy. But you have to fight Sherlock and Musashi here.
Mm-hmm. You have to slap them around a little bit. They have a bunch of debuffs.
But we get the full brain blast, and man, do we take a lot of naps.
Oh, yeah. The thing that bugged me most about this is when you're in this scene, you're slightly out of focus, and I saw it, I'm like, I'm nettled.
Yeah, everything's just a little fluffy. But this brings us to section 13. Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars. 5. And immediately after this thing opened up, I was like, this is going to be one of those dream sequences.
And boy, howdy was it. One of those dream
Yeah. Go ahead, Lucky.
It's one of those dream sequences where you have to make choices, and if you don't make the right choice, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Yes, you do loop back. If you get stuck on this part, keep talking about the song. That's the thing that's going in there. You got to keep bringing it up. But it starts with flashbacks where all their faces are grayed out of all the NPCs you've met along the way in the Lostbelts.
This is one of those.
I think the only one that's not there is there's not a direct LB3 reference other than red hair, just because, I don't know. You didn't want to bring that one kid who rebelled in, I don't know.
Yeah. This is another one of those sequences that shows how kind of we're not actually holding it that well together.
Yeah, no, like, you're going through the stuff, and, like, it's very painful. You go through all the things of the people, you talk to these people, you talk to those people. I want to say, it says something about the power of part 1's story, that when we're in a flashback and they say the word doctor, it fills me with existential pain. I was like, no. Don't do that. No, don't.
Like, you keep wondering, is he actually going to show up? And you're just like,
yeah, I'm waiting for the moment. I'm just like, no, I don't think I can deal with that right now, Gabe.
Like, don't.
And I assume that's funnily enough, that's the illusion, because if you keep talking about the doctor, you reset the flashback. You have to break through. And then, your boy Dantes is there like, hello! Are you having dream problems again? Do you need to wait and hope? No, Dantes, I really need to wake the fuck up right now. Cool, we do that too. Have some coffee. Because remember, Dante's canonical return gift for Valentine's is coffee.
Something to keep you awake.
Yeah. But yeah, you wake up, you do the thing, and then you gotta fight Aphrodite. She's mildly nettled, but it's okay. You're gonna go through there.
I'm afraid the plan is to wing it. Oh. So just another Tuesday.
Yeah, basically. We do a lot of winging it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so the twins have a fucking space fighter.
Yes, they do.
It fits all of us.
Yes, it does. Somehow. Even though it looks like it's a
Stimpalian birds.
Even though it looks like it's a fucking 2-seater.
Yeah. But we can all somehow climb out the cockpit. Anyway, we're going to fly way the fuck up over Aphrodite. We're going to go in there. And, hold on, everybody. We have to shift into maximum over golden.
If Caligula wasn't Gynax posing earlier, there was no justice in this world.
Yeah, he has to be because he gets on there and he's firing his NP. But yeah, so our friends may be gone, but your boy Golden left you a little present. It's Golden Bear, his other NP.
And apparently, it's just a giant fucking mech.
Yep.
Excuse me, feudal Japan. Why do you have giant mechs?
I mean, I think it's, it's supposed to be his divine golden armor, so.
I guess it is, but it's still huge because this mech is big enough to go up and grab Aphrodite's,
her little antenna things, yeah.
Her little antenna things. And, and hold her in place. So it's just like, the fuck?
But anyway, now it's time for the boss fight. Today's team comp, the Doctor, is in. Yeah, I used my now NP5 Asclepius a lot for this. I also want to throw this out there. We had a lot of ramblings about Demeter. This one is shorter, but there are still some ramblings. But I want to throw out there, I think debuff cleanse down is possibly one of the meanest effects up there, along with just NP loss. But the fact that there's no force support does make this one suck a little bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Because Caligula just does the buff from nowhere. My god, what a concept. Why did we have to have Canis in here for Olympus?
I don't know. Also,
yeah. You got your point here. Go for it.
Yeah. FGO, please realize that making bosses that attack all units literally makes taunt useless, which in turn makes Ordinax Mash useless. It doesn't matter if I put a taunt on myself and an invincible. I'm not the only one getting hit. Everyone is still getting hit. And considering that's literally 2 of her skills, literally 2 of them, the other one only being a buff, or she only has, 2 Buster cards?
Yeah, I mean, now that you've got the Black Barrel, it also does Pierce Defense for 3 turns, which is interesting. It's not really relevant to this fight.
No.
Yeah, so a lot of people will talk about the general wisdom is that enemies with, AoE attacks that have high hit counts are good because they charge everybody's NP. And that is true, though Aphrodite also likes to siphon your NP for chuckles. But I definitely felt like with a couple of these fights, Lucky, I felt you were talking about where it's just like, wow, Mash is just dead weight because she doesn't have her AoE thing anymore, and the enemies are AoE. I guess I just die. Like, the fact that they put it up there, and they go for it, and you have to put her in the front and all that stuff. It's just, gosh, it's so hard. Yeah, I mean, you can use it to eat the debuffs, and Aphrodite does have a very nasty single target debuff, but she also has AoE debuffs, so it's just rude. There's so many better things to do, but thanks to aggressively debuff cleansing, debuff immuning, and gutsing, I was able to work through this without too much trouble. I do believe I still had to spend a revive halfway through, which right about the point, actually, that you wrote a note about, Lucky, in our next list.
Honestly, though, in my opinion, Aphrodite's most dangerous was actually after the after the final break bar. That attack crit combo just wrecks the unprepared. I was I got slapped super hard doing that. I was like, shit! But luckily I had my Tamamo on hand there, who put in the good work with constant heals and MP charging. The big savior, though, was her morph skill, which, and a couple other debuff buffs, she was taking little to no damage. That being said, I did use a quartz again, because I tapped out halfway through her last bar and I didn't want to redo. I appreciate that we did not have big guts this time.
Yeah, several other enemies have big guts. It's just, I used a Sanzo at supportless DPSs. I think, honestly, the main issue also with Aphrodite is just, it's fucking casters, man. I know, I've got a melt. But melt's really awkward to use, honestly. Her buff removal is really cool, but the way you actually, do damage with melt is really weird, it's all double-edged. Her sadistic streak gives her a defense down, which you don't really want, and her NP up requires you to NP down yourself, which when you're fighting these big chunky bosses, you don't want to waste even a turn on that, right?
Right.
So it's just the fact that like I tried my new NP5 Kirki. That's still she's a fucking 4-star caster, guys. I had fucking Onikure in here too. That was good. But it's just like the deeps levels for casters are still kind of bad. And it's very hard to outpace Aphrodite's big slinging damage.
I can't actually remember what else was in my team comp that fight besides probably Mash and Tamamo.
But yo, like if you have to deal with debuff enemies and you need that caster class, check out Asclepius. The doctor is in. Very powerful.
Big power.
But yeah, we go through all that stuff. Like I said, I think she nuked me just before the last bar anyway, so I didn't have to deal with the heavy crit level. I was just like, all right, now it's over. I've revived. I have all my NPs. Die. Go away.
Yeah.
I think it was probably one of my teams that did the most damage was Asclepius, Merlin, Sanzo.
Oh, wait, no. I got this really weird team. I remember what it was. It was fucking, I was running Merlin, Scotty, fucking Tamamo. It was so fucking weird.
I mean, hey, whatever works,
Like,
if you don't gotta finish the fight this millennium.
No, it was weird because it was a weird fight, but because everyone was using support skills all the time, we didn't have any damage and Ps, but my Tamamo is level 100 with max foes, so she kicks like a motherfucker.
Yeah, no, like I said, Grilled Servant's OP.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get, I think we get real trigger up in here. There's, big starry explosions, sparkles in the sky, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. And we do also see that, that priestess is still running our, godly exit interview process.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Apparently what Aphrodite lost was her love, which seems kind of important. And more interestingly enough, it seems that Lostbelt Aphrodite really did care for Hephaestus, though. In that, semi-tsundere kind of way.
I mean, allegedly this boss has instant death. I didn't have to deal with any of that shit.
Yeah, I don't think I actually saw any.
I mean, if you find a use for Scotty's NP to actually, like, keep you alive, it's okay. But that didn't matter to me.
Yeah, no, again, it was just real weird. It was just, I had my support pass casters in the back because I didn't know exactly what I'd be doing. I was like, fuck it. But again, this is one of those weird things, like, about, like, actual mythology. Like, Aphrodite has affairs on her husband constantly, usually with your boy Ares. But because I believe the match was originally put together by Zeus because he wanted Hephaestus to make him some cool shit TM. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. He was trying to sort out, like, a good thing for a good matchup. Like, he needed to figure out what to do with Aphrodite because she's causing trouble in the neighborhood. And he's like, what do we do here? What do we do? Hey, Hephaestus, my boy. You work long hours, right? You're a crafty boy. You can keep this wild lady in check. Okay, cool, bye. Dad out. Dad bomb. But naturally, Aphrodite was way more attracted to Hephaestus' jock brother. Probably the only one, as Ares is kind of, mostly thanks to the Athenians, Ares is kind of clowned on a lot. It's okay, guys. Hephaestus was not, like, a dupe. Like, there's a famous story of a time when he rigged a fucking bronze net to catch Aphrodite and Ares and just, like, yeeted them naked on the field of Olympus, was just like, hey, yo, I know what's up. And everybody was like, oh, look at you. Don't you look silly? Hephaestus caught you in a net. You don't catch gods in nets. You catch fish. I mean, Zeus can't say shit, He's just like, haha, music. Oh. We'll talk about Zeus and his chuckling later.
Yeah.
But now we need to move on if there's no more big boy Aphrodite thoughts. I think we got most of our Aphrodite lore out between last episode and this one.
Yeah.
She had a lot of setup in those earlier chapters. It's kind of awkward, to leave off, but we had to for sectional. So let's move on to section 14. Souls to be equal in due course. 1. So yeah, we're doing stuff.
We're doing stuff. We're checking out the giant mechs, and unfortunately, Mash does not understand the romance that is mecha, red, giant fighting robots.
A fighting robot. But she does think Golden Bear is huggable, which is weird because he's huge. But okay, I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
But yeah, so we go back to the base, we're doing stuff, and we're like, we gotta meet the collaborators. And then... Actually, no, we don't go back to the base yet. We're on the ground, and then these assholes. Suddenly, twins.
Yeah.
I had, at least this fight, I had Super Ryan just slap them right the fuck out of this fight. Get out of here.
I can't remember what I did, but I don't recall it giving any trouble because I wrote nothing about it.
Yeah, no. You have to fight Dioscuri like so many goddamn times. This is not the rough one.
No.
Super Ryan is just like... He just
Punch!
Like... He just puts Caster's entire head inside his mitt and just, like, push. Give you lunch money, nerd. But seriously, Caster, you need to fucking cut back on the coffee in the morning, bro. You need to calm the fuck down.
He's so angry.
He's so nettled. But we start heading back to the whole base because we're gonna meet the collaborator, and we run into this moment, and I'm like, I can't tell if the script or Musashi was confused by Pepe's gender.
I think it's more of the script because I'm pretty sure they had this problem with Canis earlier as well. But it also might be...
They do an interesting thing later with Canis where they straight up use both gender pronouns as like a deliberate thing.
Yeah.
There are definitely some weird flip-flops. I assume it's because Japanese is not necessarily the most clear language pronoun-wise.
Uh-oh.
But, yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, but no. The Pepe comes up. Musashi is just like, whoa. And, of course, you get to say a name, and I push the button for Roastbanana Peppercino! International Androgyne of Mystery. Because, yeah, Pepe's doing some stuff. Pepe makes his little V face. Like,
oh, you little imp. I'm all like, oh, I love you too, Pepe.
You know my name. It's Scandinavia Peppercino. And I'm like, that really makes no difference to me, Pepe. You could be Roast Banana. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so we have a little convo with Pepe. Everybody's happy to see him. It's great. Pepe the OG. Basically fills us in that, like, much like Kadok, he is working against this Lostbelt because, you know, ain't no rule.
Well, I'm just kind of letting them go do whatever, for whatever reason.
Interesting. Weird almost, that a perfectionist like Wodaime is just letting his guys just do whatever. But yeah, so we're moving swiftly on. There's some more exposition here. Now we get to the base and we're actually moving because we're going to meet the collaborator. That's why Pepe's here. He's going to take us to the collaborator because we need to lock in. We've finished the summoning circle, but now we need the summoning catalyst. We need the element. Grand summoning article Aether. So we move on to Souls to be equals in due course 2, section 15. And can I just say, this is true like from now on as well, but just in general, man, do I appreciate these chapters with just mobs.
You say that, but do you remember those times when we just drew out the story with fights with mobs?
I mean, yeah, I do, but in the context of Olympus, I appreciate these chapters deeply because, like, that means we're not doing a boss rush, right? Like,
right.
It's funny how, like, there used to be extraneous wyverns or chimeras or whatever, but, like, now it's like, ooh, it's just mobs? Thank God. Okay, cool.
Oh, God, that reminds me of something I have to mention later. But...
we just don't have to do some bullshit. Now, Musashi just wants to pet the doggo.
Foe's
very
like, no.
Interesting. Yeah, Foe's not keen on Musashi. It's very interesting. But in one of these fights, you know, you power through all the stuff and get to the end, and there's a weird hand at the end, and you're just like, that was weird. But you actually get to meet the boss man. It's Hephaestus Prometheus.
Ta-da!
Yes. Part of Hephaestus is fine, and he's not evil. We thought he was sinister at the end of Atlantis, but no, he's just fine. He's Hephaestus Prometheus. He's working with stuff, you know. And then he drops hand lore on us. That's right, it was lore the whole time. Hands are lore. Embers are just presents for Prometheus.
And when you think about it, it makes a lot of fucking sense.
Like, they have fire themes.
They have fire themes. They're gifts.
Yeah. They are Prometheus' wisdom, and that is true. Prometheus is a Titan associated with wisdom, because...
Literally gave the... Oh.
his name means, forethought or foresight. Yeah.
Yes. So.
Whereas his poor brother is hindsight, so sucks to be that.
Yeah. So.
Yes, remember to thank Prometheus. He gives you hand.
Yes. Thank him for a lot of things. He brought us fire. We really needed that, and he suffered a long fucking time for that.
So he's part of the infrastructure. You know, going through all the stuff. So. I mean, we could get... Sorry, we could get Cupidor lore. You don't know. Doors are weird. When we go through all this talk, we get another basically hard confirm of Orpheus as a heroic spirit.
Yay.
They talk about how he would be a heroic spirit and he'd be recorded. They go through all that stuff. We've got a who's there, and then pulls off the silhouette. Old Man Muramasa! Like, you know who it is, but I felt like it's just like a fucking Scooby-Doo reveal, right?
It really is.
So yeah, Muramasa's here. He's not stabbing us yet.
Yet. But it's kind of great, because we have two old smiths hanging out together, and they get along as well as two old men only can. Constantly trading barbs. I think my favorite is Muramasa saying, "Don't worry your bald head over it," and Hephaestus Prometheus just like, "I'm not bald." I'm like, ah, yes, this is the dynamic I needed right now.
Yeah.
It was good.
And then this whole thing just ends with a series of twists, right?
Right.
Like, we met Pepe, we reveal Festus Prometheus, who talks to us about, like, oh, you talked to the rest of my unit in Atlantis. Cool.
Sick.
Good, you're caught up. Great. I'm going to make Aether. Assistant, help me. And then we also, though, we meet the collaborator.
Yay!
It's Europa.
I guess correctly.
And she has the terminal, Minerva, which is a terminal for Athena.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah, so we get a lot of confirmations, we get a lot of reveals, we go through a lot of the stuff. We work through all the things, but then the chapter mostly like ends here after we get the big reveal.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to move on to section 16, Souls to be Equal in Dual Course 3, which starts with a moment of Foe speaking to Minerva, and I'm like, God, the mascots are communicating.
It was the best.
Yeah. They're playing around, they're having fun. But Europa explains herself a little.
Yes.
She reveals that she has no empty nest problems.
Well, it makes sense, as, you know, they go on great lengths to say, basically, Europe is named after her, and, you know, she was the mother of many great kings that founded nations and whatnot. So, no, her whole thing is like, no, my children did go forth and multiply and whatnot, and she's like, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Like, I think she said something, like, to the effect of, like, no, like, there's no mother that does not worry for their children, but, you know, to hold them there is, like, you know, super fucking wrong. And this is why she's like resisting this Lostbelt, because it's like all these children, you know, are just stuck in this everyday life, and she's so like, how dare?
Yeah. But we get some more stuff.
Yeah, we got some more stuff, because during this conversation, we basically confirmed that Zeus altered all the gods who survived the Machia to be under his control, limiting their ability and damaging their divine essence. It wasn't the fact, like, goes out straight out saying that before the Olympia Machia, they talked about, you know, how, like, some gods sided for and some sided against. No, it was actually all of them against Zeus, and Zeus just kicked their ass. And then, you know, fucked the rest.
And it was a question of, like, who he had to destroy versus convert to his side.
Yeah, like, earlier I'd said in my theory crafting that Zeus had been probably what tilted the balance either way, and boy, I was not wrong. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, we go through all this stuff. Europa drops the line about how it's not yet time for tears, and I'm like, foreshadowing.
There's going to be a lot of tears later.
But it's okay, you know, she's here to help us, and, you know, she's even offering to make us a meal, and I just put in my notes, frick yes, grandma candy. Gonna bring rat meat.
Yeah.
That's what it's like, though, right? You're just like, I should cook for you, and we're like,
excellent. If Mother loves a class, I'm pretty sure Europa would qualify as a grand.
Heh. And then, you know, over a meal, we get big exposition hour. we get canonical confirmation that Safar, or Sephir, spelled that way. Because, by the way, Holmes doesn't sit down with us. He keeps doing exposition with HP.
Yep.
So Safar, or Sephir, they actually bring up these alternate spellings, was sent to destroy the Atlantean civilization and was beyond even the foreign god in nature. The trees are still be able to analyze by the Olympians. They, like, understood their structure. Whatever the Velber was made of, was it Velber 01 or 0?
02 was Safar. 01, I don't know what happened to 01.
I don't think 01 was mentioned. We just know that because Nasi likes to do spooky foreshadowing. We just know that Safar was 02.
Yeah.
But Velber 02 was incomprehensible to them. So we go through all that stuff. We learn that at least from the pan-human history area, there were 2 great floods to the Greek recollection. Very interesting. They recall there being 2 flooding myths. One of which was obviously like they basically hard confirmed that the theory earlier about Olympus being actual Atlantis and then being, like, destroyed is true. And because it happened during a mysterious prehistoric age, that's why there's no traces. We get arguably what I call, because we've been talking about this off and on over the week, we get what I think is a subtle foreshadow in counting the Olympians as playable units. Basically, we have some exposition moment, and Holmes is just like, I think it's about the floods, but Holmes is just like, sorry, I think we got somebody in chat who's not live. They're talking about stuff that's happened like 20 minutes ago. The live button, dude. In 20 minutes, you'll figure it out. Holmes basically says a moment of like, well, to get clarification, we'd have to speak to the actual Olympians, which should be impossible. But knowing us, you never know. Basically, is what he says.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, that sounds like a very strong, like, not necessarily planned units, but definitely we're leaving this open that they could come back.
I mean, technically we have 2 of them already, even if they're in unique circumstances. One's a sheep and one literally hijacked her boyfriend.
True. But, you know, the fact that Artemis, you know, appears as Orion, but also we met Machine Gun Artemis, doesn't mean that these aren't out of the question, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely like, I feel like Holmes is just saying, like, once again, normally this would be bullshit, but, you know, it's us. Shit's weird. We also get confirmation the Olympians are all combining mecha. Basically, they were all originally chaos, the primordial chaos, which is also actually how Greek mythology works. In the beginning, there was chaos. Chaos. And then other stuff happened from that. So that was their original, like, core form, and then it split its functions, and so they all possess the ability to combine, and that's, you know, how Zeus was able to win out.
Yeah, I'm guessing in the actual proper human history, they did not combine for whatever reason, and
yeah, I think they fought Safar one at a time.
Yeah,
because we know that Ares got beat up,
got his sword stolen. The nerd,
dork. And then just after that big exposition dump, I think this is just like 2 pips that are just all exposition and text. We move on to Section 17, Souls to be equal in due course 4. And so we get a lot of back and forth with, like, Muramasa and stuff. I think this is actually when he, like, steps away after dinner.
Oh, yeah.
And Musashi is like, and she just goes out to follow him. And the quote I want to apply here that Zeus is thinking in straight lines, Muramasa is thinking in curves. Because, like, Muramasa explains, he's like, yeah, so, obviously, I was assigned to serve Hephaestus Prometheus because he's running the infrastructure of Olympus. If he breaks down, shit gets a lot harder. So, I'm supposed to do what he says. Therefore, I can build you the Grand Summoning article. But also, Zeus told me that if I saw you, I should cut your head off. So, once I finish what Hephaestus has told me is my last task, I'm kind of, like, obligated to shank you. So, I'm going to finish the article, and then I'm going to fuck off before it gets actually finished, so I don't have to do the thing.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Like I said, I think Zeus is thinking in straight lines. He's like, oh, I'll just tell this disciple of the foreign god, hey, if you see those guys, stab him. And not, like, think about, like, priority order. But Muramasa is able to think about and interpret his orders colorfully.
Oh, yeah, he's all like, can't start one job until another job's finished. He uses his definite, like, his fucking, you know, swordsmith mind step of one thing at a time.
Yes.
To great effect.
He throws everything at a task, and he's like, well, if we're not done with that task, we can't move on to the next. So if I just leave before it's finished. But he also explains a little bit about the disciples.
Oh, yeah. So it cheats noted that one of the disciples has a role, supposedly. Rasputin is supposed to be keeping an eye on the Cryptors, Limbo is supposed to be keeping an eye on the Lostbelt Kings, and Murmos is supposed to be attached to the foreign god as some sort of butler, as he says.
That's at least how he phrases it, yes.
Yes.
He also said, this is very interesting, but he also says that allegedly the foreign god's going to be naked when they show up, so he's got to prep some clothes. I wonder if that wasn't maybe a metaphor, Muramasa, considering how things turn out later. We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that.
We got a lot of exposition on the foreign god. What's a foreign god? In fact, TM. But basically, the article is finished. We get it. Hephaestus Prometheus waxes about, like, principles and stuff and talks about, like, the mathematical concept of zero. We learn about how Musashi divides by zero and stuff, and he's just like, oh, that's fascinating. Really cool. To think that'd be a heroic spirit who is a fighter who uses zero. Wild.
Like, I was actually thinking about it.
And then there's... Oh, go ahead. I was going to move on to my next quote.
Like, I was actually thinking about it. It is actually, like, thinking about it, the concepts of zero is actually pretty wild to think about. It's one of those things of, like, math, because when you think about what zero is, it's one of those few things that is something but is nothing at the exact same time, which I think is one of the points of why, like, it's, like, Musashi is such a thing about it. But that's all I really wanted to say, because you're about to get into this next part, so go back.
Well, yeah, the Hephaestus asks, oh, hey, do you have the concept of zero in your timeline? And we're like, yeah, we've known about it, because zero had to be conceptually invented, like,
yes.
in human math, to realize that zero is a discrete concept, which is very important.
Very important.
But yeah, so, as I was about to say, and then there's this asshole. Guess who it is, guys? Limbo showed up. What a
Bitch!
Yeah, and he's just a huge bitch to us. He tries to, like, murder Hephaestus with a computer virus and blah, blah, blah. And he snatches Europa, and then he's like, bye, dude, suckers, blah, blah, blah. And then he just teleports out. All right, okay.
Well, the thing is, he also brought the Dioscuri.
Yeah, he brought the Dioscuri down on us, and they're like,
how dare you, humans! I am going to kill you! And other such things.
And then even at this point, even Pollux is like, bro, are you okay? And Pollux and Castor's just like, I am perfectly fine. Everything is okay. And we're just like, Yeah, so we get into the big boy Dioscuri fight.
It was not fun. Because, let me put it this way. The ability to increase your chance to crit when you crit, and then your damage and your charge when you crit is absolutely broken. There were some turns where I felt like Dioscuri was basically MPing every other turn. And I was all like, Jesus, calm down. Like, I felt too many fights rely on RNG rather than actual strategy nowadays. Like, I was literally one Orion crit from victory, but no, everything just turned up Dioscuri, and I just had to feed the perpetual crit machine.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to say. Like, actually, technically, I think my note might be slightly out of order. But, I think about my man's muscles can't be contained. I use Super Orion to ace this fight as well.
Yeah.
But that's because it is RNG, like you said. It's based on chances, and it's based on when they decide to use their skills. Because the charge up is, I believe, that's the NPC version of their skill where they get NP gain on quick guards, I think.
Yeah.
So, and it also increases their crit chance because that's on arts, you get blah, blah, blah. It's a very weird skill. It's really broken for your side, too. But as an NPC, it's, like, even stupider, especially when combined with the fact that, yes, they literally have a story buff in this fight to get more crit when they crit. So they put crits on your crit so you can crit while you crit. And just, yeah, no, it's brutal. The fact that they do true damage is, like, it's very hard to resist. And it's very RNG dependent. There are a lot of other fights that I feel like are RNG as well. Like, we're going to talk about some later ones where I actually didn't have difficulty, but I can also totally see why people had difficulty. Because it's based on RNG. Like, that at least I will say was something I am glad that wasn't the way Demeter worked. Like, Demeter was, like, fucking unfun. She was, almost unfair, but she was systemic, right?
Oh, yeah, she had the same 3 turns over and over and over again.
She did the same logic loop, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, archers are busted, but like, your archers don't necessarily eat anything. Yeah, I use some Fujinos to do some buff blocks as well, but they do so many buffs that, like, they'll chew through it if they get going. It's like I said, it's very RNG dependent. You also have to murder a Hydra at this point, so like it's not like universal. They're not like on paper they're not difficult, but if the numbers start to go their way, they will win out through attrition.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But so
we get some sick buffs.
We get some 6 buffs though because apparently, grandmother. If you didn't get it. Mix some shit into our food. And Minerva gave Mash a thing.
Yeah. Mash has been armed with the Aegis.
But
yeah, so we go through the whole fight. We have a whole convo, the blah, blah, blah. At one point, Castor uses his authority to FTL jump. And he grabs you by the head, and he does the meme, I'm crushing your head. But it doesn't matter because you bullet.
Apparently, whatever's going on inside you is reflecting the Black Bullet and is a God Slayer.
Yeah, so Castor freaks the fuck out touching you so much so that he drops his tactical advantage. Just be like, what the fuck?
Ah!
Yeah, he's grossed out, and then you punch him.
Yes.
You punch him out. Because he's already running out of juice because he's exceeding his authority, and they fucking explode. We get some confirmation. This goes back to something Lucky said last time. But yeah, no, just hard facts. With no Hades, dead souls just got nowhere to go. They just cease. You're dead. Like, if you don't get brought back with no Demeter, you're dead now.
Goodbye.
So, you go through the whole wrangle-dangle, because the god twins ask our normal twins, like, hey, why are you fighting so hard? And they're like, well, first of all, it's because fuck you. Because they turn out they have personal enmity with those twins. But second of all, our recurring theme here is we want tomorrow to be different from today. And we're not going to get that here. And they're just like, Castor goes on a whole rant and blah, blah, blah. Pollux gets a little called out as well. Like, Adela's just like, yo, Pollux, why you let your brother be like this? And she's just like, well, I mean, he's my brother. And she's like, yeah, but he's being a douchebag, okay? And Pollux is basically just like, yeah, you're right. Anyway, we're dead now. Bye.
Bye.
Servant noise.
I made this note later, but I'm going to say it now. Like, Canis gets a lot of story beats throughout this. Like, Canis is here hanging out, making snarks, quips, and all that stuff. And generally being a... Oh, God, what's
She's being a real character now.
Yeah. Like, she still talks like a delinquent, still rough as and tells to, stab everyone in the ass constantly. But it's nowhere like how vile her character was, like in those first couple Lost Belts and stuff.
And I think it's because partially I think it's because Musashi and even us develop the bants, right?
Oh yeah.
You realize that a lot of Canis' system, like the way they literally they use he/she at one point, so it's like I don't even fucking know anymore what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of Canis' personality is built on mutual respect and, coming at each other from a place of, respect and strength.
Right.
So, with Musashi, Canis is constantly threatening, I'm going to stab you. And Musashi is like, oh, don't threaten me with a good time. And Canis is just like, what?
True.
Canis doesn't get it because Musashi is Miyamoto Musashi, and she is here to fight. So, even with Gordolf, right? Canis forms a positive opinion when Gordolf is accepts his responsibility to no, actually, despite the fact that I'm totally outclassed, I'm not going to run away because this is my fucking responsibility. Now eat this goddamn croissant. So yeah, whereas with somebody with an inferiority complex like Kadok, of course Canis is just going to be a bully to him because that's what Kadok expects and is I don't think Canis understands how positive reinforcement works, but even if they did, she would not do that with Kadok because that's not how Kadok operates.
No, but the problem here is, we see Castor and Pollux here have the fucking Gwaine problem right now. This is we've only seen them in this Lost Belt, and they've just been such complete dicks. I've heard so many people just yelling about Castor, just screaming at people. I'm all like, this is Lost Belt. These are the Lost Belt twins. Excuse me. I haven't actually seen their servant
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't know if it's from like translations or what. I feel like enough people got enough vibes, or maybe they just like Pollux' hip windows. I don't know. I feel like enough people got enough vibes that they were okay to roll because there seemed to be decent excitement. But I mean, I will say it's not like that one. Like I can compare the two videos. They came out like a week apart. Romulus Queerness is like doing fucking gangbusters for a Wanted. Yeah, it's at 1,200 views. It was #1 on our channel for like a 12 hours straight. Yes, that's right. At one point, it was doing better in terms of views acceleration than Destroyed by Demeter's Fat Ass, which is almost a 2K views. So banger for us.
Banger.
Yeah.
But
whereas Wanted Dioscuri is only at about 750. So like it's notably less. It has more likes. Romulus Queerness has way more comments though. Like it's going in there. Well, yeah, no, of course Summonable Caster isn't that bad. They're proper human history. Like, he's still an Avenger, but he's, like, a normal Avenger. We get along with him.
Yeah.
Dantes is literally my dream cop, right?
Yeah, so it's like one of those things of, like, I do feel like the Dioscuri need to be in some sort of event so we can get some further characterization of them.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that'll come. Like, I knew because I did the Wanted and I did the analysis. Like, I understand that their playable versions are different.
Yeah.
But it's definitely vibes of, like, not everybody understands that. Like, remember how much people hated, like, Gawain or Tristan's guts after Camelot? And, like, Tristan especially was like, no, you don't understand. Regular Tristan is literally the opposite of that guy. That was the point. They do spell it out. But if you don't catch it, it's like you deal with this guy he's just a weird asshole to you. Also, I mean, even I think Fion got this way, right?
Oh, yeah, Fion, too.
Our introduction to Fion was he cockblocked a banner from Bryn, and he was kind of gross to mash. And then, we learned out later. Cool.
He was a cool dude, but I think the problem is, like it's good to see that, like, it's good to see their lines and stuff in their profile, but usually you don't actually get the full breadth of their actual character until you see them in an event. Like, that's why CCC was so good for, the Seraph again was so good for Gawain and Tristan, because it put them in a situation you got to see how they actually acted.
Yeah, and they get to be cool boys.
Boys.
The only thing I hope is I hope that there's not this kind of, and I think it's correct, I hope there's not this kind of humanization for Doman. Like, I think actually Doman's plan, Limbo, is just, no, he just is an asshole. And then I especially hope there's no redemption for Beryl, because I really just want to punch that asshole. I just want to punt him into the next county. Sometimes you need villains who are just asshole.
No, like, honestly, the cryptors are like most cryptors are like, again, I think we've done a fair job of like humanizing most cryptors.
We understand them all pretty good, so it's interesting.
Yeah, but no, I like, honestly,
also, don't say never. Like, we literally talked about how Canis builds a rapport. Guess what? Canis is the final boss fight. Spoilers. But I explained that to you in the pregame, so like it comes back around.
But
they don't make all the enemies kind of gross. Fucking Zeus is like the fairest dude. He's like, y'all, I need you to explain to me why the fuck you're doing this business. And we're like, Zeus, we already told you. He's like, no, explain it to me again. I want to make sure you're really sure about this. Because if you're sure about this, I got to put my game face on. And we're like, yes, Zeus, we're sure. Put on your fucking game face. We got shit to do.
And then he pulls out his game face. And Jesus fucking Christ.
He pulls out his literal game face. We'll talk about it. That's later. Soon, though. But yeah,
like, Zeus is kind of a shit, but he's not a shit, and like Beryl is a shit.
Yeah, I called Zeus a chucklefuck. I think that's the best way to do it. Like, he's kind of an asshole about some stuff, but also at the same time, he's very explainable. I think it fits the concept of Zeus we know from mythology. Like, yeah, he's kind of a big, tough god who, like, has a lot of important jobs, but also he just kind of, like, rolls around throwing thunderbolts and fucking ladies and stuff. Like whatever. And dudes sometimes. Ganymede.
Like,
yeah.
Is everyone being cool here? All right.
I mean, I feel like, honestly, I think with the twins, it's a deliberate... We probably shouldn't get into this because we talk about the Cryptor's servants as well, but, like, I think the twins are a deliberate transposition. At first, they seem like they're much more conventional servants, and they feel like they fit Wodaime better than Canis, right?
Right.
Canis is a fucking delinquent. She's constantly bad-talking everybody. She's violent. She outwardly rebels against Wodaime, against Dioscuri, against Zeus. All that stuff, even straight up goes to Chaldea's side. Whereas the Dioscuri are, like, never wavering in their loyalty or anything, but also, as we find out later, they don't really get Wodaime. Like, They don't actually understand what he's about, but they were just yet another demonstration for Wodaime of just like how enswoled he is in terms of magic. So I think that's the point, right? The point is that you at first you think, oh, Canis and Wodaime are a bad match, and then at the end you're like, ah, I see. Hold on, let me go pick my heart and guts off the floor. Damn, dude. Whereas with Dioscuri, at first you're like, ah, I see. These make perfect sense for a character like Wodaime, and then you're like, oh no, you guys actually have shit compatibility. You don't get along well at all. You guys did not understand this dude. And that's probably why you died alone. Not really alone, but you know what I mean. You died alone like bitches in the bowels of the earth.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you didn't even have Wodaime there to back you up because you're just out doing your own thing. It's interesting. But yeah, we get through them. There's some Wodaime stuff as he's talking about things. He's having the conversation, I think, with Pepe. Or with somebody. And then I just have a note that's in Locas's, right? I mean, this chapter's full of antagonists as well, Max. Like, God, there's so many bosses. There's so many fights. And you can only do recurring fights so many times, right? Like, I honestly think I'm glad this ends the Dioscuri, like, here in section 17. Because, like, you'd already fought them, like, 3 or 4 times, right?
Right.
So, like, it's good that it's over. Because you need to stop having those fights at some point. Otherwise, then you just get like, all right, I'm tired of you. Die. Go away already. How many times can I punch Limbo as a giant ghost before I'm satisfied? Literally, we've done it like 3 times at this point. He's a giant ghost later, too. Fucking sucks. But yeah, no, so Wodaime is a conversation, and I just put this in all lowercase, right? Did Wodaime say we just have similar combat capabilities? How strong is he? How strong am I? Yes, that is a DBZ reference.
I put a line after this. I believe it's the strength of one versus the strength of all.
That definitely fits, but we also get why Wodaime says this later, but like when he just says it in the chapter before we fully get the context, I'm just like, hold on, what the fuck did you just say? I appreciate the respect because it's true, but also, damn, dude.
Damn.
I can't wipe out a whole front wave of servants with meteors. Well, and honestly, I think that makes sense, right? Because he's talking about how we would have empathized better with the Dioscuri. I think it makes sense because Castor is canonically an Avenger for reasons. I go into it in the 1. Go check it out. But like I said, we have a great track record with those.
Yes, we do.
Like we have a positive track record of bonding with all kinds of weird servants. We have fucking foreigners on our payroll. Hell, they just keep adding weirder classes. Canonically, if we go with we've summoned every servant, we have 2 pretenders on our payroll, and we don't even know what the fuck that Saint Graph, that spirit class is, right?
Right.
Like, shit's just weird. So yeah, we're pretty tough. But yeah, we move on. That's supposed to be equal in due course. That was the Dioscuri's thing. And you move on to section 18. I am the thunder that smites stars. 1. I'm just like, Anyway, so we get lots of exposition. First of all, we start with the lads having a huddle. Actually, no. First is Zeus announces that he's gonna execute Europa.
Oh no!
Like she's been captured. You're going in there. Kadok and Pepe have a huddle. The lads have a team up, a huddle, of course, Kadok again with his self-persecution complex is like, yo, why doesn't Europa just sell us the fuck out? And Pepe is just like, oh, you sweet child, boy, you don't understand. That's not how mommy works. You don't understand. It's okay. It's because she's a good person. And Kadok is just like,
what?
Say that back to me. What?
Good people?
Humans aren't just animals? But yeah, and I put in my notes, so this is a trap, right? Like, before we even get to the point where we assume it's a trap, I'm reading this, I'm like, this is a trap. Zeus does a fucking PA announcement that they're gonna kill our one ally, and I'm just like, okay, yep. It's bait, but I'm gonna take it.
Yes.
We learned that our boat is also a space plane. Basically, we jump straight to the end. We've got the Grand Article Aether. The Dioscuri are taken care of. We have to go vibe into the Shrine Dodona anyway. We might as well do it on a clock to save Europa. And Gordolf is like, yes, well, we'll catch up with you. Our boat flies, by the way.
It's sick!
Like, neat. And then we get to the first of many interesting pips. Because we have a little sequence, a little dream time. It's not our dream time, though. And I was like, oh, this is very nostalgic. They start
yeah.
playing the old vibe and music. Wodaime's having a little dreamy do.
Mm-hmm.
He's remembering things that may have happened, may not have happened. He has flashbacks to his friends in the Singularities, Kadok and Orleans. Joking about wyverns.
Yes.
Once again, Kadok literally kind of handled Wodaime's dad humor. Ophelia in Septum. Again, God, I want to see more of this too. Like Ophelia as like literally their dynamic is like fucking Colonel Mustang and Riza Hawkeye, right? Like,
right.
Wodaime is competent but also a goofball, but Ophelia is absolutely nailing the like professional assistant vibes. No, you idiot! We cannot summon Napoleon with the Arc de Triomphe. It doesn't exist yet. And Wodaime is just like, "Aw, I really want to meet Napoleon."
I find that poignant as Ophelia did meet Napoleon.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Hinako in Okeanos.
That one was hilarious.
Wodaime lets it out of the bag where he's like, "Hey, Akuda, are you going to be okay on the ocean?" And she's just like, 1, yes. 2, the fuck?
How did you know?
Oh, I was like, I didn't realize. Have you known the whole time? And Wodaime's like, no, actually, I only figured it out just now.
Again, this is the first time I'm realizing, I'm like, oh no, he's just a dork.
Beryl in London, which looked like a barrel of laughs. God. Also, by the way, Beryl, is you like old lady fucking Baba Yaga or some shit? Like talking about how his old lady, slang for his mother, or possibly his grandmother, didn't like industrial revolution and technology and stuff. And I'm just like, hold the phone. Suspicious. Beryl sus. Well, that works, by the way. Beryl is a color.
Yeah.
Beryl is also a girl's name.
I put this note here unknowingly, but I'm pretty sure this guy is going to backstab someone at some point.
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Emerald is a compound of beryllium. Yeah, so Beryl's a color and also girl's name. Considering how he talks about women, that's probably going to make him go, "Meow." It's going to make him mold. But also, Pepe in America.
Mm-hmm.
This is great.
Yep.
By the way, this is also apparently where Pepe told Wodaime his real name.
Mm-hmm.
Wodaime uses his real name in outside of the flashback, which I guess Pepe just takes as like, oh shit. I mean, even if I don't remember, if you know my fucking name, we're cool homes. We're homies. Now, I don't think this thought of mine was exactly correct given the things we got later, but I'm still assuming things. I'm like, I wonder if this means we didn't see David in Camelot or Wodaime solo in Babylonia. Mm-hmm. I had another thought here that I actually scratched out because I felt it was too speculative, but we're going to come back to it for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
This will come back. Right now, it's like our first Wodaime flashback in the interlude where we get like half the story. By the way, also very funny, interesting things. Wodaime, when having a conversation with Pepe in the America flashback, he talks about the singularities out of order.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he explicitly says nobody else made it past the halfway point. So, none of in these weird flashbacks, dreams, whatever's going on, don't have the full context yet. Wodaime explicitly says that none of the others, at least with him, made it past the halfway, which would have been London. I presume that means that Solomon nuked them?
Maybe. I'm not sure. So, by the way, I do want to point this out. If you're actually curious about this stuff, it's not a lot of stuff, but there is a Type Moon manga called Fate Grand Order from Lostbelt, which actually expands a little bit on these little stories about Wodaime and the Cryptors, if you guys want to check it out. I've read it. It pulls out a little heartstrings.
Yeah, I should go check it out. I haven't read it yet. But yes, no, I presume that was because people probably in surveys after this were like, hold up, you can't just drop this on me and leave it. You got to give me more. You must give me more. But yeah, so we get some more exposition dump. I'm trying to remember the context notes. Was this a conversation? Yeah, I think this is Wodaime having a conversation because he was like, yeah, Zeus comes to talk to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Zeus comes to talk to him, and Zeus is like, "Hey, bro, you okay?" And he's like, "Oh, sorry, I was just in thought about something."
Stuff.
So we get even more exposition dump. The Olympians are from a different universe already. Their creators died out, and Chaos sent them to a different universe where they hunted for the right planet. They crashed on Earth and adopted a local species. Because, guess what? Lucky was right. They were supposed to recreate their homeworld. They are a terraforming fleet, but they liked humans so much they decided to adopt us instead. Also, the Olympians knew about the Velber ahead of time. Zeus explicitly says, "I knew those guys existed, but I didn't think they were going to fuck with us."
Little did they know they would fuck with us.
Just smash cut to the White Titan.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's a final boss music theme there.
Yeah, no. So I do believe that this is the actual divergent points where Zeus forcibly overrode the other machine guns to reunite against Safar.
Yeah. I think somebody used the Olympus Megavord as a Megazord earlier. That's basically what they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeus was like, "No, I know we're all individuals now, but fuck your individuality. Let's team up. We're gonna combine. I insist on the Gatai." And after that, everybody was kind of a little pissed off at him.
Yeah.
Because he did kind of sort of steal their bodies for a little bit.
I'd be a little mad too.
Like, yeah, they won, but we also know from proper human history, it's not like they died. They're fucking god machines. They're okay. They just lost access to their elite. But yeah, Zeus says he did that knowing that all of his kin would be mad at him.
I put a note here. The mantle of rule is a heavy one, and only those... Oh, I think I wrote this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did, because I feel like the grammar's a little goofy.
Yeah, hang on. What was it?
That's okay. We jumped around a lot in these thoughts.
The mantle of rule is a heavy one, and only those who wear it know its weight, or something like that.
Okay.
I think it
like felt weird.
Yeah, I don't remember. But basically, people can always bitch about rulers, but until they actually rule themselves, they do not know how fucked up it is sometimes. People have to make hard choices.
Leadership is hard, y'all.
Yeah. People have to make hard choices and make the best decisions, usually on the account of many other people, even if they know those many people will be very, very angry about this. Like, case in point, with the White Titan thing, Zeus made it like, if the option was A, Zeus hijacks everyone and kicks a basically an extinction level event's ass,
Yep.
or B, doesn't, and everyone gets their machine gun bodies destroyed. It's like, which one would you choose? Knowing that, think about that, everybody.
Yeah, so it's a complex story, but he gets to the thing.
Mm.
But yeah, so then after that, we see Kadok sneaking. Turns out Kadok is hacker voice. I'm in. I believe this is brought up in his profile later in Map 8. But yeah, Kadok, one of Kadok's things is that because mages don't like him anyway, he fucks around with modern technology, unlike other mages, because he needs stuff to do things.
Mm.
So he actually knows shit about like computers. I suspect, even though he's never brought it up, he probably knows a few things about firearms. So, because he has all that hunt and magecraft. But yeah, he cracks in, and Wodaime's password is friendship.
Basically, their initials.
Yeah. Kadok gets it wrong the first time because he used the wrong initial for Pepe. But it's P for Pepe. I don't know if Kadok has ass cheeks. He's very scrawny.
Nah, that man.
Like he's got skinny goth kid vibes.
Yeah, he's kind of a twig.
So, good.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, no. I have the NP Buster card, so I am about to, well,
ruin this whole man's day.
Yes.
But yeah, so he cracks into Wodaime's computers, and we get a lot of info dump. The trees are the Matrix. This answers a long-held question we've had about the structure of Lost Belts. How do they get to the modern era? Well, the trees, which are named after galaxies, simulate the universe as if they had existed until the modern day. Presumably this is why the older ones start stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to simulate more time and get more juice. But yeah, so that explains like how we got here. Like technically everything was simulated until it got transposed onto the texture.
God, Martha just ruined everyone's day. Never mind. Fuck.
Yeah, she does do that. Neutral damage. I think her attack stat is good for a 4-star. Good balance.
Mm-hmm.
And we also, Kadok finds text files about the foreign god. So there's a lot of info about how the foreign god, how it works, why it works, etc. So basically, we learned that the actual foreign god is formless. This is very interesting considering that there was a tentacle alien in Area 51 for us to bad touch. But the foreign god can only exist on the bleached Earth, so in order to actually live on Earth and reach us, it has to have an appropriate form. It is formless. It is just kind of a light. This also presumably means that the priestess of the foreign god is not actually the foreign god in disguise. Yeah, Limbo catches Kadok sneaking around and punches him in the gut, and also he's got the pain curse on his thing.
Like you said,
she is supposed to be kind of a hole in reality. But
yeah,
I'm assuming that they are not literally the same because the foreign god has no form, period.
I guess that's true.
And the priestess does have a form, even if she's weird. Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting that, again, we talked about their roles, right? But Limbo is the one who finds Kadok and feels the need to deal with him. So he gives him the stab. He gives him the proper JoJo send-off. He donuts him, and he's like, my nails are poisoned. You're going to suffer a lot. And Kadok is just like, fuck you. And this is the point where I wrote the note. I'm very glad it seems like we're going to have an entire story chapter dedicated to punching Limbo.
Yeah.
Just fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
So, we're going through all the stuff. Section 19, we move on to I Am the Thunder That Smites the Stars. This is all, exposition, so it's only got a couple of short notes. But we get some stuff in rapid procession. Kadok drags himself, bleeding out, mortally wounded, to Rasputin. That's where I say Kadok is pretty metal. Mm-hmm. Rasputin is just like,
I see.
Well, yeah. That's pretty bold of you. Maybe there are, two parts of a bit. We'll get in there later. But Rasputin is like, well, I'm not doing anything right now, so I guess I've got some time to kill. Crack snakes. But I also like another point where, a Barrel, little weasel that he is weaseling around, and not even Koyanchihuaha wants to deal with it. I love it. She's devastating. She's just like, Barrel Gut, you are a mad dog, and I don't deal with those. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't even want to see you. I don't want to smell you. Get the fuck out of here.
But unfortunately,
Barrel is like, well, but I've got something you like. You like rare animals, right? What if I told you there was a thing I could get you? Maybe, I don't know, the White Dragon of Albion. Big jingle jangle, by the way. I'm not sure this detail ever got translated out of Lostbelt 5, but this will be important.
I do
this
believe
is what the Mages Association has in their basement.
Yeah, I was about to say. Again, I think this is we say this a couple of times, but Britain is bad news bears.
Britain is fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the thing they've got in their basement is the White Dragon of Albion, and I love when. Hold on.
What's up? Hey,
sorry, I'm cleansing somebody who's saying something.
Oh.
No future spoilers. You have been cleansed. Do not do it again, or I shall time out you. It may still show up in our replay, but whatever. There's only so much I can do about that. I don't actually know how the replay handles deleted posts. But, where was I? Right. We're in the middle of this.
Oh.
Yeah, don't look at chat.
Don't look at chat.
Koyanchihuaha the clock tower is Albion.
Yes.
But yeah, Koyanchihuaha does her professional, cold face where she's just like, very well. You have thing of value.
And Barrel's just like, I want, a, get out of jail free card here.
I would like to purchase a one-way ticket out of this Lostbelt.
And I'm just all
because Chaldea is coming and they're gonna win. So we fly up to the shrine, but then we gotta have a little bit of crash land. I wrote in here another happy landing. That's basically all this is for us. Is we get in the jet fighter, we take the fuck off, we land the fuck down, we crash in Europa's garden.
I need to work on more Tama mode.
just working on our stuff.
Yep.
Well, yeah, they talk about how we brought this up earlier because this was in the Big Aphrodite thing, but when she talked to Pepe, that oh yeah, Candace uses the Poseidon Maelstrom.
Oh yeah.
And is surprised. She's like, even I didn't realize how strong that would be.
Oh no.
Yeah, I guess if they're willing. I mean, I don't know how much it's Beryl, Robin. I don't know how much Beryl's dealing in fair trade here.
Beryl keeps having that fucking sprite of the fogged up glasses, and I'm like, I hate that look. Stop that.
Yeah, that's his mage power. Hides his glasses. But yeah, basically, we transition there. Beryl's got plans and plans. We know all the cryptors got their own plans. They're doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We get up to the shrine because that's our transition, and then we move on to section 20. I am the thunder that smites stars 3. To which point I see an alter ego icon, and I'm like, oh, you're approaching me?
I threw comma at this problem, and it worked fabulously.
Yeah, so first of all, my first note, though, before the actual fight is, Musashi finally got to hold foe, because we're in the Machina corridor, the corridor that's supposed to be so large they can actually fit their giant robot bodies in, which means it must be fucking huge. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
But we're running down, and so we're like, we got to go speed. We got to become speed, so Musashi gets to carry foe. Mash helps us out. The various things.
Mm-hmm.
I think Musashi is also carrying Holmes, because he sprint right.
No, Holmes is carrying Adele.
Oh, okay. Holmes is carrying Adele. That means Macarius gets Caligula. But yeah, my note for the boss fight is just the flower called the Arrow of Love will blossom within the void of heaven.
You weren't immune to charm, bitch.
Yeah. I think I did not have to spend a revive on this, but I did spend a command seal to make comma NP again. Do it again, comma. Just like yeet and then yeet.
Fuck you, giant ghost.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I'm glad comma's name is so sick.
It's so good.
But yeah, so we beat him up a little bit. We get rid of some goons. We fight some guys. And Pepe shows up and reveals his secret technique. Fuck you, no jutsu.
Literally is all like, yeah, all this great stuff, but you fucked up my Lostbelt, you fucking asshole. I'm going to kill all your fucking extra bodies.
I've figured out your secret. You're using duplicate bodies to, force your own reincarnation. Well, fuck you. Guess what? I understand how that works. Delete. And then Limbo's just like, Oh no, I'm in danger.
Run away.
What?
Bitch.
And then Pepe's like, anyway, I'm gonna go deal with that. Bye, guys.
Laters.
So we go through the corridor. We meet the shrine. We run into Zeus. He actually shows up before us. He's a little bit of a chucklehead here. He's kind of he laughs at us. He laughs with us. But also, he does the whole, sadistic choice of, yes, it is my decree. Europa will be executed. You there, human children, rejoice. You're going to do it for me. And we're just like, I'm sorry?
Apparently he gains the authority of laughter during this. It's truly the most terrifying.
Well, yeah, because his laughter is like gravity.
God.
And it sucks. Anyway, then we got to fight Europa and Talos, and taking out Talos first makes this fight a literal joke. Once Europa permanently NP seals herself, she can't do anything to you.
She's like, oh no, my Talos! I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little bad.
Yeah, I mean, you feel sad, but at the same time, in a group of boss fights that's so tough, that the fact that there's actually a deep cheat here is so great. Anyway, I yeeted that guy into space.
I don't remember.
I have a space goddess who's got very high attack. She's brailed to 100. And that's just and a 50% battery. So it's just you're going to space, son. House is just no.
Again, this is one of the, since it wasn't that much of a fight. I honestly can't remember what I actually did.
I think I actually had my Jack in the back row for just in case. I don't think I got that far. This fight was actually not that hard. And there's no cutscene to end it, by the way. We just go straight into part 4.
Oh yeah.
The big one, Section 21, I am the thunder that smites stars, V. So Zeus reveals his power level. He transforms to his final form. He is a giant face, and I was like, so I can't be the only one getting Zardoz vibes here, right?
And if you're talking about a giant face managing humans here, and maybe not Sean Connery in a red diaper and straps, sure.
The god is good. The Chaldeans are evil.
If you guys
thinking about the giant floating head,
guys, if you haven't seen Zardoz, it's a fucking trip.
You should. It's a cult classic. You should check it out. Big Boy Zardo. It's very funny. It's weird, but you should check it out. Anyway, Holmes' specialized are still working overtime. Da Vinci drops us on us later that he's basically constantly running his elementary, my dear noble phantasm, so he could figure out ways we don't die.
Yeah, because he's been cursing this entire time and is basically limiting his brain power for some odd reason.
Yeah, so he's just using his hashtag life hack the entire time. But Holmes makes observations about Zeus, and Zeus is like, "Hold on, little sage, don't say anything yet. I'm still working towards it." And Holmes is like, "Nah, dude, you still cursed me, but also fuck you." Anyway, Holmes drops the plan on us. Try not to die yet. We have to charge up the Aether.
And oh wow, it actually was to survive a few turns. I wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, they give you a little preview. This isn't the real one. You gotta last a little bit. Since you don't die immediately, though, Zeus starts charging up his big fistful of lightning.
Starts unleashing all his limiters.
Yeah, just holy shit. He takes off all his untraded trading clothing, and you're just like, what? Hold on, what was that last bit? No, what was that next bit? What?
Releasing anti-space-time, you're just like, what?
It starts with, anti-country, anti-planet, and you're just like, I'm sorry? Anti-space-time, and you're just like, hold the fuck up. Is this allowed?
It's like, Zeus, cease. Stop. Stop.
And we do get him to stop. Because we drop down the Golden Punch! You remember that time Captain Falcon blew up a sun?
It wasn't as effective as that, but...
No, but it is a Golden Punch, and Zeus is just like, interesting. Delete. And then Golden Bear is just like, that was my trap. You fell for it. That was my plan.
This really does seem like a Yu-Gi-Oh card setup now that I think about it.
We're doing a big plan. We're doing the chain summon. First of all, we summon the Crimson Mecha God, Aeneas, which is actually Mars, and he's just like, yes, I am Mars from proper human history. I am literally a giant robot man. I'm here to punch you.
I mean, if we actually do get Ares, and he is just a smaller mecha version of that, I'll be okay with that. That seems pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for everything. All right. Yes, I've gotten a special request with this super chat to read this in my best Yu-Gi-Oh voice, and I believe this is relevant.
Oh god.
I sacrifice my golden hero Alekman to special summon my divine hero Ares, and when special summon, divine hero Ares special effect activates, allowing me to summon another divine monster card of 7 stars or higher when sacrificing one monster. And with that, I will summon divine hero Roma by tributing my emperor hero Caligula. And when summoned, it makes all my monsters Roman, which activates Ares' second ability, Transcend. Allows me to increase his attack power by turning him into Divine Hero Mars. Time to get fucked, Zeus, or shall I say, Jupiter. It is really kind of like that, though.
I'm about to say,
summon, all that shit. That's what happened, though.
Yeah, no, as soon as I thought about it, I was like, that sounds like something super fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! All of a sudden.
It's exactly what happens. You're doing your fucking plan. You thought I was owned, but no, it was you who are owned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we have, again, as it says, we do the Grand Summon, and suddenly we have a Roman God King and Demetrius Zeus' Shrine.
I love, by the way, that he levels up his Ascension sprites to do this, right? When he first appears, he's normal, and then he's golden armor, and then he's wings, motherfuckers!
He's like,
he's ratcheting up.
Yep.
He's like, yes, I got my energy on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm juicing now. I'm Romulus equals queerness, baby. You are all Romans. Hey, Zeus, guess what? In Mars, I was part of a triumvirate that was equal with you. This is actually a true fact, probably. It's really arcane. It goes back to the era of the Roman kings, but there was actually evidence that on Capitoline Hill, there was a triad of Jupiter, Mars, and Quirinus. The even into the Roman Imperial times, the High Priest of Queerness was ranked like number 3 under the High Priest of Jupiter and the High Priest of Mars.
Wild.
So queerness used to be a big deal. I don't think anybody in modern scholarship understands why exactly. I talk about this a lot in the Wanted. It's very vague, but we do know that queerness used to be a big deal. But yeah, he's here now. He's gonna praise the sun on us. And he's gonna do the thing.
Mm-hmm. So actually, I did a little bit of reading about this. I can't remember what it was, but they were actually talking about levels of the divinity that could match Zeus. And while Romulus Queerness did pop up, another one that popped up that actually surprised me, Quetzalcoatl is actually, in their pure god form, would actually be one of the few things equal to Zeus. And I was just like, man,
Quetz is a huge like mythic cycle hero deity, Aztecs. Very central. Obviously, Big J would work, I think.
Mm-hmm. Legendary boss. I'm sorry. Screw the rules. I have money. No, it's screw it. Have more of my money. I think that's hilarious.
Hey, I'll take your energy. Maybe I'll do a roll after all this. Anyway, Buddha could probably do it, but he's a saver.
Mm-hmm.
You guys keep juicing, so there's plenty of your energy in the tank.
Oh yeah.
But the other ones, I think, like possibly, I could see like Horus, for instance.
Oh yeah.
Or possibly, actually, you probably want to go with Chief Gods, Ra or Amun-Ra.
Oh yeah.
Very
you have to go usually to the Topatus. Oh wait, is it? Oh, it is. It's 9 o'clock. Everyone log in.
Login time. Oh, actually, I got a weekly ticket as well. Actually, I can do that right now.
Do it right now. Let's see. I am gonna pick up a ring. Let's go do a 10 spin. Let's go do a 10 spin while we wait. Let's go see. Let's go see if.
Roll.
Let's see here. Let's go here. And what happens? What happens? Let's find out. Here we go. No skip gang. No skip gang.
No shit, Lucky's rolling.
Yep.
Something will happen.
Something will happen.
Something always happens when we roll on.
It's a Lancer. That's a Hector. That's an old man. How dare.
Incorrect, Lance.
Oh, it's another servant. Lovely. It's a caster. It's a Hohenheim. Living his best life in a card. It's my third servant. Interesting. I was expecting I'd get a CE by now. It's a Rider. Boudica. Oh, here's a CE. Ah, Knight's Dignity. I have not seen this, 100 times or less.
Oh my god, invented Skip Gang.
It is why we invented Skip Gang. Silver Berserker. It's Lubu. Do not pursue. I can't say Lubu anymore without immediately resorting to that.
Memes.
It is memes.
By the way, I learned another cool word. It's mytheme. Oh, hold on. Ticket got a servant. What's it gonna be?
What you got?
It's a gold saber. Is it gonna be Dioscuri NP2? It is!
That's bullshit.
What the fuck? This is what I get for rolling on air. Yeah, its weekly ticket is NP2 Dioscuri. Holy shit. On the God's green earth? I think that means my mana is high. I'm gonna buy some Saint Quartz. Alright, we're gonna drop the 80 pack. You guys have given me your energy. Yes, I'll earn my Android points. One tap, buy. Processing. Payment successful. We've earned play points. Alright, I have 192 Saint Quartz. How many Dioscuris will I get? He says. I will activate Skip Gang, though, so we won't be here forever. Oh, hold on. Skip Gang got a servant. It's a Berserker. They're going to turn gold. They're silver.
Alright, I'm doing another summon, because I refuse to go with nothing.
Oh, it's Cat.
Cat is grand. Do you have an MP5 Cat?
I think my Cat might not be MP5. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on. We got another servant in Skip Gang. It's another Berserker card that's going to turn gold. Is it 2 cats? No, it's Beowulf. Beowulf is also not MP5. Well, I'm getting golds, which is unusual for me. There was none of this luck on my last 80 pack.
Behold my fucking CE luck, by the way, as I just get 4 and 5 stars constantly.
Ah, now I've got gold sparks. Is it gonna be 3 gold servants on one fucking roll? Now it's a gold lancer. Come on, baby. Raid up servant. Boom! We have Canis. First 10 pack. God, I wish I hadn't spent a full $80, but you know, you guys gave me your energy. Mission accomplished, everybody. Skip gang wins. Hold on, we're still going. What am I getting now? Okay, it's another CE. I'm like, hold on, what's up? Ooh, it's another Origin Bullet. I don't know if my Origin Bullet is MLB.
Do I want to go for one more? Should I go for one more? I don't know.
Canis' voice line is loading. They're telling you to stop.
I like how everyone's like, no, don't! Well, Robin told me to... People was like, Lucky yes, Lucky no!
Alright. There you go, you got to hear Canis' line. That was 3 golds in one roll. So immediately what we do is, now we must take this energy and run with it. All for my boy, Romulus Quirinus. Let's go to Rome, y'all.
God damn it. Well, I'm gonna keep rolling now. Fuck.
I mean, I bought Sync Quartz.
Yeah,
what am I gonna do? Sit on it?
That'll be the smart
people
thing.
have given me their energy. It would be smart. I just got 2 fucking Necromancy back to back. What the fuck? Whoa! Rainbow Sparks!
This is bullshit.
Alright, if it's Romulus Quirinus, I will fucking stop. It's Rainbow Spark Gold Lancer. Everybody, the grand game is settled. By the way, Romulus Quirinus says that, by the way. He's Grand Lancer. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm going home. I'm done. Thank you for your energy, everybody. Here, I'll play Romulus Quirinus' intro line as well. It's probably gonna be Roma.
Can someone train me for this fucking bullshit CE luck that I have? I'm gonna keep rolling. I'm not gonna buy anything, but... Oh, I got gold sparks at least. Saber.
Alright, cool. I'm going home with my summons. I have way too many servants to level. I have a fucking NP2 Dioscuri now. I have Romulus Quirinus. And I have a Canis, who is NP1, but I'm stopping there. I'm glad that came in 110 pull. That makes sense statistically, because remember, I went like 150 naked quartz and then a fucking 10 spin, and then like 2 more 10 spins worth of rolls on Canis' banner before the Canis actually came out. I got NP2 Dioscuri before the Canis actually showed up. Both of my Dioscuris on tickets.
That was a min roll.
I hate it. You hate to see it, y'all.
You hate to see it. Okay, no. Well, apparently no. This was not my time.
I was juiced, though. I was juicing.
You were juicing.
Rainbow sparks and everything. It's been a while since I saw this. Okay. And I gotta, actually, let me check for y'all really quick. Let me check what my NP levels for Cat and Beowulf are, because I need to slap my Dioscuris together. Hey, so that is NP. That is now with this roll. That's gonna be NP5 on my Cat and my Beowulf. They were both NP4 before.
Sick.
Neat. I mean, sometimes money works for me. That's how Maeve worked. I had to spend money on her. By the way, this means that canonically, to the canon of this show, Let's Talk FGO, Canis is more picky than Maeve is. Because I had to go 280 packs. Canis. Alright, this St. Quartz, I'm sitting. I'm not spending any of this until fucking Castoria, I think.
Don't you want Dino Wife?
I do want Kyokoyo. Do I want to try and roll actual 10 spins on that with my paid quartz? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Alright, and then Wow, my Dioscurries are both level 1, so I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I must have an MP5 magic card. Okay. I was concerned to kiss, but nah, I'm fine. Okay, cool. Listen, I have completely embraced the fact that I don't get anything by saving. I have to spend money, and I have to spend... I have to spend, like, a couple $100 on anything. So... Again, that's just my lot in life. I've accepted that. So, me saving means literal jack shit. I can save up, like, 2,000 quartz until I spend money. I ain't getting shit. I've accepted that lot in life.
All right,
but
let us continue our thoughts. We are about to go to the big Zeb battle. By the way, while I appreciate that everybody seemed to really bite on us during the pregame calling Zeus Big Chungus, as he's very big.
He is big.
I also because he's Z, I also use the phrase Big Zam a couple of times. So hey, y'all know it's bigger than Big Zam here. Space. Hate space.
It's actually very powerful. That was my strategy as well. I took a Space Ishtar, I took a Merlin, and I took a Jean. It was actually quite effective. The fight was actually, I think, one of pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty balanced. I can say that I did get Zeus in one try. I think it was RNG though. I know some people complained about his confusion doing skill seal, which I did not get. But Jolter fucking soloed his last HP bar. I was worried I would need a revive. No, she was just like, yes, your tears are delicious. Like, yeah, I'm just dropping NPs, blowing up his dudes, and just like, yeah, no, that fucking rulers get wrecked.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it was, one of his skills, but he was supposed to have a shield on it, but, you know, John just stabbed through it anyway. I wasn't sure what was happening there, but I was like, okay, whatever. It's fine. Like, I wasn't entirely sure on the mechanics, but I don't know. Like, for me, it was down to the wire too, with just John in there giving him the stabs, but it worked.
Yeah. Which, after as much trouble as the other Olympians gave, I was like, I'm okay with this. Especially because you got to use skills. He's a fucking 3D model that moves up and down, you know?
Also, Legendary Boss Hunter, you didn't tell me shit.
Oh, I don't remember when this was.
Yeah.
We may have had this conversation.
Not with me.
I already said that after that. Because that's when I brought this up. Because I don't usually lurk in the channels about stuff. Pretty good. If it was like 2 weeks ago, I probably don't remember. Even if you were live. There's a lot of stuff that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so
we
boople Zeus. We zoopal boost. Mash shoots him in the face. Bang. And we move on to section 22. Void. So, we get a flashback from Odaime about Zeus being exploded.
Yep.
He elaborates on what their plan was.
Yep. Apparently they were in it together up to a certain point. But Odaime's plan, which hadn't came to full fruition, isn't really explained. But what Zeus wanted to do was basically take out the energy from the tree and book it.
Yeah. Turn back into interstellar mode and get the fuck out.
No, Legendary Boss Hunter. I mean, you didn't tell me shit, as I don't listen to anyone trying to tell me how to beat bosses. I figure them out on my own. You can scream everything to the heavens. You didn't tell me anything.
Like he refuses to learn.
I do.
Okay, I have all my payment stuff and my news. But yeah, so Zeus was basically, as befitting, we're so late in this game. This is technically the third Lostbelt, not the third, the sixth Lostbelt map we've done, right?
Right.
It's very similar to what the Lion King wanted to do.
Oh yeah. But if I understood this right, he didn't actually want to take humanity with him. Just wanted to take the thoughts and prayers with him of humanity and be like,
yeah,
nope.
He was going to record us, and because he would have all the terraforming functions, he was going to be able to restart humanity somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But
Not these
it was
humanity.
still not like actually gonna save anybody.
Yeah.
It was gonna did.
What's with all these super powerful beings be like, I'm just gonna take up these humans and I'm just gonna go somewhere the fuck else? Seems to be a common plan. It's very weird. I don't like it. Stop that. Oh.
Yeah, we didn't get as nettle at Zeus as we did it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's because this kind of plan's old hat now.
Yeah.
Hey, Prometheus. Sick.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks. So everything gets destroyed and oops, snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Shit starts getting broke.
There's a fucking space eye.
Ah! They say it's chaos. Please insert your Strangers of Paradise meme here.
Yep.
If I could post it,
Somebody said they realized they forgot to make the joke, and I was like, "Don't you worry, look, I got you covered."
Yeah, no,
It's in our show notes.
I made that joke immediately. But yeah, no, apparently the primordial god Chaos has just been, you know, sleeping in the the cracks between reality, and with the authority of Zeus thus disabled, decided to, you know, wake up and go on with its prime directive or something.
Yeah, it's gonna convert everything on Earth into Spiritron data, and also reduce the Earth's mass by like a third or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Which is bad. We're gonna suck a hole out of it, and we all say, "Wait, he can't do that. He's gonna fuck us. We can't repair the Earth if he does that."
No, my stuff is here.
Yeah, and he's going through all the things. And I also want to throw this out there. There's a big eye. There's a Dyson sphere. It's explicitly compared to. It has the power of a sun behind it. By the way, he just deletes Mars. Like, Romulus tanks a shot from us, but Mars Ares gets in the way and is just like, eat. It's very off-putting.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Jokes I can make here. And they're even from the season with the interdimensional aliens.
Jesus.
It's very funny.
Speaking of which, Interstellar Migration Treaty. Nazu, tell me your secrets. Do you literally have this giant galactic scale of events going on with, like, systems and, you know, other cultures that have their own rules, and we just know nothing about them until Nazu's gonna reveal them in some giant fucking, you know, reveal or something? I'm a little concerned because how he keeps coming up with these space concepts, but we know nothing about them because they're in, you know, space. It's like...
Nazu likes space. He wants to write sci-fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Anyway, so remember how Musashi has been waiting for her moment to, like, pierce the heavens or something? Apparently this is it, because they talk about how Chaos is in the space between spaces. He's in the gap, and Musashi just perks up and is like, aha! I know things about this. Anyway, it's time. I gotta go now. And we're like, Musashi, don't you? Musashi's like, bye already! God damn it. Fuck.
Yeah, no, we were literally yelling and screaming at her to get back here. And she's like, nope!
Yeah. She's like, haha, no. She jumps to our space plane, which has arrived. The Stormboarder shows up late, but flying. It's a spaceship now. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, Musashi's talking about how... Well, like, she was talking about how she literally can't go anywhere else. Like... Yeah,
she does kind of explain that basically, obviously, her world was a Lostbelt that got pruned.
Mm-hmm.
And she has been drifting, but eventually she gets kicked out. But she's been running out of places to go, so much so that she can't even... like, get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, she can't, like, so much so that she can't even jump anymore. She talked about this earlier. She teleports now in just our reality.
Mm-hmm. I think that says something, though.
Yeah.
That even though, you know, she kept getting kicked out of the worlds, you know, she was always welcome here. And I'm just like, no! Yeah.
And she kept scooching back. She flashbacks on all her adventures, some of which happened in an interesting canonical order. By the way, also, I'm still slightly confused. Because, like, she doesn't have her eye patch anymore in story. So, did Musashi die at Shimosa and then became a heroic spirit, and then we've been seeing her in events, or what? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Anyway,
I don't know.
I'm a little confused. And unfortunately, it's hard to fact check, because Fuck you, Lasingle, and Delayworks. But yeah, so she jumps on the top of the boat. We start speeding off. We're not going to make it, you know, because that's how huge Chaos is. And so far, this is actually kind of interesting. They talk about, like, how big everything is. But they go through all of that, and, you know, but Nemo's like, okay, we're not going to make it in time. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sacrifice myself. We're going to do multiple zero-sail jumps. And the Marines are like, no, you can't do that, Captain. You'll die. And he's like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway. Da Vinci, you can run shit without me anyway. And she's like, I mean, I'll never be able to leave the ship, but yeah. But don't you worry, Romulus Quirinus was not out of juice yet.
Nope. Makes you a shiny golden road leading straight to them. You know, as they say, all roads.
But also, this relates to his noble phantasm name, Per Aspera ad Astra. Through our difficulties to the stars.
We have a lot.
Poignant, damn it. Yeah. Literally the fictional motto of Starfleet from Star Trek. And yeah, and Musashi does the thing.
They had to do a remix.
Yeah.
I am upset. I was floor.
Yeah. No, she does she gives her whole speech again. Shinman Musashi, reach zero. Fuck you, giant space eyeball.
We have several CGs. How dare.
And then we do the sword swing noise, just ching. And where'd Chaos go, guys?
By the way, what did you sell? I screamed, I'll never forgive you, Musashi.
I'm pretty sure I yelled that too.
Yeah. How dare.
I've got to remember this one. That's the joke. I remember all of them.
But with that, we're going to go to section 23, the day to bring down gods. And I start this off with, still floor, but I must go on.
We keep being floor.
Yes.
Because, yeah, this one doesn't start with a softball. Musashi has just, at least according to witnesses, you know, used up the maximum power of her Saint Graph and burned out her existence, so much so that the Chaldea computer no longer remembers her. Data lost. Very infamous meme. Just to not necessarily actually stop Chaos, but to, like, close the hole and make him fuck off back to his home planet.
Yeah.
But no, there's no breaks.
Nope.
Because we get a big, long flashback about stuff here.
Oh.
And this is where you wrote your note about Canis.
Yes, this is where I originally wrote my note about Canis.
Because you get to see First Ascension Canis hanging out with Wodaime about stuff, and they're just dorks to each other. I was absolutely floored. I'm very glad I rolled her now. Because you see, Canis has a shitload of expressions.
Oh, yeah.
Like, damn. And yeah, it really grows Canis' character.
And you find out that Wodaime isn't maybe not the superhuman that they seem to be. And Canis is just like, damn, dude.
Yeah. And that's how Wodaime gets Canis on his side. He's like, I've got a plan that's so fucking stupid and big, you can't not do it. And Canis is like, your plan is big and stupid. Let's do it. Like I said, Canis is the servant that actually understands Wodaime and his goals and stuff. And, like, it's wild. Anyway, we do have a convo with Quirinus, though. He spends a lot of time talking about the void and unknown unknowns and the sea of possibilities. It's very interesting, given what just happened. He's out here talking about how within nothingness, within empty space, is where humans thrive. Because that's where our imaginations can grow and become anything. Basically, he is talking about Musashi's philosophy of zero, but on like a human potential way, and I'm just like, It's a very interesting thing you've just said to me.
It is.
Anyway, Canis drops the bomb of like, all right, you defeated Zeus. We're enemies again. Wodaime's like, yes. Well, too bad about Zeus. Anyway, my tree now.
Yay!
So we gotta fight Canis for a little bit. this is a fucking stupid fight. I love how Wodame is fucking Canis' hype man. He's just like, don't you underestimate Canis. Whoop! Gains another HP bar, and I'm like, Wodame, calm the fuck down. Stop that.
And Canis is like, ah, shit, you're hurting me.
I love Canis' story interactions. Like, I think it's in this one, but it might also be in the final one later. I think Canis has a line with a break bar that's like, you guys are too damn strong.
Oh, no, it was this fight.
Yeah, that's the when you break like the actual like first or second bar. Canis is like, you're too damn strong, and like does like attack down and NPC and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Canis' break bar for the final fight is let's start over. But yeah, and then after you get through bars, Wodame's like, hold on, time out. Gonna do a thing.
Yes.
They start playing the in the air tree music, and I'm just like, I need an AU where Wodame's a rave DJ. Like, just imagine Wodame out down at the club playing the rave music. Canis is his hype man / bouncer, and just like, dirt. You know the tree music, tree raves.
Oh yeah, dirt.
And Wodame drops his plan on us.
It's kind of a crazy plan. But basically his plan is to basically take all this magical energy from the tree and basically elevate every human up to godhood. Again, yeah. we seem to have this plan a lot with people.
Yeah, his plan is basically like the transhuman singularity. He's like, okay, so, not me, because I got brought back for the foreign god. I don't count. So, because basically, the foreign god tries to descend, and Wodame's like, oh no, I've blocked that already. Atlas is in the tree. That's my third servant. You forgot. All right, did I summon 3 servants? It was Atlas. He's in the tree.
Yeah, people.
And that means the foreign god cannot descend.
Yeah, people assume that Zeus was his third servant, along with Canis and Dioscuri, but nay!
No, he was equals with Zeus.
Yes,
his third servant contracted was Atlas. So Atlas is now in control of the tree and is going to use all of its magical energy to juice everybody up and ascend you to godhood. And you're just like, what? You can't do that. And he's like, of course I can.
I'm doing it right now.
Tree.
I'm doing it right now.
In fact. And Mash is like, oh my god, Master, your power levels are off the scale.
Well, I don't know if it was off the scale, because originally you have very shitty magic circuits and whatnot. Yeah. But they are improving. And I said this here. Yo, are these improved magic circuits permanent? I bet not. That would not be fair at all. Because this game has a really weird obsession of keeping you weak and insignificant almost.
It would be a great way to do a permanent story buff for the Master, though. But mechanically what happens is your skill, your magic skill, your Mystic Code skill cooldowns are, like, halved. Which I wouldn't mind, honestly. They're really fucking long, but anyway.
Yeah, but you still are all like, no, but we must fight. And Wodame's like,
well, yeah, and Wodame even encourages you. He's like, I mean, you could sit by and do nothing, but we kind of have to conflict because you're trying to recover all of human history. My plan doesn't do that. I'm just gonna make a new world with new humans. You guys get to be new humans. There's like 12 guys on the on the storm border get to be new humans, and I guess the Olympians, which is probably like, let's not mince words. There's some problems with Wodame's plan. There's some flaws.
Yeah.
He has great. He's a great big picture guy, but the devil is in the details. He's basically saying that what's left of Novum Chaldea and the what's left of the Olympians who are having a bad time because Zeus exploded and now there are no more gods. Shit's bad, Mr. President. That like they're gonna be like in charge of the new human race, and it's like, I mean, I'll take that mantle, but I mean, what about the billions of people who got yeeted already? And Wodame's like, nope, can't help them. You're gonna have to solve that one, because humans can't beat the foreign god. But if I make you all gods, then we can figure it out. It's a really like it's a great plan that's very heartwarming, but also like, damn that dumb. Wodame, you're being dumb.
Honestly, everyone's being dumb.
Yeah. But I think, honestly, the thing is, he said... The problem is Wodame's working on a timescale. He explicitly says that the foreign god, realizing that it's being cockblocked, is trying to kill him. It's trying to stop his heart. So he's He's like, I gotta finish my ritual before the foreign god makes me explode.
Yep. And
so he's like, yeah, we have to fight.
We have to fight. And we do the Wodaime fight.
Limbo shows up to fuckle us, but Canis is like, oh, no. Get the fuck out of here. Bonk him. But yeah, we have the fight with Wodaime. It's the rematch of the century.
And the rematch starts with him completely blowing up your front line. There's nothing you can do to stop this.
No. He gates you.
Yeah.
I think the only thing you can do is wait like 3 months for Castoria. Because Castoria's NP has the non-pierceable invincible. But by the way, if you try to do that in Atlantis, Wodaime pierces that. You cannot dodge his Atlantis version of the NP if he does it. Because that fight's just supposed to be fucking over. This one yeets you. Like I said, he gates you.
Yeah.
He lets you get in there.
Yep.
But he does some very interesting buffs. Very interesting buffs he does.
Yeah, no, I can't remember them all the top of my head, but the first word is basically all of the first singularities.
Yes.
All of them. And they each give a buff, except for the last two. Because the Jerusalem record and the Mesopotamia record are no record.
Yeah, no effect.
No effect.
He said nobody made it halfway. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and look up what the buffs are, though.
Oh, okay.
So continue to vamp slightly.
I will vamp slightly. But yeah, no, they each do a little bit of things, and not all of them, interesting enough, not all of them were good. I can't remember which ones did which.
London. London is the one that's a debuff.
Yeah, the barrel one.
Yeah.
Figures.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so since somebody brought up in chat while I'm still scrolling for the buffs, the fact that the ones that have no effect and say one of them says Jerusalem and one of them says Mesopotamia, I believe is responsible for a very popular theory that Arcade is Wodaime's time.
I don't think that's
it's his
true.
version of Part 1.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. What this probably does mean, though, so because it's called Jerusalem and not Camelot, that probably means he did not have to fight the Lion King. But Singularity 7 is only called Mesopotamia after Tiamat shows up, like in person. So he did probably have to fight either Tiamat or a beast in 7.
Well, again, like,
lots of very interesting subtle stuff.
I'm not entirely sure he actually went to those singularities, though. That's the thing. Like, we'll explain this a bit later. But I think those are lacking records because he did not actually go into those singularities. Because there's a reason why he has those buffs. You know, he's going to carry that weight.
Yeah. So, it's the Trench of Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
A Feast on Okeanos. Evening on Septum. By the way, those last two, the Septum and the Okeanos ones, those are the fucker. Septum is the resistance to critical attacks, and Feast on Okeanos is when he receives NP damage, he heals 60k HP. Which can mean if you are using a low damage unit, he will gain more HP than you give him.
I think
Londinium's downfall is chance reduces NP gauge by 1 tick. He also has something called Wilderness Bonfire. That's not a singularity-related one, unless you take that as food. But he has a chance to remove your buffs from you on normal attack.
I thought that was the Wasteland one for America.
Oh, okay, maybe that is Wasteland Bonfire. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading some of the translations. But yeah, and then Record of Jerusalem, Record of Mesopotamia is no effect.
Yeah.
He also has some very cool skill names. Space Does Not Stop. That's his self-charge. And God Does Not Trickle. Which gives you a debuff on attack when you make your attack down. And then his third skill is The Stars Do Not Invite.
I believe it was around, was it the Zeus? No, it was this fight where I caught on to the idea of, oh, wait. If he does like a self-charge into his MP, I'll just fucking soft reset the game and then do an involt to fucking save myself. It seems a little hacked, but god fucking damn it. Sometimes, like, what was it, like a 2-pip charge?
Yeah, it's a 2-pip charge. And he's a caster, so.
Yeah, so
And his NP is still Grandeur Animus Fear. By the way, I want to tell you, everything you need to know about Wodaime, I can explain to you in one fact. He is an NPC boss who has the Bryn's Beloved trait.
Means he's a hero. God damn it.
Hey, Lucky, you want some more soul-crushing Wodaime facts?
Sure.
According to his profile in Grand Materials 8, Wodaime's pastime is baking.
God damn it. Bread! Ah!
Barrel's pastime is gardening. That is also probably meaning.
Probably burying fucking bodies! Bitch!
I was going to interpret that as he relates better to plants than people. I would like to remind you about JoJo Part 4. Bread. But yeah, so for the actual battle, I feel like I'm going to hear his fucking NP chant in my sleep. My Kohai's shield has stopped so many meteors, guys. So many goddamn meteors.
I did not have to spend a seal or a course for this, but I will tell you, this fight took me 63 turns with the stalliest team of Mash, Tamamo, and John.
Yeah, my team was also stally. I obviously don't have Tamamo, so I didn't go that route, but I had some stuff in there. I don't think I used a revive, but I honestly can't remember. I'm pretty sure it took me like 40 or 50 turns as well. And just like I said, Mash just like gutsing after guts with her fucking, necromancy C. I don't remember. All I hear on my mind is stars, gods, cosmos, animus, animosphere. It's Anthem, Unverse, Anima, Animosphere, and then just. Somebody repost that video link of that tweet of like the extra scary version of that. I think I had a Chinchwang in my back row as well. But yeah, no, fucking damn, dude. It's not like hard, but it's a slogger.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because, like I said, he just yeets your whole front team. But anyway, Wodaime, like, even though we beat him, Wodaime's like, well, too late. My plan's going to go to fruition. Everything's going to be perfectly fine.
Good fight, though.
Nice try.
And
just in case anything terrible is about to happen to me, you'll make a great backup plan. I thought I could only trust David, but I guess I can trust you too. But don't worry, nothing will go wrong. And then Beryl is there. And everything goes wrong.
My line on this is really now? You little shit!
Yeah. So Beryl shows up and he's just like, hey, boss. Sounds like you're betraying the foreign god over here. That's too bad for you. Hey, remember how my Lostbelt sucks and you told me to destroy it? Well, first of all, I've had its tree get burned up to stop your tree, to fuck your shit up.
Literally did like an Underground root fire.
Yeah, because Wodaime explained that all the trees are connected, and he shouldn't have. He broke OPSEC. He trusted Beryl too much.
Yeah.
Even though he knew he was a fuckboy. And then Beryl is like, by the way, remember how I like betrayed the fairies? I'm like super cursed. If I were to shout, here I am, something bad would happen. So he shouted, here I am, and then the dark version of the Excalibur theme, I think that we last heard in like Camelot, starts playing, and a fucking Rongo beam, a Rongo Bongo, comes out of nowhere, and is just like gonna fuck our shit up, and everybody's just like, what?
Yeah, apparently Britain is just bad news bears.
Yeah, it's bad over there. It's very bad.
Very bad. But Wodaime, being the hero that he is all like, not today! Throws up magic. Holds it off.
He blocks the Rongo beam.
And this is where my next point is. You motherfucking little shit! Because Beryl just comes up and was like, I see you're distracting defenses now. How about I just give you the stabbing?
Wodaime, you fool! I can't believe you fell for the classical blunder. You turned your back to me. I've got to stab you now.
Clearly. And then Beryl turns to you and was all like, man, aren't you so glad I took out Wodaime? I'm so great. Don't you think that's great? And I'm just all like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, and that you get to glare at him and just be like, And Beryl's like, oh, scary. So scary.
Scary. Well, I couldn't let him do this. If everyone became immortal gods, I wouldn't be able to kill anybody. And I'm just all like, I can't in good conscience repeat the vile oaths I spilled upon learning this fuckwat's motives.
Yeah, he's a fucker. Basically, he says, he literally tells Wodaime, I know I'm an asshole. I don't want to be my best self. I'm comfortable being a shitbag. And you're just like, oh my, Beryl, really? That's you're gonna self-actualize as a scumbag right now? And Beryl's like, yeah. And we're like, oh my
God, no.
And I basically wrote down, evil will always triumph because good is dumb. Or at least paradise is always gonna fail because there's always gonna be one guy.
Yeah. I believe in this, but I also believe that evil will eventually be overcome by good. It's just usually too late for some.
Yeah, I followed this up with good will always triumph because evil is dumb. Or at least, selfish and short-sighted.
Yeah.
Like, Beryl is not the kind of guy who can win in the end because he doesn't have anything. He doesn't stand for anything. He just is like, I just want to kill dudes.
Like I said,
I don't want to be enlightened.
What did I say? Hedonistic, homicidal. Like he just cares about that good shit, and when it's out, he's gonna be like, oh well. This is also the reason why I believe some ideals are like doomed to fail, because you can have 100 decent good people doing good decent things, and then one fucking guy will literally ruin it again. Then it's gonna take the fucking work of another 100 good people to undo that fuck up. It's a vicious.
Yeah, you got to be careful with humans. It's very easy for bad people to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Wodaime is dying. The tree is fucked again. We've learned that everything is bad. Kana shows back up, and she's just like,
what the fuck? Who the fuck? Why the fuck?
Yeah.
I do
so
like
we get a map change.
I do like that Canis was all like, if the Chaldeans had done that, that'd be one thing, but you little shit.
Yeah, but at first he's just like, and Canis shows up as like, oh, hey, Wodaime, you're on the ground. What the fuck? Did you lose? No, you've been stabbed in the back. Hold on a minute.
The master would never do that.
Chaldea doesn't understand how to do that. You were having a straight-up duel. But yeah, we go to Section 24 Advent, and we discover Britain is scary V2. Because Rasputin is here, and he's just like, ho.
Shit is going on.
Wodaime, you betrayed us. Sucks to be you, I guess. Anyway, Beryl, that sounds like because your Lostbelt King has destroyed your tree, you're also against us. That's kind of dangerous for you, huh? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm still in with the fairies. We're gonna fuck your shit up. And we're just like, we've got a giant god beam that can destroy, my Lostbelt King already blew the fuck up of our tree. And I'm just like, Yeah, Britain sounds scary.
It does. But luckily, Kotamina just, narrows eyes, and Beryl's just like, ah!
Yeah, basically, Beryl announces, why, yes, I am betraying you. What do you think of that, priest man? And the priest is just like, huh, unfortunate.
Cracks knucks.
Yeah. Starts vibing, and Beryl is like, okay, I'm going to take that as my cue to go.
Koyanchihuaha!
One exit, please. And Koyanchihuaha is like, all right, one direct transfer to the next Lostbelt. I'm sorry, it's about time my contract with the foreign god is gone. Bye!
At this point, Limbo has also run the fuck away. So
Canis was like, Limbo, you're out of continuous. And he's like, fuck, I'm out of quarters. Shit.
Run away! I'll get you next time! Yeah!
I'll karate chop my own head off. Funk.
Yeah, so, that's right. All of you run like the bitches you are. Except you, Koniskai. You're a bitch. Which isn't the same thing.
So in the shortest time frame to foreshadowing here, Rasputin is like, Kotomina is like, yes, I always suspected we'd have to fight Koyanchihuaha sometime. She and my master are the same sort of thing, so they'd come to loggerheads eventually. And we're like, what?
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, then he's like, Muramasa, it seems like our tree is gummed up. Can you do something about that? And Muramasa's just, yep. Snicked. And he just slaps the tree open and slaps apart Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
And something shows up. Some stuff happens. By the way, we didn't say it before. This is Section 24 Advent.
Yes.
The scary name. Yeah. Nope. There's a fucking CG for this, but we'll get into that in a second. Because there's a person shows up. They didn't even speak our fucking language at first.
It takes him a moment.
Yeah. I wrote down this at first because I wondered if it was supposed to be, for reasons, if it was supposed to be similar to the way that section 11 was titled, Investigate, Encounter, Cherish. But then they do that a couple of times with their current language, so I don't think it was necessarily meaningful. I think it was just like vibrating, right?
So something or someone comes out,
and they're very small.
Very small.
And they're like, I believe this kind of like confirms maybe what the foreign god's plans were. But I put in notes here, an arrow quote, "my kin." Yeah, because the foreign god is apparently adventing, and they pop out and are just like, "Man, you all look like ants down there. I can't believe my kin had problem with you." I'm just like, okay. And I think that's pretty firmly establishing the alien thing. But yes, they're very small.
They're very small, but even though they're very small, they're very fierce because people start getting things on sensors. And it's very bad. Also,
but there's a CG for this.
There's a CG for this. It goes up, and I noticed it. I hope everyone else noticed it.
You better have noticed it. It was fucking obvious. There was a ching and everything.
Yeah. Of one silver ring on a pinky.
One singular ring. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of Madam President memes because this is Beast 7.
Beast of the End.
Yeah, the Beast of the End, the Advent of the End is here. They immediately, Chaldea immediately pegs this. They're just like, ooh, guys, that's Beast 7. And it's very weird. So, President of Earth, you Olga Mary. That's right. She's back. Or is she back? She's back.
We're not sure.
Because, like, Beast 7, who is also the foreign god, and again, it's not clear whether, like, Beast 7, you Olga Mary would be their own person if the foreign god didn't take them over, or what. We'll probably get clarification on this later, but, like, yeah, no. You Olga Mary is like, hey, you down there, why aren't you scared of me? Shouldn't you be, like, quaking and bowing and stuff? I thought that's what humans are supposed to do to gods, and your response is great. It's like, yeah, I mean, I would, except you're Olga Mary. Like, you're not even, like, concerned. You're just, like, bamboozled, right?
And then you Olga Mary's like, why am I so small?
Yeah, and she says, you fools, I'm not Olga Mary. I am the king of all Earth. You, Olga Mary. And we're just like, I literally just said that to you. What the fuck? What is going on? Like, that's the thing. I love how Chaldea, like, everybody back at the storm border is like, oh my god, we're going to die. Even Holmes is like, oh my god, we're going to die. But you and Mash are just like, I'm confused.
Have I mentioned about how we are hardened against insurmountable power levels? It's kind of that thing. It's like we faced several beasts before, several earnings, and right now, despite everything, the person that we first lost, is in front of our face. Like at that moment, there are other things concerning me than the theoretical end of the world. That's just another Tuesday.
But yeah, so some very interesting things happen very rapidly. Not being sufficiently impressed with us, the foreign god decides, well, time for a snack. I don't need this tree anymore, and in fact, I don't need this Lostbelt. In fact, fuck this Lostbelt. You know what? I don't need my disciples either. Fuck those guys. Fuck all of you. I'm gonna make a black hole and suck everything up. So you Olga Mary starts doing the suck. After explaining that, I thought this was a very important quote. There is no version of humanity in this universe which can surpass. But starts to do the whole suck, and I like how Kyrie is just like, yes, this is good. But the actual first beat of Advent ends with an animation of Beast 7 getting the slap, and you're just like, what happened? And then we have a flashback to what happened.
Then we have a flashback. I don't know why I put this here. I don't know. Do I even want to say it? Nah, I guess I can. No, that's something I'm going to save till our after discussion. No.
Okay, we'll cut it out. But yeah, so, basically, Yu Ogameri gets booped in her snoot, and, Kyrie lets it happen because he's like, it'll be a learning experience for her. She needs to see this. She's not even paying attention right now. We need to, like, fucking work on this problem. Again, very interesting, by the way, that it's Rasputin Kyrie who says this. Remember, he was supposed to be assigned to babysit the cryptid. But anyway.
Well, I mean, he's still hanging out here with Odaime, keeping an eye on him. It's like, what are you doing, Odaime? Tell me your secrets, lad.
And Wodaime's like, dying, mostly. But that's because Wodaime summoned up his last bit of juice. He's like, all right. He stands back up. Chaldea, I'm going to need you to fucking run. You never learn back. Well, yeah, he says that he wasn't ordered to do anything, so he's not going to interfere. And then he says, I'm not going to interfere because it's going to be a learning opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lesson. We need to learn things. But Wodaime, sits up. He's like, all right, my plan's fucked, but I've got enough juice. Chaldea, you need to run. Don't look back. Don't even sass me. You got to fucking go. And we're like, all right, Wodaime, have fun. Bye. And so we move on to section 25. Something one is not born with.
My first bullet here is I am not emotionally ready to deal with all this.
Yeah, no. Oh. Hey, we get the other half of that fucking flashback Wodaime had.
Mm-hmm.
I'm emotionally destroyed.
Apparently, when Wodaime was young and on the fast track to the rich, powerful, and elite, his own father, tried to assassinate him because he was going to skip. His grandfather skipped over him and went straight to the prodigal genius.
Basically, Kishtaria's granddad was the 12th head of the family, and he was gonna the 12th generation. He was gonna skip straight to Kishtaria Wodaime as the 14th generation. So mages be bitches.
Mages be bitches. And so at some point, Wodaime gets stabbed, goes into hiding, and is found by a homeless kid.
A weird little orphan child
who, tries to keep him alive for several times. And Wodaime, who while it doesn't get really bigger, realizes that the kid is, just doing good because the kid happens to see him walking on the bridge constantly. And
he's familiar.
He's familiar. And at one point, because they have no food and everyone's starving, and the kid, who is starving himself, keeps giving Wodaime his little food, has to go out and get the food to do it. But
it's revealed that the kid has a mystic code, like a stealth spell.
A stealth spell that keeps him
them
safe
from being detected.
Yeah, which protects Wodaime from the assassins who are still looking for him, but also keeps his allies from looking for him. But Wodaime's not getting better, so one day the boy decides to leave to go get some food and leaves the mystic code with Wodaime. The kid comes back.
I mean, that's the reveal at the end. The kid comes back with a big bowl full of bread. Wodaime's like, you got fresh food. That's great. Wait, small boy child, why are you dying in my arms? It's because the kid had to steal the food the old-fashioned way and got the shit kicked out of him.
Yes. And that, changed something for Wodaime. He realizes that, like, all these supposed good things that he was gonna do, like, literally meant nothing. Like, in that moment, like, even though all this, like, he wasn't actually doing anything. He was just, thinking of those things. But he
was just falling through on his expectation. Everybody expected him to do good, and then they didn't.
They didn't.
He was just existing.
Just existing. And he realized through this small boy that people can do great things, good things, all those things, no matter what and where they are. It was a moment of basically self-actualization from him. He realized that this boy had something that he had never had. And he was just like, what?
And he's like, this is not okay.
No.
I am going to fucking do good after I eat every single piece of this bread. And I'm like, oh my god, Wodaime, calm down.
No. I mean,
no.
It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. The kid literally died to bring this so he can gain his strength back. Because that's the thing. Because
no.
You can't take care of others until you take care of yourself sometimes.
But yeah, so Wodaime's mystic's magic circuits have been damaged since that day. Every time he uses his magic, he dies a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That, by the way, it wasn't a prophecy thing. That's why he says he can only fight 3 more times. It was how many more times he can go all out before he fucking dies.
Oh, God.
And he used them all up.
But he gets up.
We also learn explicitly because what he did to stop the foreign god, which we learned really didn't really damage it. It just confused her,
startled her.
Yeah, she was surprised. Kyrie compares it to an ant bite, right?
I think it was like a bee or something.
Or yeah, people being scared of a bee. Like
Yeah.
it can't necessarily hurt you. It's small, it's insignificant compared to you, but it's startling. You're like, whoa! I didn't realize you were willing to fight me.
Mm-hmm.
But Wodaime used his Sirius Light to, and we understand now what the Sirius Light is supposed to be done. Marsbury told him that it was meant to be used to save the world. And what exactly that means, we still don't know. We may never know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like somebody in chat is out of sync because they're saying shit I said like 5 minutes, just like bamboozled.
Mm-hmm.
Refresh your streams, y'all, regularly. Double check your live. If you got a little bit of lag, set us to double speed. You'll catch up. But yeah, so he used his Sirius Light. That was enough juice to stop the tree function and the black hole and get you, Olgameri, to be like, whoa, hold on, what's happening here? I'm confused.
Very.
And he goes through this whole like emotional speech where him and Canis are just referred to as master and servant, and it's just like, damn. Like, that's just like how tight they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote in my notes here, by the way, I want to throw this out there. So this whole bit is like a huge emotional deal. Like, this is the climax of Wodaime and all that stuff, you know, like him reflecting on everything. He just wanted to spend time with true friends, all that fun stuff. It was the greatest time in the universe. He's really glad that Chaldea showed up. He feels kind of bad that he underestimated us. He thought that if he failed, he would have to leave it to just David. All that stuff. But he explains what those simulations were earlier. He says that to convince the foreign god to revive the other cryptors, he had to, they had to earn their right to come back. So they had to go through a simulation of part 1. Which assumedly they did okay on, right? Because, like, they never finished it, I don't think, but...
I don't know if it's like they each tried to go through the whole thing or if they just picked one simulation for each. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the implication in that conversation with Pepe is that they tried to do the whole thing. They just showed us different singularities for, like, variety, right?
Yeah, I think...
Because he says that nobody made it past the halfway point.
Yeah, I think, like, people just died at, like, different points and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But I also want to throw this out there. In this whole bit, David is not mentioned.
Now, I assume this is because David, being the genius that he is, had no need to. He had no need to prove his worth. Cause...
Yeah, no, but that's my point, though, what I want to get at there. Like, we're just saying... Lucky's explicitly stating about David, but I'm just like, I want to throw this out there. Once again, subtle stuff. He's not brought up. He wasn't in the flashbacks, and Wodaime doesn't list him when talking about stuff they did. What the fuck does this guy do? Because, like, the foreign god is like, no, that guy's fine. I would be like, oh, what? What did he do? Don't ask. Don't push.
Now, this was a little bit of an interesting read for me, but I also noticed that there were two blank records. And if you guys don't remember, MASH was supposed to originally be part of Team A.
Yep.
And so I believe that one of the blank records was supposed to be meant for her, but she actually pulled through. Like, I'm actually wondering if these simulations were actually happening during part 1. Like...
Possibly? It's hard to tell. Like, obviously the foreign god would have done this, I think, after part 1 concluded, but it's simulated time, so does it matter?
I don't know.
Like, all our Team A guys were just chilling. They were just, like, exploded, being mostly dead. So I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
But yeah, MASH was not counted because, I mean, I think if MASH was supposed to be counted, I don't think she was counted because she
survived.
Was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting. And also, by the way, this was the funny thought I had back in Section 18. Like, I was originally going to say, and then MASH in Mesopotamia, but yeah, no. That could also work. Or he could have had to do it all on his own.
Who knows?
Yeah, but Wodaime had to finish it for all of his friends like 5 times. Damn, dude.
And they're very accurate simulations, so Wodaime got to know all of his team on a deeply personal level, but they didn't know anything. So Wodaime knew all these things about them and can never say anything.
And that's why with most of them, he is probably so distant and standoffish. He feels weird. He like understands them perfectly, but they don't necessarily have that relationship. I think the only person who takes it for granted is Pepe, because like I said, Wodaime learned his real name during the simulation, and he calls Pepe that, so Pepe understands, like, okay, I don't understand why you know my real name, but if you know my real name, we're homies.
Yeah. Pepe just takes things in stride.
Well, we learned in the flashback that is one of Pepe's secret Shugendo arts, is he knows his exact karma.
Yes.
He knows when he will die. That's why he's so, like, supportive and helpful to other people, because it's that nihilism thing. He knows exactly what his time is up, so...
Mm-hmm. So from here, you know,
at the end of this, Wodaime expired. Canis takes flight.
Mm-hmm.
Section 26. One day at the Beyond.
My first bullet point here is, I'm really not ready to deal with this.
Yeah, so it starts with the... It's weird, because we've got a whole section after this. But this starts with the parting we usually get at the end of these stories.
Yeah.
The tree is gone. The shrine is collapsing. Everything, you know, the city below is just being smashed. People are praying, but nothing's happening.
Everyone was quiet. It was very...
it's
very weird.
Kind of sad. Like, these poor humans have been stuck here for 10,000 years, and they don't know how to deal with the crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Because Daddy Zeus took care of everything for them. But basically, the shrine is fucking collapsing. The storm border is docked somewhere. We have to get there, but we're not going to make it on our own. And so, Europa is like, I'll stay here, and I'll use Zeus's divine protection to give you a barrier. And then the twins are like, all right, we'll stay with Europa. We'll use our Mystic Code arts to like give you some air so you can travel as well.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Don't worry. We're much sturdier than you. We can find our own way down.
And so they bubble you up, and they send you off. And then,
they lie
they're on the shrine, and then Nadella's like, so, Macarios, when you said we'd be fine...
horrible liar.
Yeah. I can't believe they believed me. And then they just, they wax poetic. They feel kind of sad, but... You know, this is a point I think I'm going to start reiterating, because I think this is the crux of both this Lostbelt, but also probably most of our future story. We fight so tomorrow will be different from today. That was the whole point of the God Destroyer Alliance. They wanted to see what tomorrow was like. They wanted it to be different from today. And at the end, the twins are kind of sad. They're disappointed. They want to be able to spend more time with us. They want to see what the day beyond tomorrow is like. But they know this day is different from the last day.
Oh god, they have the CGs and they start crying, and I started crying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ugh.
Big Sag.
It is the Big Sag, fuck.
But they did safely deliver us to the top of the store. Sorry, I'm dry-throated because we've been doing this for, hold on, 4.5 hours. And we're just in the flashback. Like, we're not even talking about big thematic stuff, because there's a couple of things to get out here, as we like to do. But yeah, we get to the top, but it's not enough. Fucking Canis out of nowhere, Golden Canis slaps down and is like, "Sup?"
Yeah, because
we've only fight now.
Yeah, because we only got to the top of the storm border, and Gordo was like, "Get in! We need to get out of here!"
Get the fuck in! Something's coming! Get the fuck in! And then Canis is just like, "Cease." And Canis is like, "Yo, we gotta fight." And Mash wants to be kind of like, "Do we really gotta fight?" I mean, I feel like we don't. And Canis is like, "No. We gotta fight. You're really strong. I want to fucking fight you."
And then you're like, "We're gonna fight."
And we're like, "Yeah." And like, there's no way to talk you out of this, is there? And Canis is like, "Nope." And they're like, "Okay, then I guess I'll have to give you all I got." Even though Holmes has said like several times, "Don't be crazy. You're running on fumes." And we're like, "Yeah."
Nope.
So this is the last fight of this Lostbelt. Not versus a tree, not versus some unspeakable horror from beyond time and space. This is a lot like how Lostbelt 4 ends, right? Our final showdown is with, not even with the Cryptor anymore. It's with the last servant, the last god in Olympus, has to fight us. And of course, they use the Grand Battle theme, the Lostbelt Grand Battle theme, aka the trailer music, and it is perfect for this. Pitch perfect.
Oh man, but again, like in a way, this is the final fight with Wodaime. It really is. Because
Canis took everything Wodaime left and was like, all right, I'm gonna go fight those guys. I'm gonna make sure they're strong enough. Now, what you need to defeat a big delinquent is another delinquent. Yes, I did this with my level 100 Mordred. Worked out. I did not have to quartz this one, but I did have to reset. I got some bad RNGs off that first fight, so I had to reset it.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, this is just great.
Oh, it's so good.
And so you defeat Canis, you're going through, Canis is running out of juice, they're gonna disappear, and at first they're like, I'll see you at hell, but then they're like, wait, no, this human child is too pure, you will not go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even Canis, who is, like, talking about how they're a terrible person, you know, they know all about human frailty, they've been all up and down, a horrible tyrant, all that stuff, they're like, no, this is no way you're going to hell. See you on the other side, I guess, loser. Bye! And then Gordy reconnects and he's like, all right, cool. Get in the fucking boat. You're gonna make sure if you get in the boat right now, you can get a bonus. And I'm like, Gordy, I better get my goddamn bonus after this. And overtime. And hazard pay. Do you know what I have to fucking deal with? Do you see this shit? We didn't talk about it, but Wodaime at one point was like, I see you've made it all the way here with no casualties. Like, you're just like,
Yeah, no, it's all...
forgetting someone, and he's like, no, I'm definitely... Like, his mask breaks a little bit. He's like, no, I think I counted you all right? Right? Anyway, doesn't matter. But, like, no, like, if I gotta deal with, like, not only do I have to deal with, like, nearly getting my fucking space-time deleted or whatever the fuck Zeus was gonna do, I got, evil-eyed by a fucking space-time eye. I got mind-hacked by the goddess of beauty. I was nearly crushed by the fat ass of another goddess.
I was hoping you'd make another.
I had to fight a bronze giant way too many goddamn times. And did you see this caster guy? That's like emotional abuse, okay? Not only do I do all that, but also Wodaime's out here blowing himself up to be a good guy. Musashi's blowing herself up to be a good guy. It's like, you better, Gordy. You owe me. You owe me for this. There better be fucking donuts in this boat. Gordy's like, of course there are donuts. What do you think, I am a savage? But yeah, we finally get the fuck back in, and we get to say, welcome home. Because it's not over. It's time for Section 27. The journey continues. Because, of course, it goes on. This wasn't the last hurdle.
No. So, this is all mostly... This is from a lot of perspective. We start off with a Pepe, who's like, I gotta get my way out of here. But, Roastbanana is pissed off. So...
Yeah, he makes his murder face. He was hiding out in the frontier zone, and he's just like, oh ho. You think you think you can just stab my boy in the back and fuck off? Well, looks like I've got some work to do. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Yeah, so Pepe puts Barrel firmly in his crosshairs. Yeah. He's like, your bad karma has a way of catching up to you, Barrel. You can't stab my homeboy in the back and get away with it. And then we have a very interesting aside.
Beautiful.
Where it gets all dark and gooey.
Beautiful carnivore. I won't go into Yeah. I won't go into necessarily a bunch of detail of it, but I guess the setup to 5.5 was a lot more obvious than in hindsight. It's just like,
yeah,
oh.
I don't feel like people, like, again, the translations are kind of like rushed and sketch. I assume people just like, probably were just like, oh, he's just saying that he's gonna go off and do his thing and, make a better body for them, I guess. But, like, when you understand that 5.5 is coming, you're like, oh, yeah, he really is just, like, straight up saying, like, he's gonna be doing a thing. He's doing a whole thing.
A whole thing.
And so we're gonna punch him.
Yep.
We're back on the bridge. We talk to everybody. Da Vinci's up and about and all our fun stuff. Da Vinci chews out Sherlock Holmes because he has been running on nonstop. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We get another lovely faux quote. Foron. Fo's getting quite elegant these days. When does he get to say faux Q?
That's pretty good.
Let foes say fuck.
Yes.
Fuck you.
We talk back and forth, and
Da Vinci drops a lot of stuff on.
Dumps a lot of stuff on it, but it turns out that Caddock's on board as well.
Yeah, he's in the infirmary.
Yeah,
and Goldorf is like, oh yes, we were so busy super dying. I forgot to tell you. Yeah. That fucking shitty priest.
Yeah, delivered him. One Caddock, immediate ship, and paid for advance by one Grand Duchess. Apparently, Anastasia back in LSB1 asked Rasputin to make sure to take care of Caddock.
Yeah, I think I remember even that scene. I think that actually occurred.
Oh, yeah.
But
and Rasputin / Kotamina, came through on it. He said it was like a one-time deal, but he's all like, yes. So once
Much
again,
like retrieving him, I'll also drop him off because he's super going to die if you don't do something. Okay, bye.
Bye.
So we break from the bridge, and Mash pulls us aside for a little bit of a talk. We need to have a talk about the Olga Mary problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that, so it's been a common factor over these 5 years. Some people don't necessarily like. They're a bit bothered by how Olga Mary is kind of the sacrificial lion, right?
Right.
She gets all this characterization and goes through all this stuff just to be an early gut punch, a fairly typical Nasu playbook move. You get really invested in the character and she gets jobbed out very fast. And it's kind of like the early sacrifice to get you invested. But damn, that man threw that knife 4.5 years into the future just to twist it again. I don't know if this was entirely planned all that time, but he's been at least planning it since the end of part 1, I would assume.
No, I'm pretty sure he had an advance, because there's plenty times during part 1 where you can say you don't believe Olga Marie is dead yet.
Yeah.
It's yes, they are very correct. I do not believe they are dead, and yes, I will save them. There is.
Yes. There's a lot of, story-wise, narratively, I feel so many themes with this chapter especially, but we really are, first of all, picking up the weight on everybody who's gone before us and carrying it on our back. Wodaime, Musashi, Ophelia even, arguably Yume Ren, everybody who's lost their way in this fight, we got to carry him with us to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And we were carrying Olga Mary with us, but no, we're not doing that. And we're fighting so that tomorrow will be different. But now I got another one. It's in my notes. There's people in my ledger. This is not in my ledger, because I wrote this in all caps. I will save my new old director. That is a statement. We're gonna do it. And Mash is like, yeah, we're gonna do it. And I think it's the sentiment that the players have, right? Like you said, Olga Mary is the first person we really lost. Technically, all of Team A and all of the other master candidates were the first people we lost, but we didn't get to meet them. We get to meet Olga Mary and actually, interact with her. And, get her to know as a person, and then she's gone. And it's that's why we have so much fucking baggage with Lev, right?
Right.
It's because of that stuff he did. Oh, you Lev laner.
Literally threw her into a sun equivalent.
Into the black hole at the heart of Kaldias. Lev laner's name would have gone down in my notes. He's in my ledger.
Mm-hmm.
But no, for you, Olga Mary, now that we know that she exists. And again, I want to point out, it's weird. The foreign god acts like it's a different person, but still says Ultra, by the way, is canonically what the U is. It's Ultra Olga Mary.
Honestly, the thing is it's talking weird, but it still seems like how Olga Marie talks.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing that we said as well. It's she didn't recognize us, but also that's absolutely would be what Olga Mary would say. If Olga Mary came back wrong, she would be like, I am the president of all the earth. I'm the greatest. And I'm like, yeah, that's my director. Also, once again, the fucking foreshadowing. She's got the ring. She's got the fucking ring.
In
the end of the trailer, a shadowy figure picks up one of the 9 rings left on the throne.
Okay, so it was. I knew there was an animation of it doing, but I cannot ever remember which one it was.
Yeah, it's either the PM or the trailer. somebody picks up the notes. And the way it originally looks, it looks like it's the Chaldean. It looks like it's presumably Gaetia, right?
Right.
Or whatever's left of Gaetia and Romani, Solomon, whatever. But given that it also happens in the Lost Room OVA, yes.
Okay, that's what it was.
But there's a very big emphasis that I think we can assume that Beast 7 has one of Solomon's rings. It would also be the perfect capstone, right? Because our 7 beasts start with Beast 1 was Gaetia using Solomon's rings, and now Beast 7 has one of Solomon. Also, yeah, the OVA that has Olga Mary in it, that seems to imply that there was a... No, she's from Earth, I think, at least the Olga body is from Earth, right? Because remember, the foreign god doesn't have a form. It has to have an earthly form to base itself on, otherwise it can't exist.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we go through all that stuff, but it's such an interesting counterpoint. But it's still not enough, because we get our next flash. Before the Lostbelt completely disappears, the Beast 7, the foreign god, stays to read some stuff. Shuts herself up with the archives to read back data. And this is where we get that explanation from Kiri about like why he didn't interfere, what happened. She wasn't hurt by the Sirius Slight, but, got to do all that stuff. Talk about the bee. Also, Muramasa drops the weirdest fucking analogy. He says, it's like if my breakfast eggplant came at me with a sledgehammer. And, like, the mind of Muramasa works in truly mysterious ways. Thinking in curves, indeed.
Oh. But they also go on to explain that because of the attack and distracted Olga Maria, they get to live, and they have to, and Olga Maria has to, take a moment to think about things.
First of all, she's immediately sending Muramasa to go deal with Avalon, because clearly Beryl has betrayed us, and that shit will not stand.
No.
So Beryl's just getting a murder party.
Yeah, I know. I really hope he has a moment to be all like, well, I fucked up, and I'll be like, too bad, die!
I hope to God that we're gonna... I'm pretty sure he gets his comeuppance. Like, I feel like the way Beryl is written is there's no humanizing. Like, he's just... It's like Dio Brando. He's just a shitty dude.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, like most JoJo big bads. I made a reference to Yoshikage Kira earlier. So we'll get him in there. He's got stuff to do. We're gonna punch him.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I warned Muramasa. I said this in our spoiler chat. Muramasa, if your prediction about an eggplant turns to be a prediction that happens, I will send Taiga to beat you up. And a lot of people joke about mashing her sledgehammer because she is predicted an eggplant. But so we'll meet Muramasa again in Avalon. It seems he's not being sent to whatever's going on with Limbo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they talk a lot about what we're gonna do next. And the foreign god says they need a stronger vessel.
Yeah.
They need something even more powerful. Beast 7 is the most powerful thing on Earth for humans. For humanoids.
Yeah.
But
they need to get something else. They need a stronger vessel, a foreign being making their ways to this planet ages past, kept in the... How do they pronounce this? Zabala?
I believe it is pronounced Xibalba.
Xibalba. It basically means place of flight. It's the name of the underworld in Maya mythology, so South America.
Yeah, I think it's... Yes, the Mayan underworld. So they bring that up. And so there's a lot of stuff here. So South America, right? A golden forest of trees under the ground. And so I put in notes here. Break for Xibalba fact. So this is where the Mayan death gods live and their helpers. Much like the actual... lots of death stories, right? Like in Japan, there's the actual gate to Yomi for the cave that Izanagi sealed for Izanami and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are caves in Guatemala and Belize that's supposed to be canonically the entrances to Xibalba. And also, according to multiple sources on Wikipedia, In some areas, the Milky Way is supposed to be the road to Xibalba. Anyway, it's like, it's full of, like, horrible demons and bad stuff. Then some twin gods go in and beat it. There's supposed to be a river filled with scorpions in it, and a river filled with blood, crossroads, all kinds of stuff. You can go look it up yourself.
It's scary.
Wikipedia explicitly compares it to Agartha and the Hollow Earth theory. But also, there are houses for the Council of Lords, and there is a ball court in Xibalba, because remember, the Mayans had a ball game, a sacred ball game. I hope to God we get some fucking chaos dunk ball games in this last Lostbelt. Please. Please, somebody draw David with a basketball. Like, he's ready to play some games. But yeah, so there's a lot of Xibalba stuff out there.
Yeah.
Also, I believe this is the first time that FGO has directly addressed the Alaya-Gaia dichotomy. Like, yeah. Kotomine Kirie just drops it on us. He's like, yes, so in worlds where Alaya is dominant, they are caged. But where Gaia is dominant, they roam free.
The ultimate ones. So yeah, he just
says it.
Just straight out says it. Well, not straight out, but anyone taking Naso Lore 102 will get it.
He at least directly name drops the ultimate ones.
Yeah.
And he says that he needs to get one of them, the one of them that represents the Oort cloud in on this. And I'm like, what is it with South America in space? The Aztec gods are supposed to be from space. There's some kind of space virus. Type Mercury's also supposed to be chilling there waiting for notes in South America. Admittedly, I believe he is explicitly South America, whereas we seem to be going for more of a Central America vibes with Xibalba. Like I said, Guatemala and Belize are where the entrance is supposed to be. But, like, it's interesting. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, that means he's talking about Type Mercury. I'm not so sure. Because remember, Kotomine says he wants the ultimate one from the Oort cloud. Oort is called Oort, but that's Type Mercury. It's the ultimate one of Mercury. It's not the same as, Type Venus or Type Mars or any of that other shit. Type Moon, whatever. So, like, I'm like, interesting. Is this a separate thing?
Not sure.
Don't you worry, Robin. Don't you worry. Yeah, he's called Oort, but that's capital O-R-T. That is not the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud is with two O's. It's named after a guy. And that is the
debris field, I guess you want to call it.
Yeah, the debris field left over on the outskirts of the system. A lot of the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt are like the far fringes of the solar system. Yes. So I don't know if it's supposed to be exactly clear, or if we're doing like a baby retcon, or if just South America's a slamming. We'll see.
Who knows? It might just be a connection. Who knows? Yeah. Like I said, if the path to the underworld is the Milky Way, you might be able to do some sick traveling distance through it.
Yeah, there might be some weird space stuff. Yeah.
And who knows?
See what's up.
And I've seen the fucking LB2 second opening. That there was a very suspicious silhouette in it. Very suspicious.
Yeah, there's some stuff. Some things happen.
We're gonna be getting that soon.
I also watched that again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, we actually cut back to us. You go back to your room. My room is actually different during this, by the way, of the game. Mm-hmm. You go back to your room. Munier calls you up and he's like, hey guys, I got a video file. We recovered it from the Godslayer base. Gordolf broke into tears after watching it, so we weren't sure if we should send it to you, but I think you should see it. And goddamn, guys. Nasu, what the fuck? I mean, he could have, but okay. Somebody's saying like he could have come from the Oort cloud to Mercury, but he's the ultimate one of Mercury. He's supposed to be the ultimate life form from there. He can't also be the ultimate one of the Oort cloud, which is what I believe what Kirie says.
But this video is is Makiros. He's basically doing an internal review, like a dork, and goes up to his sister Musashi and is just like, "Hey, what do you think about the Chaldeans?" And Musashi
Edison apparently told him about like peer review and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's painful. He goes through the whole thing. They talk about ways they could improve. Musashi is just like, Daisuke! And he's like, that's not productive right now. And she's just like, yeah, emotional damage.
And it's like, I want them to be happy. Super fucking happy. So happy after this is all done, we're gonna throw the biggest fucking party.
Yeah, let's do a party, everybody, after we're done. And Adele's all behind that and whatever. And I put in there the rudest TV cutoff of all time, forever. Forever is in all caps and bold. Because, like, they go through this whole thing, they talk about they're going to plan a party, and then it's a hard cut. And I don't know if that's, like, the video, like, broke then, or if we just, like, turned the fucking TV off because I'm like, I'm done. I can't anymore. But it feels so rude. I feel like it has to be, like, that's where the video ends, right? It's just sudden. It just... Then they give you the goddamn CE. And it can't, like, all the CEs are really meaningful, right? They're all the people we met along the way or whatever. Like, in Atlantis, because we didn't really have anybody, it was the Argonauts, right?
Right.
It was the friends we made along the way. Lostbelt 5 Part 2, just... It's real. Like, all the CEs are fucking rough.
Like, on another way...
Like I said, we gotta carry all that weight with us.
In another way, it's all the friends that we've lost.
Yeah. Because this is the party. It's the twins. But it's not just the fucking twins. It's also Wodaime and Canis.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like... It's like the super giga gut punch. Which is like... Fucking shit, dude. Eating bread. God. And the description is just about the party we would have had. The party we may have yet in the future. As Romulus Queerness says, the void is full of possibilities. If there is no shape to the human mind, we can shape it.
Gordolf says they're just missing in action.
Yes. And but also we've talked about this a lot. We're done here, by the way. This is where you get the Grail, you get the CE, it's over.
It's over.
I've talked about this before, right? Like, our actions change Lostbelts.
Yeah.
They allow, you know, the stagnation to stop. Does this mean that they could cease being proof? I don't know. But I feel like there's definitely open angles here for maybe not us to reunite with these people, but for some of these worlds to continue.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before. I mean, Canis is a heroic spirit, so they can always come back. But, like, we gotta carry... Honestly, it's like, it's weird, right? It's some of our best buddies. We gotta carry Wodaime and Ophelia with us. I feel like MASH carries Ophelia more than we do, but still, it's a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go through all this, you know, save Olga Mary. It's just, like I said, we're trying to make tomorrow different from today. And we want to bring everybody back. Like we've stated, our goal is to restore proper human history, warts and all, because those people didn't deserve to get ganked, and they should come back.
Mm-hmm.
And just like it's so, I feel like I have the hope in my heart, but also I feel the pain. Because, like, we still take those losses. And even if maybe cosmic shit happens and we can unfuckle things, which, by the way, we still don't know how we're going to do.
Nope.
We're still not sure about that. And now we got to fight Beast 7, who Holmes says, by the way, we can't win in a straight-up fight because all the other beasts we've beaten, right, have been because they didn't realize that we were threats. They didn't do anything about us. Some of them, in fact, it did things in their power to ignore us, like Tiamat, you know, holding herself back. But Beast 7, as the avatar of the foreign god, went out of our way to punch our ticket early. And of course, it makes sense if they're operating with the fact that they are at least have the knowledge of the old director. Of course, they would try to punch our ticket. Like they would understand that we would not be okay with this, and we would be equipped to stop it.
Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of wheels than wheels.
Somebody said earlier that this is the start of the Animuseer saga of Lostbelt, of the Cosmos and the Lostbelt, right? Arc 2. That is correct. I didn't say that earlier, but yeah, in interviews, Natsu and some of the other writers have said that this is the halfway point because the true villain has revealed themselves, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, he tried to take out because he was aware of Romani, but remember, Gatia didn't do anything about us and was in fact like, it doesn't matter how many fucking singularities you fix, so long as you don't fix all of them, I win. Fuck you. Like, Gatia's plan was kickstarted by disabling Chaldea because we would notice that shenanigans were going on with humanity, but it was kind of like a... Gatia himself, like, didn't really flex his muscles. And even then, we were still able to defeat him because we had an unexpected ace up our sleeve. We had actual Solomon King of Mages in our back pocket the whole time. But yeah, the Cryptor Saga is over. We are moving on to the Foreign God. How will we stop it? What will we do? How can we defeat it?
I don't know, but first I gotta go kick a couple assholes.
Yeah, which honestly, that's kind of interesting about the pacing, right? Like, we have two story chapters, which are basically going to be cleaning up loose ends. Like, we're going to do Lostbelt 5.5, which, as we've said, technically goes in main interlude. It's very funny. We're going to deal with whatever Limbo is doing. I'm going to guess it's probably, because I think he, as Beautiful Carnivore, Doman, he basically says his name. We can say his name. It's fine. Ashia Doman explains that he's going to be working to making the god better, so he's got thoughts and feelings and plans. But also we need to deal with Beryl. Now, part of that is going to be because, like we said, the sixth Lostbelt's going to break some shit. And it seems like, given its length, Lostbelt 6 is basically going to be kind of like, it's going to grow into its own whole-ass problem. It's almost equivalent. Now, we're going to see how it shakes out. I'm very eager to read that one now.
Oh, me too.
Like, I'm very interested to see. Obviously, you know, Headkill's going to be really rad as well. I watched that, like I said, I watched that CM again. Damn, oh. It's so good.
It is so good.
Oh, the David, I don't know. I think it's because in one of the earlier Lostbelts, Wodame is like, David, analysis, and he's just like, Suyoi. He's just like, stay strong. And Wodame is like, yes, stay strong. Yeah, I'm very curious where the fuck Limbo's getting that extra.
We'll find out.
There's a tree in the CM, so...
Something's happening. But... yeah, no, but our next two events are, we go kick Limbo's ass, then we go kick Barrel's ass, and then we're like, okay, now what?
Well, and then then technically, story-wise, we develop another problem. We realize there's another thing going on. Though, technically, I believe Tunguska is billed as a singularity, but still, there's some stuff. There's more wrinkles. Things are happening.
I think
we're in Road to 7 now.
I think they actually say something about, like, we decide that we have to take care of Koyanchihuaha now. And I'm like, I guess that makes sense. I guess, well, actually, if I remember, Koyanchihuaha is in LB6, so whatever happens there...
Well, I mean, I assume we would meet her there, right? Because...
I mean, I remember the
Beryl took her to...
Yeah.
Or she took Beryl to that Lostbelt.
Yeah, and
stuff will happen and things, and I don't even understand.
Actually,
don't even try.
Actually, now that I think about it, it'd be weird because that means only there's Lostbelt 6 and 7 left, and I don't know the civilization of 7. I don't know if Koyanchihuaha is going to be well happy there.
Well, so 7 and 6 are both supposed to have like basically no humans left.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's why we have a singularity to take care of. We get to... I feel like basically the last year or so, or at least everything story-related... well, yeah, I was looking for the dragon. But the last year or so of story in FGO terms has basically been just like... Or even arguably 2 years, because we're at this point now. Has been wrapping up story loose ends. Dealing with Limbo. Dealing with Beryl. Dealing with Koyanchihuaha.
Dealing with Koyanchihuaha again.
Yeah, but that's going to lead into, I presume, like, actual Lostbelt 7 this year. We're going to get direct action on what's going on, and I don't know if how that's going to be paced out.
Well, I do know, I do believe they something about Lostbelt 7 will be end of this year.
Yeah, it's going to be this year. And it makes sense, because we're in... Hold on. So we're in Lostbelt... We're in Lostbelt 2 in terms of Road to 7, so that means we're in the start of April. So let me actually count down my months. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, so April, Lostbelt 3, Lostbelt 4, Lostbelt 5. 5 also coincides with July, and then Lostbelt 5 again, August. Then Lostbelt 6, I presume, all at once in September. Yeah, people are saying there's going to be a 6.5 as well. Based on the fact that there's another weird icon, so we might have a middle chapter to do some shit.
I feel that'll probably be a summer event.
Yeah, either late summer or early fall, because it should September should be our last road to Lostbelt, so that means in the back half of Sept could be 6.5. And then that would leave Lostbelt 7 to actually get started in December. I am assuming that Lostbelt 7 will either be divided into 2 maps, or God knows, the density, it might be in multiple parts like Lostbelt 6. But also, I am assuming that we're going to get a finale event. Solomon style, time temple. No.
We're going to space.
Yeah, who the fuck knows? And I also want to, if people are getting all doom and gloom, remember, FGO is said that they had plans for events for at least 10 years. They had planned to go as far as 10th anniversary. That's how far they've got content sketched out.
Also, I know people get doom and gloom, but do remember, things will have to end eventually.
Yeah,
so enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can.
I mean, Nasu has said he wants part 2 to feel like the end of Chaldea's storyline and to feel like it is an end. It is complete. And Nasu has very strict rules about completeness. See why Artoria is never fucking at anything. At least vanilla Artoria. That said, given that Aniplex and Sony went so far as to buy fucking Lasengel, right? This is not... Even if we at the end of part 2 and, like, the OG FGO shuts down, there's not gonna be the end of that franchise. No, there's more to there.
Mm.
There's more Frangelet to come.
Yeah. But again, we still got several years of this, so don't worry. We'll be fine. Everything is fine.
And we'll know at least 2 years ahead of time. But yeah, so we got a lot to come out. So usually at this point, we like to talk about big themes, big thematics.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can take... I believe we even said this in Atlantis, right?
Mm-hmm.
That with only half the story, while there are themes individual, I think there's also themes we can look at overall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, NA will keep going until they hit it. I mean, there's no point in, like, fucking it up. They've already said they're going to keep pace. They'll probably have time to pre-plan a little bit better. But anyway. I definitely feel like, obviously, every Lostbelt has its own form of stagnation, but both of these stories definitely dealt with, I think the big one was basically human will versus, like, management, right? Like, I'm trying to think of it. Listen, it's 1:30 in the morning. We have been recording for 5 hours.
I don't think
trying
the
to
word.
Think of the best way to phrase this.
I don't think it's management, but
yeah, management isn't the right word. I know Europa explicitly says, "Zeus, you only love humans like pets," and Zeus is like, "Yes, you are my precious pets."
It's like I can't think of the word. It's not like solipsism, but it's kind of
basically it's a special form of stagnation.
It's like
we are truly eternal.
The gods don't think we are people so much.
Yeah.
And they basically think that we are something to be taken care of.
I mean, it kind of makes sense that, like, Grands might show up to deal with Demiurge class Zeus. Like, arguably, this is like almost like a beast type situation. The Olympian gods, or at least Zeus, claim to love humans, but the way that they love us is to keep us in a little terrarium, like ants.
Mm-hmm. Make sure we're all...
Even the Atlanteans who were exiled and left are like... They just don't even... They can't grow. They're stuck in the same patterns. They don't talk to anybody. They don't do anything. They've been doing this for thousands of years. You know,
Tom Tim, I think that's a good way. Humans cannot decide their own fate.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. We're not allowed to decide their own fate, which is really all the twins want, right? Like they want the ability to choose their own fate, even if it means they choose destruction. They want to choose. Humans have no choice in Olympus. They just exist perfectly in the same state that Zeus always would give them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a major theme, is like, again, They want every today is the same. We talked about it last time. That's fucking hell. Like, we do the exact same thing for 10,000 years. Mm-hmm. Maybe not literally, but even figuratively. It's just like, ugh.
Good morning.
It's bad. It's very bad.
Very bad.
So that's a major theme. And, like, Zeus as an antagonist is definitely those vibes, right? Like, he is the omnipotent, omniscient god. He is the big white guy with a beard on the hill telling you what to do kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know how Nasu feels about religions like that, but he knows a lot of esoteric Buddhism. But I feel like it channels a lot of the issues people may have with religious institutions growing up, right?
Oh, yeah, I can definitely see that.
Like, Zeus has definitely got the, he's the big beard guy on the hill vibes.
Yeah, listen to what he says, or else
I'm gonna zap you.
He's gonna zap you. See? Everyone else is doing it. You should do it too. Everything is nice. Everything is the same. Everything is forever. It's not that great. Really
yeah.
not.
So it's just, yeah. And it even goes into the fact that, like, this is the only Lostbelt where Zeus openly tells his people, "Yo, we're a Lostbelt right now. This tree is keeping you alive. Do not fuck with the tree. If you see some Chaldeans, fuck them up. They're here to ruin our day. Yeah. Don't worry. Everything is in hand. Zeus out."
Like, this Lostbelt definitely gave me a lot of those, like, really hurt me, fighting, the people of the Lostbelt. Like, the Atlantean guards back in Atlantis didn't necessarily give me that vibe because, they were soldiers. They're soldiering. They're out in their boats doing, patrolling and stuff. I'm like, okay, those are just,
Yeah, but even these, like, even the non-soldiers are just like, whoa, are you trying to fuck with us?
How dare you? Get out! And we're just like, ah.
I understand how dare, but also, damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
God damn it, Big Zam. So, but...
Well, yeah, Lost Belts are where the past and the future are fixed. But, like, they're all fixed in different ways, right? Like, in Lost Belt 3 has a similar, like, demiurge thing. No, we would not cut off two... Oh my god, guys, don't... Do you know how much fucking money they make over here? They put, like, giant bus wraps and banners in Los Angeles for AX that one year. Guys, they're not going to be like, oh no, our breadbasket, and turn off the servers.
No, like I said, if the JP service shuts down, they will maintain the EN service probably for the next...
Yeah, they'll probably keep the same staff, and then they'll move the FGO JP team into something else. Allegedly, we do have our own dedicated staff. We have our... God, Robin doing a deep cut for people just saying shit. It's okay, Aeneas, you're hired. Like, in fact, I'm pretty sure Albert has been quizzed on this, and he said that they would continue until the story content is over. Like, the plan is to finish the game. We have our own... There is our own global handling team. There are people in charge of the actual, like, global version. They would presumably stay on to keep giving us adapted things. And, hey, I have thrown 380 packs in about a month at these people. So, they're doing fine. Don't even ask Lucky how much money he throws at FGO.
Please don't.
They're doing all right. They can make payroll. Lots of people talking about how much money they spend on their roles. But anyway, our team will still stay on, and then presumably the FGO JP team will move on to whatever is next for the franchise, forever the property. New app version, the new spin-off game, whatever. They'll work on stuff. Anyway. The Lost Belts are all different. I was going to say Lost Belt 3 has a similar, like, God King vibes, but that world is stagnant because Qin keeps it that way, right? Like...
Your press is all, art, culture, and individuality.
Yes. And you can argue Zeus does that, too, but, one, he doesn't exactly. We know that art and culture is booming, it's just fixed.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that, like... He lets his people know that they are fixed because he is an omnipotent god. People don't know shit in Lost Belt 3 because if they find out shit, if they discover Confucianism, Qin fucking drops a colony on the orbit. Or technically part of his satellite space defense, his space wall of China. But still, they're all different in different ways,
Mm-hmm.
Why, yes, Scotty did kind of treat her humans like they lived in terrariums, but that's because that's all she could do. She wanted to do more. And again, that's the Lostbelt that I think hurts me the deepest. Like, we literally killed Surtur. That Lostbelt can go places. Are they good places? I don't fucking know. You know, allegedly before Doman interfered, Arjuna Alter's world was operating just fine. It wasn't really changing because he couldn't really do anything with it, but like it was still doing the cycle.
Yeah.
Only because Arjuna Alter started accelerating the cycle did that Lostbelt fucked. It was not necessarily the greatest place because it had like all their divinity concentrated into one weird god king, but still like. Lostbelts are the same but different, and definitely this kind of like open, paternalized, condescending kind of protection where Zeus is just like, remember how I talked about Zeus being a chucklefuck back when he's like, twins, rejoice, you shall receive my favor and carry out the execution order. And the twins are just like, fuck you, Zeus. And Zeus is like, okay, if you think that'll help. Yeah, and also I think the main point is that the Yaga have forgotten what culture is like.
Yaga was just all about, I need to survive.
Though I do want to point out, even in that world, right, like, Sleepy Boy, Kingman is gone, so they don't have to worry about being fucking nuked. Also, yeah, they call us Thinking Reeds, Thinking Grass a couple of times. But also, it's not a lot, but, you know, Salieri stays behind and plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
And they're just all like, what is this?
Like, he helps them rediscover culture. By the way, shout out to Nasu. He's big on the fact that culture is a really key thing for human endurance and, like, evolution.
Yeah.
You know? We need strife, we need conflict, but also we need to express ourselves. Those are how humans grow. I think Holmes is the one who talks about how you require conflict to grow, and humans have always been in conflict. And even Wodaime is like, yeah, you guys will fight when you're gods, but I think that from your newfound like perspective, you can still grow for the better.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you'll be able to do stuff. But I think it's the same thing right with this, where like humans need to struggle to survive, but also humans need to express themselves. That's how we grow and change. Is we try to put new words to new things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Canis, have you seen your shirt right now? Okay. So I think Nasu and his writers have a lot of strength. But that's kind of like where Zeus lies and stuff. I find it interesting that Zeus, like there's something very interesting and thematic about this Lostbelt, right? Like, who are our summonable characters after this? The two Grands we met, pretty typical, you know, friends we made along the way. Europa is a permanent, Dioscuri is a permanent, like, they're not the friends we made along the way. Canis is, though, as summoning the Crypto Servant, and Canis is story-locked as well. Like, it makes sense. Canis would never work for us until we defeat Canis. That's how Wodaime got in there.
Yep.
But there's... No, Odysseus is not summonable out of the Lostbelt. He's not in the campaign. He's added permanently later in an Odysseus tie-in event, which also gives him some characterization, which I really like. I like Ayin Breeze Odysseus. Also, guys, I still didn't got an Odysseus, so be careful saying that name to me right now. Still vibing. Much pain, Pekko.
Much pain, Pekko.
Maybe I should have bought another 80-pack then, but I didn't feel like the budget. Is it Poseidon's shirt? All right, good night, guys. Don't worry, we won't keep you too much longer. I'm still gonna do Fan Servant Friday because I owe some things to the people, and also I want to talk about Patreon polls and stuff because I got some thoughts and things. But anyway, we're talking about themes, right? Like, I find it interesting that while they suggest that they could be summonable, the Olympians do not appear summonable right away because we don't really come to an understanding with them, right?
Right.
We don't really like. Zeus asks us what we're doing, and I think I assume he respects us enough to want to go all out to smoosh us.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, we don't build that mutual understanding that he does with Wodaime. I think we could, because we beat him, but we booped him in the face, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I totally feel like they've name-dropped Persephone and Odysseus, not Odysseus, Orpheus as possible, like, recorded servants, heroic spirits. Prometheus has been helping us this whole time.
Ares is a red mech. He goes fast.
Yeah. He's 3 times as fast as a normal god mech. So, but it's really interesting, right? Like, the Lostbelt Kings previously have been summonable, usually in some limited way, same as Grands, but it's because I feel like we come to an understanding with them. We're kind of denied that understanding and catharsis in this. Like, we just boop these guys in the snoot. And arguably, Aphrodite and Demeter aren't even, and, Space Artemis. Technically, we've always had Artemis, but she's been a little bit weird.
Well, that's the thing about, like, these gods in particular, is I don't think we could have reached an understanding because they are all missing something vital to, proper human history.
Aphrodite is damaged, Demeter is damaged. Zeus doesn't talk about being damaged, but Zeus is damaged. Like, he's been damaged by loneliness.
No, like, honestly, like, he is in charge of a bunch of people that hate him.
Yeah. Well, and also, I want to throw this out there. We clown on Zeus a lot, right? Because for cultural reasons, think of it this way. For cultural reasons, Zeus has a lot of kids, creates a lot of demigods, because everybody wants their culture hero to be descended from the chief god, right?
Yes.
So, Zeus, there's a lot of origin stories where, Zeus did this, Zeus did that.
Bangs everyone and everything.
We also, what does that mean, though? Proper human history Zeus is big in family. He has a huge family, and usually he's cool with those guys. Like, he tries to look out for his kids and his descendants and stuff, and, like, make sure things are okay with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a big deal, I told this in the one to Dioscuri, and you should go check that out as well. But when the Gemini died, right? What happened was they got in a fight with their cousins who were also twins. Those guys gank Castor. Pollux kills one of them. I believe with Pollux' bare hands. Again, Pollux the boxer just murders a Jew with bare hands. And then the other brother is gonna kill Pollux. Zeus is just like, no. That's right. Zeus, god of thunderbolts, took time out of his day in the middle of the fucking night, as Helen of Troy is being kidnapped, by the way, because the Dioscuri were Helen's brothers, and they were snoozing on that job. But Zeus takes time out of his omnipotent day to be like, hey, you can do that. Delete. And then it's like, yo, Pollux, my boy, want to come up to Olympus? And Pollux is like, actually, no, my brother is dying. I'd really like to split my immortality with him. And he was like, okay. I mean, I'm pretty... Ivan is his beast fusion form, so I think he has to be Lostbelt Ivan, partially.
Well, I mean,
I know, like, Zhang Yu is supposed to be proper human history Zhang Yu, and it's like, the backporting summoning resonance or whatever, but, like, I don't think it works like that with Ivan. Arjuna Alter is technically the same guy, it's just he's out of his extra functions. He's just only fused with Shiva.
Shishi Wong is definitely post RLB. He literally comes in, hey, I came to visit, what's up? And you're just like, oh.
Yeah, and he has different summon lines based on whether or not you've beaten the Lostbelt. If you completed it before summoning him, which I did, because that Lostbelt wasn't that long, he's like, we know we told you goodbye, but we couldn't help but check in. We're very worried about you.
It's the best.
But yeah, like...
But no,
So, that's what I mean, though. The Zeus is missing family, right? Like, his brothers are gone. His wife is mostly gone. His only living relatives is one of his daughters who he never talks to because she's floating in space, permanently angry. And whatever he did to his other daughter, Aphrodite, she is just like
callous.
Yeah.
And Demeter is mad.
And yeah, and his sister is crazy. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, he tried to get them to come onto his side, and they didn't.
Well, because you got to remember, like, again, you guys are missing the point. This is what I'm talking about, the burden of rule. He chose, against everyone's wishes, to save their lives, and they hated it for him. They hated him for it so much that when time came to choose how they're going to do, everyone sided against them. And again, he did what he thought was best to, which ends up, ending a bunch of people.
And we know that it was not good in the meta context because it made his lost belt stagnant and the dead. It got pruned.
But again, can any of you say that in any moment when you make a decision, you are making the immediate best for everyone fucking decision? If you say yes, you are fucking lying.
Hey, what I said this. Humans make mistakes.
Yes.
That the thing about being human is you can grow from your mistakes. And again, I think that's part of the counterpoint between gods and humans. Zeus doesn't learn from his mistakes.
No, he does not.
Yes, he probably fucked up some shit. When literally every other Olympian is like, yo, Zeus, I know we've got Immortal and Perfect, but we should let these people advance and live among them and let them grow. And he's like, no, I don't think I want to do that. But that is the thing Zeus lost in the conflict, was he chose to carve out his family, and it makes him lonely and weird. His only friend is Kirshtaria. Is Kirsch. Mm-hmm. I love, by the way, that there are a couple of dialogue lines where we can call him Kirsch. Fucking adorable. But put that in perspective. Kirshtaria with Daimai's got to be what? At best in his early 20s. Mm-hmm. His big self-actualization he says when he was 15. That's Zeus's only friend. Is that dude? It's wacky.
It's a bit wild. So,
yeah, and I think that's right. That's why those Lost Belt Kings, none of them on the Lost Belt side are immediately summonable, because they're a little fucked up, and we don't really connect to them.
No.
We might still meet the other proper human history gods in some form. Ares showed up and became Mars to help us out.
Well, again, I've had, like I said, I point this point in, we might meet the Olympian gods, and, their terminals and whatnot. Who knows, maybe we haven't got it. I don't think we'll ever meet Lostbelt Zeus, but who knows, maybe we'll meet proper human history Zeus at some point. Because usually...
voice acting and stuff.
Because usually, hecking, Lostbelts are summoned, Lostbelt Kings are usually available during their
during their period. What we got instead was Romulus Quirinus. And obviously I understand why, because he's a spoiler. By the way,
we're getting
3 for 3 or 3.5 for 3.5 on my grants list.
But
I got Gramps, I got Super Orion, I've got Super Roma, and also got he's been altered by Zeus's authority, but he's still, not a sentient terminal. Because that's just supposed to be, what that actually is supposed to be her dog, but she was like, Zeus, my god dog is not enough. I need a god bull. And Zeus was like, okay. He represents part of Zeus's authority, but it's not
I thought that was the bull that she sat on and it ran off with her. Was that a different myth?
No, yeah, that is, but that, it's actually said in her profile, because I've done the one in Europa. The form of the bull that is with her, because that bull was Zeus transformed, is her guard dog. She was like, Zeus, honey, I want to be reminded of that time you kind of sort of kidnapped me. And he's like, okay, your cool guard dog that Hephaestus made can be a bull. But it's not I'm fairly certain that the bull does not speak to you like Apollo does. Yes.
I've had this.
We have a lot of divine servants.
We literally have.
Actually.
Yes. And Emery Greek, their saint graphs are weird, but we can just straight up talk to Apollo and Artemis.
Yeah, no, even the Chaldea summoning system does not allow divine spirits at full power, but it does allow them. Remember, the Gorgon sisters are summonable. Those guys aren't heroic spirits. They're gods. They're straight up gods. They were immortal deities. No, they're not all demi-servants. You don't understand what that means. In fact, none of them are demi-servants. Only Mash is a demi-servant. The word you're thinking of is pseudo-servant. And even then, the only characters who are properly described as pseudo-servants are the ones who are wearing other people's faces.
Yes.
Ishtar is a pseudo-servant. Ereshkigal is a pseudo-servant.
We've had two Olympian gods literally right piggyback on other saint graphs.
We technically, yes. Artemis does not have Artemis's powers because her saint graph is Orion's. This is a plot point in Okeanos. But personality-wise, Artemis is mostly there, right? Like, she's there, she can talk to us. Apollo also doesn't seem to have his full authority, but he is still chilling with Paris and does do a few things for him.
Mm-hmm.
We also technically have characters pre-deification, you could argue, because both Asclepius and Herc are deified post-death. Like, Asclepius becomes the god of medicine after he gets blown up by Zeus, and Herc is deified as well. I mean, you can argue this for Caesar, but that was more of a cult worship. Romulus, Quirinus arguably works the same way, but technically Quirinus was a separate deity who was then synchronized with Romulus. That shit with Romulus, by the way, that synchronizing him with Quirinus, that didn't happen until like the first century BCE, like until the Imperial period.
Also,
like, that was fucking Ovid and Livy and stuff.
Yeah. Also, it's a different culture, but Quetz is literally the fucking highest level of divine spirit that just came. It's like, hi.
Yeah, she's like isn't her divine core of the goddess like A++ or EX or something?
Yeah,
it's like not a Bunrei, not a divided spirit, not a Bunrei, not a pseudo. This is technically Quetz is in a mortal body, but so they count as a servant, but Quetzalcoatl is still Quetzalcoatl. There's no other influences on her. As opposed to Jaguar Warrior, Jaguar Man, who is a pseudo. That is the Jaguar Man deity possessing
Taiga.
Yeah, Taiga. Also, yeah, Space Ishtar is probably not a pseudo. I will say, technically, at least, we know that Saint Graph is limited because Astarte's true spirit origin is in a different galaxy. That is her noble phantasm, is connecting with the spaceship, the Space Ishtar ship.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that's actually, like, technically that is a, I mean, she's the space deity, but she's out there. So, still. Yeah, Tiamat is Tiamat is using her self-mod to, Tiamat has a version of, infantile regression,
mm-hmm.
King Proteus skill. She is literally keeping her Saint Graph small enough to be summonable in arcade. But like I said, there's wiggle room. The reason why, canonically, the reason why regular Romulus, the 3-star version, does not have divinity or anything like that, even though he was deified after death, and they've also, by the way, always said he was synchronized with Quirinus. That's in his materials in like FGO Materials 2. So like, they've had that again. That shot has been called for a long ass time. Fucking Nastu. But like, he literally uses his imperial privilege to turn off his divinity. So there are wiggle rooms. I think that Zeus, with a appearance similar to the one we've got, same with Demeter and Aphrodite, they could appear as summonable units and be playable. And it's I mean, think about the Sakura 5, right? Like the alter egos. You can't normally summon divine spirits, but BB was like, what if I broke the rules? And used divine spirits as the basis for her alter egos. It's complex. Several of our other alter egos have divinity information in them. So like, again, I don't think they're gonna be like they're not gonna be like, yes, this is the Demiurge Zeus, he's back. But Zeus could be a playable guy. Might be interesting. He's a ruler. It's a weird class.
He'd definitely be a ruler.
I mean, that's his normal form, and I think it's interesting that they paint him as a ruler, right? Like, we talked about how he works. But the fact that they gave him the ruler class is, I think, very indicative. It's similar to Qin Shi Huang, obviously. But remember, ruler isn't just for kings. Ivan is a rider. He's with the mammoth. Scotty is a caster.
They are those who are not balanced, impartial.
Yeah. That's how Zeus works. He is impartial. He doesn't care what people do. People will follow the function according to him. He has no need for wishes or anything like that. He's just doing stuff. He's the king of the gods. Also, I think I talked about this hypothetically, but I could totally see porting like Demeter and Aphrodite as playable units as well. Like, I think Demeter would be like a Buster Tank caster. Like, it's so memey, you'd have to give her like a big self-damage cut, right?
No, I think not. Well, I I don't think she'd be big damage, but I think she'd be big support, all about heals and probably HP buffs.
Well, yeah, as I said, I think she'd be big tanky.
Yeah.
But Buster, like, she's got to have a Buster MP, right?
Oh, yeah. A Buster support MP? That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that could be a thing. It's been a while since we've done it. But, you know, like, her damage cut and her heals, I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely got to be it. Aphrodite works as an assassin as well, with her debuffs and shit.
Debuff queen.
Good morning.
Probably a lot of charms, a lot of stun, maybe some of that, you know, buff, maybe some buff removal bullshit.
I mean, I'd love if debuff removal chance was on my side, because that's in the code, dudes. You coded it. And I don't want to see you use it for anything else ever again. Because I love how the twins are like, and debuff removal, miss. I'm like, you. And I'll be real. I feel like I don't know. I know Lostbelt 6 has a few fights that are supposed to be decent and like, but I don't remember people complaining about them nearly as much as the Lostbelt 5 Part 2 fights. Mm-hmm. Similar to like how people who were unprepared for Camelot were like, damn, that's hard. Like, I don't know if Delightworks went as ham up until this point again.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they were bothered with the sea of papers they were drowning in, as Nasu just writes them in an unending flow.
Yeah. But so I think we've talked a decent amount about Zeus. Let's dovetail this also talking about also probably true. There's a lot of I've heard that rumor about Lostbelt 6, but if they only have one of the hardest boss fights in the game, that's still not like Olympus has a lot of boss fights. But let's talk about Wodaime, because we like to do Cryptor. I mean, I like Wodaime. He's a good guy, and that's the thing, right? Like, you think Wodaime is like all mages. He's a weird standoff guy, right? Mm-hmm. He's a guy in the back. But
you think he's this guy who has like this big sinister master plan who's not telling anyone anything and is being, the Bond villain in the back, in his chair stroking his
classic
cat.
Antagonist mage, Ivory Tower shit.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people compare him to Kenneth Archibald, right? Kenneth, who literally did an Ivory Tower move. I have 50 layers of demons and barriers and explosive spells. I will never be possible in my hotel. And Sugu is just like,
click.
But what if I set you up with a bomb? What? Blah.
Blah.
But yeah, and then what you find out is he's just a dork. He's just trying to live his life.
He's trying to do good the best way he can. And sometimes he has to do that by completely removing himself from everyone else. I think I will.
But also I will say he also does it the other way. He is not afraid to wreck your shit for his goals. Like, as an opponent, Wodaime Kishtaria Wodaime is one of the most dangerous. He has ideals. He has rules. He knows what he wants, right? Mm-hmm. He has virtues. He has vision, and he will not take anything off the table to get it. Mm-hmm. Whether it's blowing you up with meteors or letting himself die. Like, his plan is, I'm gonna be dead after this. I'm gonna run out of juice. We're done. That's okay. I got revived by the foreign god anyway. I don't count for our new humanity. Damn, dude.
Yeah, no. Actually, thinking about the Lostbelt and how they made up epitaphs for all the gods. I actually thought of some for Wodaime and the protagonist, because I think too much sometimes. Because that's how Lucky do. But
what makes you think about things?
Yeah. But if I was to give an epithet to Wodaime and the protag with the wordplay they were using here, Wodaime's would be, I am the might that brings down the stars. It's a reference to his MP for sure, but he is someone who literally, through basically force of personality, ideals, strength, everything, basically, almost, if it wasn't for one little shit, almost got one over everybody.
Yeah.
Like, that is basically, he was almost unstoppable power in that moment. But it is, note that I say I. This is a singular person. For the protagonist, your epithet would be, "Thou art the beacon that gathers distant stars." Because this is the main difference between you, the protagonist, and Wodaime. Wodaime did everything by himself. Literally. Even though he had went through all those singularities with the cryptors, he did not open up to them. He stayed standoffish. He let them do their own thing. And, kept everyone, let no one in onto his true plans. Even though he made friends with Zeus and stuff, they did not agree on the last point. And I'm pretty sure Wodaime actually never fucking told them that he was gonna, raise all humans to godhood. Because I'm pretty sure Zeus would be all like, no, I don't like this. You can't do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of it, I think, is limitations. He explained several times there's stuff he can and cannot say because he is the one contracted with the foreign god.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't try very aggressively to push people in the right direction. Like, Kaduk is at Olympus for fucking months before he decides to break into Wodaime's computer.
Yeah, but Wodaime did leave something for him to find. Who knows how long that was there.
But it's interesting, right? Like, he has arguably the same flaw, I would say, as Zeus in some ways, is Wodaime is not proactive. He comes out to meet you once when he has an opportunity. He tries to blow you the fuck up, and then the mysterious man from Chaldea is like, yes, but what if they got a second chance? You got a second chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Wodaime is like, well, I can't afford to spend one of the battles I've got left going full power on you too, Mr. Man, so I gotta go, bye!
Bye! But his way is extremely different than your way. No matter, this is the thing, you can say this is for, plot armor and whatnot, but no matter where you are and where you go, you will find allies. From the most deepest, darkest dredges, whatever, there will always be some light that sends you on your way.
And that's because you're supposed to be a normal... the protagonist is supposed to be a relatively normal person. You are not necessarily an exceptional sort,
Yeah.
You're not, record-breaking strength or intelligence or magical power. You're a fairly normal kid.
Normal kid who can just get along with, well, anybody, apparently.
Yep.
It's just one of those things, and, you're just someone that everyone gathers around. Heck, just think about this Lostbelt, this Lostbelt in particular, Drake, I feel like I should know you somewhere, but we're cool, right? Awesome, great, take my boat. Jason, who we did fight at some point, he's all like, not this fucker. Again, ends up, going with you all the way at the end, coming up with this bold-ass plan.
And after his great plan, literally walking with you to the end zone, even though he's fucking dying. He's out of juice. He can't do anything, but he's like, I will still walk with you. Don't expect me to do shit, though.
Yeah. Fucking Orion, who's literally going through this entire thing about what he's going to do about Artemis. Achilles and Paris. Achilles, Paris, and Heck.
Also, by the way, on the Super Orion note again, talking about how crazy we are. We got 2 grands to show up for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fairly certain, especially given his anti-demonic beast powers, Orion was the counterforce sent Orion to deal with Koyanchihuaha.
Mm-hmm.
They knew she was here. They knew she was going to be a problem. The counterforce was like, this Orion guy is perfectly suited for this. Artemis won't blow him up. He can hunt this demonic beast.
Yeah.
But then he had to use up his juice early. So we got to bring out another summon call. And obviously there's some catalysts there. Caligula literally uses his body as a catalyst. But who comes to our aid? Holy Lancer, Grand Lancer, divine progenitor, Romulus Quirinus, who, by the way, is Grand Lancer because one of the etymologies for the name Quirinus is literally spear guy. Spear holder.
But, like, you meet Mandricardo, you meet Charlotte, you go through all this, like, you get a change.
Charlotte's even technically a fucking Lostbelt servant.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Heck, yeah, I know. But I'm going, like, all throughout this, you just keep gathering allies and allies in a world that you thought you would literally have none. And this continues on into Olympus, like, you know, with the God Destroyer Alliance. All these people went ahead of you, you know, to try and pave your way. They all died horribly.
And they did.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost, but they paved their way, and a couple of them lived.
Mm-hmm.
And also, this goes to your point. You said earlier, we expected not to have any allies, right? This is a big, successful Lostbelt. None of them will side with us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2 of them did. Literally 2 normal-ass humans. I mean, okay, they're Atlantean humans, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like, these 2 guys from their Lostbelt sided with us, and not in, like, Patsy's way of, like, you weird, soft pink guys don't know what you're doing. Like, Patsy doesn't realize what that was until the end, and even then he takes the bullet for us because he's like, your world sounds great. You better not die. Bleh. But they are proactively acting to change their world and are our allies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wild.
Yeah, so despite everything, despite you probably being, you know, being the weakest mage, the weakest master in a good long while, shit. Like, you always have, like, you're almost the fucking round table yourself. Like,
and that's what you said earlier. What Daimon means when he says our combat potential is the same as his, if not greater.
Mm-hmm.
Because the player character, the playable master, has the wherewithal to go through all these situations and go through all these things, and also has the, you know, gets the ally potential to back them up. Wadaime is soloing stuff, you know, literally, like, he completes all those fucking singularity runs without the others, probably. There's a little bit of wiggle room in how to interpret this.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, he flies solo because he feels like he can't entrust the others with his dream. Like, he is so driven by this idea he has to unfuck human history, to fix the world, that, like, he cannot give it to other people because he needs to see it through himself.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to do those things he always said, right? Like he, remember, his flashback was, I'll create something beautiful, I'll create something great. And, like, when he self-actualizes, he's like, I will actually do that. But it's still him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not planning on necessarily doing anything as a unit, whereas, as we've discussed, with us, Chaldea, we cannot function without a support team. But that's what makes us strong. And through the fact that we ally a support team, we can let all of our weird Chaldea guys, we can let the fact that, you know, Da Vinci Small is small now, we can let Mash, who literally isn't even a heroic spirit anymore. She's not a servant. She is a girl who used to be part servant in a power suit. Like, I think the twins even say, Mash, you're just as fragile as a normal human when your Orton X output is this low. Like, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna save the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do. Sorry if I'm slightly quieter. I'm leaning far back in my chair now.
Well, I don't think I have anything else to say on that bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, usually I feel like we wax longer about like the Cryptor and the Lostbelt Kings, but that was because our notes before were much more unfocused. As we talk about these things beat for beat, we don't really need to talk about the true factor of Rodaime's character, because we did that when we talked about when it came out, and it was emotionally impactful for us. Great, right? Wonderful. Yeah, I'm vibing, and I'm kind of sad that it's fucking April. We gotta wait until December, Lucky.
Ugh. Well, that's how it is. Burn through the story, and then we have to wait. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of things to do in the meantime.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, Imaginary Scramble, like, that's supposed to be like a 4.5, you know, like, be the bit we missed for between 5 and 4.
Yeah.
We've got the new Summer, which is going to be really interesting. Fucking Pison's going to come back. All kinds of shit. Fucking Guda Guda Yamatai. We're going to have some interesting beats. Some things. But, yeah, we should... I'm running out of juice in the Lostbelt belt juice, so we're almost at 6 hours. We should bring it in. So this will probably be a little expurgated, but I'm committed. I will do Fanservant Friday.
Yay.
Or I will die trying.
Please don't die.
And the reason why we delayed this a week was because, other than the fact that the last 6 episode was 4 hours, the Fanservant Friday was voted on by patrons. Join at 5 and up level and you can vote as well. Is Aeneas, i.e. the founder of Rome, or at least the ancient ancestor of Rome, and general founder of the Latin area. Aeneas, Prince of Troy. I classified him as a saber. Though one of his skills also says that he could act as a lancer or archer. I like saber because of one of the anecdotes from his story that I picked up on that I will work in Noble Phantasms later. But saber, I think, works. Lawful neutral. You know, he's a founding king. He's a prince of Troy. Lawful makes sense, and neutral because Aeneas is kind of an asshole in the Aeneid. Some people even say Virgil might have been doing some tongue-in-cheek stuff, considering that Augustus was like, yes, write me this beautiful propaganda poem. And Virgil was like, I guess I'll just write the Iliad and the Odyssey at home. By the way, you'll see it when I do some of his skills and Noble Phantasm stuff, but like, the Aeneid really is just Homer at home. Don't knock the classics, y'all. Before we even get there, I think we can say art design-wise, you know, Aeneas as the son of Venus and the noble of Troy and Chesis. I would assume in this case he would probably have design notes from Aphrodite's human terminal. Like, I imagine him having the red gold hair.
It'd probably be a Wada Walker design.
Yeah, I could see that, right? Like, draw like Gawain or some of the other extra characters. I don't think he should be like, especially because he's related to Venus, he should not be like a giga swole man, but he should definitely be like, you know, lithe, lean, sharp fucking cheeks and chin and shit, you know.
Nah, I can definitely see Wada Arco doing it.
Yeah. Striking features, definitely got some different blinged out armor, and Wada Arco can totally draw those just sure. But yeah, so that's kind of the vibe we're going. So he is a saber. Yeah, I presume he would be a 5-star in this context. He's kind of a famous dude. For stats, I assigned him Strength A, Endurance A, Agility B, Magic, Power, Mana, whatever, B, Luck A++. I mean, you know, when the Goddess of Love is looking out for you, you're lucky. NPA. He's a saber. They're supposed to have the best stats. He's highly ranked. He's up there. Class skills, you know, passive stuff, pretty normal things. Magic resistance A. He is a high-class saber, and he's also from the Divine era. Probably been pretty good. Riding C. He's not really well known for it, but he did captain a boat, so I figured a middling level riding. Did go for Divinity A. Very high rank of Divinity. He's the son of Venus, goddess of love. His rank is slightly higher, though, because a lot of later philosophers translated his name as meaning God dwelling within a man. Aeneas was actually used as a philosophical point, and that it was said that as he died, his mortal parts were cleansed and he was elevated to a divine spirit. So there's a lot of, like, philosophizing. So Divinity A, high level. Personal skills. Also, in terms of, like, if you're thinking of FGO kit, you can also ignore some of these anyway, because it has Noble Phantasm as well. So, Affection of the Goddess A, this will probably be ignored in FGO because it's a very samey skill. But represents being loved by a goddess in case of love protection of his mother, Aphrodite. She would fly into battle, protect him from harm. As a result, all his parameters except MP are increased. This is probably included in his profile already, but this is similar to, you know, Affection from the Goddess for Orion, for Paris, Affection of the God. You know, Odysseus has this. Achilles has this in his lore. Just in general, like, God buff rank up. His second personal skill I have written as Pious A+. Personal skill of Aeneas, who is specifically described as pious Aeneas. This is his recurring epithet by Virgil. He is faithful to the gods, faithful to the people, and resolute in his moral beliefs. Functionally, this should be a skill that is similar to bravery. It negates mental inferiors such as fear, confusion, fascination, or charm, and increases his armed combat ability. Also, this is what I say, allows him to act as a lancer or archer. Probably basically similar to the bravery skill, like attack up and also mental debuff resistance up. But you could even talk about, like, maybe giving him a specific, like, charm resistance or something. Or, like, giving him, temporary class nullifying abilities. I don't know. You can go fancy if you want. It could also just be, like, a battery on top of being a bravery. I don't know. Whatever works for, like, fitting the theme of... Again, like I said, Virgil went out of his way to call him pious Aeneas. Like, that's his thing. Virgil even wrote an anachronism. There's a famous symbolism that wasn't in the original Homeric epic of Aeneas and the other Trojans grabbing the emblems of their gods from their houses as Troy was sacked and fleeing with them. That was a Roman thing. The Greeks didn't really have figures of their gods, like little terminals in their own, whatever, but makes sense. And then last personal skill, Promised King of Seven Hills. Definitely falling from some Romulus vibes here. So Aeneas is saved in the Trojan battle over and over again by Aphrodite, Apollo, and even Poseidon because he is fated to continue the line of Tros, the founder of Troy, and found a new land to the west. The classical Greek mythographers and historians thought that Aeneas just refounded the city of Troy, but later it was like, oh, he founded Rome. Also, his grandson, Brutus of Troy, was said to have founded the kingdom of the Britons. Everything's Trojan.
Everything.
So this skill composites military tactics, disengage, and charisma. Aeneas projects the power of the king and can fight defensive battles to a standstill and escape conflicts with ease as he has fated protection. So probably like team-wide NP and attack up, and then also it's disengaged, so maybe it gives team-wide debuff removal as well. If you want to balance it, maybe it only removes like one stack of first stack of stuff, but he's really good at fighting defensive battles and also getting the fuck out of there. Remember, Aeneas stuck out all the battles, same as Hector did all the way to the end, and even got to flee afterward. So, Noble Phantasms. First of all, the reason why I think he should Saber, or at least classed him as it. Gladius Venus. Oh, Burning Sword of Love. B-. So, the Sword of Aeneas. Aeneas is described as having one sword in mythology, at least, where he is given a sword by Dido, queen of the Carthaginians. The Trojans land at Carthage. They take a brief respite. They fall in love after talking about their stuff. Dido's a widow. Aeneas is like fucking flying solo. Juno, cons Venus into having Aeneas, pair up. But Mercury, at the request of Jupiter and Venus, reminds him, hey, bro, you got to continue your quest. You got to take your people to a new land. And so he flees without a word.
Away!
Yes, Aeneas is kind of a douche. I think in the poem he says his plan is like, no, it'll be a lot cleaner of a break if I just ghost her. We just pack up our boats and go. I can't, second guess myself. I'm on a mission from God, okay? We got to go. But Dido is not happy about this. Out of despair, Queen Dido has all of Aeneas' things burned, because he left all his shit behind, including the bed they slept in. When this does not ease her pain, she stabs herself with the blade she gave him as a gift and throws herself in the fire.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, big tragedy.
Big.
By the way, this is where Dido says that their people will forever be at war. Carthago no longer to ask. Put a pin in that one. I'm coming back to that.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so it's a blade of passion and tragic love, but also tragedy for love. Aeneas slays the helpless king Turnus of the Latins for wearing the belt of his friend Pallas. Again, it's a Iliad reference. But yeah, they on the Roman Peninsula, they get into war with the local Latinate tribes, and one of them kills his buddy Pallas, and so Aeneas fights a duel, and the king yields, but then he was like, "You're wearing my buddy's belt, die!" The normal form of the blade is that of a falcata. This is a heavy chopping blade, which is said to have been used by Carthage. And normally he would appear with a spear and shield as a lancer, but he uses the blade in close combat as well. Great precision. When its true name is released, the sword burns with the crimson flames of love itself. Its strikes detonate with explosive force. Its power grows when he uses it to defend the people he loves, including his people and the gods, but also through tragedy, its powers increase when wielded against those he loves as well, for reasons. But due to anecdotes, it's weaker against nature spirits. He tried to use it to stab a guy who was like a nature god, and it had a bad time. So just like big flaming sword, probably does like a combo attack, grows in power. Good stuff. Second noble phantasm, though this could be recorded as a skill, Scutum Imperiorum, shield protecting the Crimson Empire, an A+ barrier noble phantasm. A shield forged for Aeneas by Vulcan at request of Venus. What does it sound like? It sounds like Achilles' shield, because literally it's described in a similar manner. Like I think it's got the same number of stanzas in the Aeneid as Achilles' shield does in the Iliad. But instead of bearing images of the past, remember, Achilles' shield bears like the record of his life up to that point. The shield that is forged for Aeneas bears the image of the future of the people of the Roman kingdom, republic, and empire. Thus, the shield bears the entire weight of the Roman people in its image. It's tied to Aeneas' fate. It deflects misfortune and harm from him. Its powerful protection is invoked, repels attacks with the force of the whole kingdom of the Latins, so it turns aside anti-personnel, anti-army, and anti-city attacks, but anti-country attacks are still vulnerable because it's the weight of the people of Rome and its country. So just probably an invul type effect. He also has armor forged by Vulcan as well. But then he has a secret third noble phantasm. Carthago de Landa Est, O burning flames of hatred. A B++ rank anti-country noble phantasm. The words of the Roman politician Cato the Wise. I believe Carthage should be destroyed. A great curse of hatred and betrayal levied by Dido at Aeneas and all his descendants. Dido was the queen of Carthage, a city in modern-day Tunisia. She's said to be favored by Juno, who opposed Aeneas and the Trojans, fated to destroy it. Long after the death of Dido, the Carthaginian Empire came into conflict with the Romans in 3 Punic Wars, which ended with Carthage ultimately being destroyed and her people enslaved by Rome, and they became the province of Africa, named after the general who conquered it. According to later scholars, their fields were also salted. This is fake, by the way, but that's the myth, was that the Romans salted the Carthaginians' fields. The phrase Carthago de Landa Est has also been used to describe other cases of total war, or what is called debillatio, defeat by total destruction. Some people compare, by the way, the Nazi Germany lost the Second World War to debillatio. We completely removed their ability to fight. Like, the land war in Europe got so bad that the Germans lost because they ran out of fight juice, not because of, like, anything else. So it's the enmity of the two nations traced by mythology to the pairing of Dido and Aeneas. As the progenitor of this hatred, Aeneas can invoke the curse to completely lay waste to his enemies. When its true name is invoked, a column of blue-white flame descends from the heavens itself to create vast destruction, completely devouring the countryside, destroying even the mana present in the area, cutting off servants' magical energy, and leaving the enemy camp in despair. So, big nuke energy. Big nuke. This is probably the kind of thing that would be used in story, but not on a servant profile, but I felt it important to include in here. By the way, here's a fun fact for you. The Punics goddess Tanith, who is known to the Romans as Juno Caelestis, may be the same goddess as the Phoenician Astarte. Space lasers. But yeah, so, like, I imagine Aeneas is, like, he's probably, like, personality-wise, like, a huge jock servant. Like, he's like, look at me, I'm so handsome and perfect. I'm fated to found the Roman people. I must defend everybody. Oh, I'm so all-loving. But also, he's probably kind of a tool. Like, much like how Aphrodite and herself is sometimes kind of a little airhead, a little focused on the love and stuff. Aeneas is probably just like, a little bit of a himbo.
I'm kind of getting the male Nero vibe.
Yeah, probably. Like, maybe not as, like, literally egotistical as Nero. He probably goes a lot more about, like his defeat line would be something like, no, this isn't my fate. Like,
well, I'm talking about, being, dramatic, flashy.
Yes. Very flashy, very melodramatic. It is my fate to win, don't you know, kind of a thing. I imagine he's kind of, like, egotistical, but in, like I said, kind of in, like, an empty-headed way.
Yeah.
Like I said, the actual Aeneid treats him as kind of a dork sometimes. Like, he gets easily distracted several times because he doesn't really want to go eat his tables, but he's got shit to do. I do think even though he is classed as a saber, he would still appear with his spear. Because that's a famous thing from Warfare. But the sword, the fact that, like, it's in the India that Dido gave him a sword and then she stabs herself with it and throws it on the fire, I'm like, oh, well, I can make this a thing. And that's Aeneas, y'all. I do not know, by the way, what the next Fanservant Friday poll is. I have to make it, but that's because I have to make several polls. Because I want to really drive up stuff. And, like, obviously, thank you so much for your energy, obviously, on this and your vast turnout for, like, watching this live, but also people watching last week's show and the Wanted and everything. But, like, we want to get those numbers up, and I have other plans for that, which I will talk about at a later date, but it's fucking 2:30 in the morning, and I gotta sleep. I'm hungry, actually. I need to get some snacks and to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll do some ember farming in bed, like Lucky's been doing.
Yes.
But first of all, Teach Me Omega Sensei. It's coming back. I'm announcing it now. I'll put up the polls, like, over this weekend. It's only going to be 2, I think, for now. If anybody has any other suggestions for lore stuff they want to get in, you can get those to me before I make the poll. But I think the split vote is going to be... what is the plot of Extella / what is the White Titan? Because I don't think we've ever actually talked about that. And it feels like it's actually kind of a big deal. It's kind of important. We've always said that Extella's plot is important, but we always talked about recapping it, and I figure I can make that an actual point. And then the other one is going to be, now that they've been name-dropped, what is an ultimate one? Because you guys might want to know. Those of you who aren't familiar with notes might want more information. Where has this come up before? What does it mean? What is it doing? And I feel kind of like Nasu may be expecting when he just name drops ultimate ones that you know what he's talking about. So people getting filled in might be handy. Also, this isn't related to Let's Talk FGO, but I've decided for our regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream series, Fail Portrayal, I'm also going to make that a monthly Patreon poll as well. There will be one show a month of Fail Portrayal that the patrons will vote on because me and the Brain Trust, the Goop team, which is horribly indecisive. We have a huge fucking list of archetypes and whatever that we never can decide on, so I'm just like, fuck it. People like these streams, people show up to them, I'll make it a Patreon incentive. So that's our 5 and up level. It is a new month. I strongly encourage you to support us on Patreon. You know, get our growth up there as well. For as little as $1 a month, you can support us on Patreon. You get access to our Patreon area of our Discord. You can listen to the show in audio format. By the way, yes, I have been rolling audio this entire fucking time. I have no idea when this audio is going to edit. I don't even know if I'm going to post it tonight. I might have to post it tomorrow. But it will exist.
Eventually.
I'm going to save it.
Yeah.
So it'll be there. The audio is edited. So I, like, cut out, you know, awkward silences and stuff. Compact it down.
Make it small.
And you can get access to that, like, all of our backlog for that and What's Up as well, for as little as $1 a month, or approximately $10 a year. We do annual memberships. At the 5 and up level, you can vote in our topic polls, Fanservant Friday, Teach Me, this new Fail Portrayal poll, other stuff. You get access to videos early. You can watch Wanted. Usually a day or 12-ish hours, you know, a calendar day early. Hopefully longer when I can get away with it. That reminds me, I need to figure out when the fuck to do Wanted Voyager. That's going to be interesting.
I mean, you can just talk
It's going to be very weird, by the way, guys.
I mean,
y'all ready to hear about the Voyager probe project? I get to talk about space, y'all.
I mean, honestly, I think talking about the Voyager space project would be interesting.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm going to have to do, right? Because it's the real-life history, so I'm going to have to explain, hey, here's where the Voyager probes were.
You know, you can
Here's what's up, y'all.
You can tell about the record and all that crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff in there. But, yeah, you get video releases early, usually a day early. Sometimes for one, I get it out way ahead of time and make sure to show you guys up. At the 10 and up level, you can listen to Let's Talk FGO live every week. Yes, every week we are live to patrons when we record this show, and we frequently chat with them. So, like, it there, and at the 20 level, you can get a on-air shout-out at the start, like I did earlier. You can also support our channel memberships, membership badges, emotes. You can see some of them now. It's really cool. I don't think we've gotten any new ones. We don't have our new membership slots, but come on. You can get those slots.
Finally, I'm out of silver apples.
But, yeah, sorry about that rush, but it's like 3 a.m. I'm kind of cramped here sitting in this chair. The recording's been going on for 6 hours. I am ready to outro.
All right, well, take us out.
Okay, Lucky's not even going to fight me. We're just outroing. We'll be back next week for more Let's Talk FGO. It'll be back to its normal time, released public on Saturday. Tune into What's Up tomorrow, or else I'll fight you. I'm getting the sleep madness, so trust me, I'm not as eloquent as I was at the start of this 6 hours ago. But thank you so much. I can see the views and everything. Current viewers, it's great. I love you guys. Thumbs up. I look at that. Lucky got his Canis all the way up.
Yep. That's all I was working for.
Oh. So, if you like this video, give it a like. If you haven't liked the video already, go for it if you're watching live, but I see that currently we have more likes than viewers. I understand we lost quite a significant number of people as the night waged on. Many, many people in chat saying they have to fucking go to sleep. I understand. I also have to sleep soon. I'm a little sad. I won't get to play any more Ghostwire tonight, but, you know, I'll save my thoughts for that tomorrow. Ghostwire vibes. But give it a like. It really helps us out. It spreads us to the algorithm. I think actually like your giant like levels on stuff like the one did in last week's episode are actually getting us circulating, so make sure to do that for us. If you have any comments, leave in the comment section down below. Also keep your mind open for mailbag stuff. If you want to ask your mailbag questions. You can also join our Discord. I mentioned it before. Link is always in the video description and on our channel page. Sorry, my stomach's fighting me a little. It's like, dude, you ate dinner like 8 hours ago and haven't done anything but drink plain water, and you are still awake, bro. You might consider a snack. And I'm like, yes, I will consider a snack after I finish this outro. Join our Discord. Link is always in the video description and on our channel page. You can chat with people at FGO. We have a dedicated roll thread for your rolls. We have spoiler channels for your spoiler talk. You want to talk about fucking JP spoilers? We got a channel for that. Patrons can also access a special patron-only area. If you are new already and haven't, already, please subscribe. Sorry, we've been recording for 6 hours. Subscribe to our channel to get more of this. Obviously, it won't be as long, but we'll be talking about even more shit. You know, I think, I believe JP will have started the new event by then. So we'll be able to talk about new servants. That's always a trip. And also, you know, whatever other explosive stuff we've got to talk about. Get your mailbag questions. Well, whatever. No. So we do this every week. Be sure to tune into us. Also tune into our regular podcast about all the other things. What's up with Omega and Lucky. That is always live streamed these days on weekends on Saturday as well. We also stream every Monday. So sub to get all that. If you haven't subbed, make sure to hit that, or even if you're already subbed, I should say, make sure to hit that bell for notifications so you always know we post a new video. Such as when we stream, when I post Wanted at weird hours. It's just a good time to let you know when we get together and do stuff. Yeah, I already talked about the patron thing at length. I talked about membership. So yeah, that's all the ways you can support us. Thanks so much for there. Bloth has come back for the spoiler bits. Don't worry, Bloth. You'll finish Olympus one day and can come back and listen to the whole thing. Everybody, I no longer require your energy. I am out of energy and I will go sleep. Everybody give Robin your energy. He does our time codes for free. For no other reason than he's a cool guy. He's the fucking imposter, but he's a cool guy.
Meh.
He just time codes, Lucky. Pretty cool in my book. But he's sus. But give him your energy, because he's got to listen to this again and do that at some time. So. That's everything I think I got. So I'm ready to get out of here and end this monster of a recording. How about you, Lucky?
Sure. Let me just hit this button right now.